Declare open this hearing of the Senate Economics References Committee for the inquiry into the Australian manufacturing industry. On 12 August 2021, the Senate referred the matter of the Australian manufacturing industry to the Economics References Committee for inquiry and report by 24 November 2021. The committee has received 130 submissions, which are available on the committee's website. As this is a public hearing, a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. However, the committee may determine or agree to a request to have evidence heard in camera. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. Any witness called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I remind any media representatives listening to follow the media guidelines and any instructions of the committee secretariat. I ask everyone to ensure that they have their mobile phone switched off or turned to silent. I would also like to advise witnesses that answers to any questions on notice should be sent to the secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I now welcome witnesses from Manufacturing Australia. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you to the committee for taking the time to consider this topic. My name, I'm going to assume you can hear me, or I would have been told otherwise. My name is Ben Eade. I'm the Chief Executive of Manufacturing Australia. By way of context, Manufacturing Australia's membership comprises 12 of Australia's largest locally headquartered manufacturing companies. So those are large enterprise manufacturing firms that collectively provide direct and indirect employment to around 100,000 Australians. That's both highly paid and well skilled. Operate around 500 plants and smaller facilities, be they R&D labs or distribution, sales, service facilities around the country. Interconnect with about 25,000 downstream suppliers, which goes some way to demonstrating that connected nature of a manufacturing supply chain. The membership's invested around $3 billion in research and development over the past decade, including through 50 partnerships with Australian universities and research institutes like the CSIRO, but also the government's cooperative research centres. Increasingly, they're a globally focused group of companies with direct operations in more than 30 countries around the world and exports to more than 50. As I mentioned, I want to thank the committee for seeing fit to take a considered look at Australia's manufacturing capabilities. Oftentimes, our national debate about manufacturing tends to focus on what capabilities we have lost rather than what those capabilities continue to contribute to the nation and what opportunities might present themselves in the future. Briefly, on the sector's contribution, you will have seen in Manufacturing Australia's submission, in contemporary terms, manufacturing contributes around 6% of GDP in FY19-20 and about $108 billion in gross value added. Accounts for about 22% of Australia's merchandise exports, worth around $83 billion to the country. And one area worth noting is that the sector does punch well above its weight in research and development expenditure, accounting for around 27% of total business expenditure on R&D. And of course, around just under 900,000 people directly employed in manufacturing as at February 2021. We've also, I would contend, learnt acutely over the past 18 months that manufacturing, along with some other value-creating industries, notably including agriculture, resources, and building and construction, has provided a level of ballast and sovereign capability in the context of COVID-19. And those sort of capabilities are important to retain in a balanced Australian economy. For example, certainly the ability to maintain the essentials of life, food, shelter, medicines, sanitation, building materials for both civil and private works, in those instances where global supply chains are disrupted. I'd also highlight the industrial complexity and flexibility that allows us to respond to external shocks and rapidly create domestic production capacity in the face of shortages. And certainly we've seen examples of that in both medicines and personal protective equipment and the like over the last 18 months. And of course, the human capital, building and retaining the right mix of skills and competencies that are necessary to maintain a globally competitive modern manufacturing sector. So Senators, I often describe manufacturing as an ecosystem because of the both broad and deep linkages it has into other sectors of the economy, and I commend the committee for having a look at how we can retain those broad and competitive industrial bases to maximise both the physical and intellectual resources throughout the economy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Eade. I'm now going to give the call to Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Eade, for being with us this morning. I just want to start on the issue of R&D and innovation, which is so important to the health of our manufacturing sector. And in your submission, you called for R&D and innovation incentives that are both stable and predictable. I'm wondering if you could just give us your insights into the current framework for R&D and innovation that we have in place, and what it is that your members would like to see going forward.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. Look, I think in broad terms, what we would support and recommend is having the right mix of both tax-based and continuous incentives for research and development, and alongside specific and bespoke incentives to drive step changes in particular areas. So what do I mean by that? We're quite strongly supportive of retaining a broad-based R&D tax incentive as currently exists. What matters most in those kinds of non-refundable tax-based incentives is that they are both predictable and stable in the rate of incentive, and also that they're globally competitive with neighbouring jurisdictions. You don't have to be the best, but in the same context as other input costs, you have to be broadly competitive. We see global competition for research and development investment, just like we see global competition for production capital investment. And so being competitive with neighbouring jurisdictions is important in those tax-based incentives. We also see an opportunity for, as we've seen for example, in the Modern Manufacturing Initiative and also in the government's technology roadmap investments, and one of those, the co-investment fund announced just yesterday, there are opportunities for a more bespoke approach to research and development incentives, where what you're trying to drive is a step change in certain areas. So in the case of the MMI, it was around building and scaling some capabilities in targeted industries, MinTech, AgTech, space, defence and the like, that were those identified sectors. And in the case, obviously, of the technology investment roadmap, it's an important role for government to partner with industry to help undertake research and development activity that is broadly in the national interest, but the scale of investment required might be beyond any individual incumbent manufacturing firm. So we see that combination of the two, a reliable and competitive rate of ongoing incentive, combined with some bespoke approaches when you're trying to drive changes in technology or behaviour.
Okay, and those sort of bespoke approaches that you're mentioning, are you talking about relationships between industry and science and university, or what are you thinking about there?
Senator, that's probably a third area really, which is to drive closer linkages between the academic community and the business and industry community. If I'm being frank about it, I think that the great space for that is in small to medium enterprise manufacturers that don't necessarily have the capability to access world-class research. So yeah, some of the models around cooperative research centres and the like that help to build scale by clustering effectively. They've been rebadged over time as with different names, but essentially with the same objective of trying to create clusters of economic activity around common goals. Those are really valuable ways to sort of bridge those gaps. At the larger enterprise level, what you tend to find is more bilateral relationships where, I mentioned in my opening statement, in my membership, which I'll acknowledge that there's a skew towards large enterprise in the membership. They have around 50 of those partnerships in their own right, whether it be with CSIRO or others. But for smaller firms in the supply chain, that's a really valuable role that governments can play in helping small and growing firms to access research and intellectual capital that they may not have the ability to do on their own.
And so I take on board what you've just said and what you've said in your opening statement about the size of the manufacturers that you're representing, some of the largest in the country. And I'm just wondering what your experience is of this sort of barrier that is getting described to us in many submissions, and I think we'll hear more about in the hearings, the barrier between the sort of R&D phase and the commercialisation of innovation. Is that also more of an issue at the smaller end, or is that a challenge that your large members face as well?
I do think it's an issue right across the value chain, Senator. It's and I think it goes to some of the other commentary in our submission related to how you get the investment fundamentals right. So that one of the truisms about manufacturing is that you are increasingly seeing a phenomenon globally whereby described sometimes as the sort of increased servitization of manufacturing, where the value created in manufacturing doesn't just exist in the production cycle. It exists in your pre-production activity, your research and development, and your sort of idea generation through your production, and then into your sales and services and ancillary value. That's sort of only telling half the story, and that's articulated in the MA submission, and that is, these things don't exist in isolation of each other. You don't do research and development just for the sake of it. You don't do service and sales and support just for the sake of it. They are part of a manufacturing value chain. So the key challenge for Australia, we do outstanding R&D in a range of fields. I would contend that the key challenge for us is how do we make sure that the business case is there to not just undertake R&D in Australia, but to commercialise that R&D. That's a challenge right through the manufacturing supply chain, whether it be emerging small to medium enterprise players, but also larger manufacturing firms that are looking to where to allocate their next production dollar. You might have an existing asset and existing production facilities, but increasingly you're scanning the globe looking for where to make your next investment. So the solution to that, I would contend, is to make sure we've got a constant focus on, are we a competitive jurisdiction to spend new money, to invest new capital? Can you get input costs that don't have to be the cheapest in any one metric, but across the board, are you broadly competitive on tax, on construction costs, on transport and supply chain costs, on energy inputs, on labour inputs and the like? Are you broadly competitive across the board to be an attractive place to allocate manufacturing capital?
Okay. Just moving to the issue of the challenges that your members face in the change to low emissions manufacturing. What do you see as the sort of priority areas for transition to low emissions manufacturing? What do you want to see from government to assist that transition? And just perhaps within that, if I can combine this in the question, how important is the development of green energy manufacturing hubs where energy supply and manufacturing facilities are co-located?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Look, the first thing to say is probably that at a national level, I think we have quite profound opportunities in low emissions manufacturing. How we get there and how we get there in a way that creates and realises those opportunities without losing capabilities on the way through this transition is really critical. I see significant opportunity. Australia already is an energy and, by extension, energy-intensive manufacturing superpower. It's one of our great strengths. We do have world-leading capabilities in a range of energy-intensive manufacturing today, be that alumina, steel, chemicals, aluminium and the like, a range of advanced building materials. So the challenge for those parts of the manufacturing supply chain are how you remain competitive through a transition from today's inputs to the inputs of tomorrow. And to a certain extent, at a range of paces, we're on that journey. There's been a range of pilot projects announced at quite a rate of knots in the last sort of 2, 3, 4 months, ranging from investments in low emission steel, in low emissions aluminium and alumina, in low emissions concrete, cement and the like, and certainly in building materials and packaging. The first thing to say is that the federal government's emphasis on the need for technology step changes is absolutely sound. In the sectors and the industries that I represent, in a lot of cases, we are reliant on the scaling and reduction in cost of new technologies. There are viable technology pathways available to us. How we get there will involve a series of step changes in cost curves, as we've seen in last 15 years, maybe 20 years really, in the costs of wind and solar electricity generation. We can hope and expect that we'll see similar reductions in cost curves in other key enabling technologies. And that will see opportunities emerge for pathways like direct electrification of manufacturing processes that are currently fossil fuel based, but also use of things like green hydrogen as a process feedstock, green hydrogen as a process heating, and also carbon capture usage and storage for those parts of the manufacturing sector where technology step changes to abate aren't available, and that's most apparent in cement and concrete production. What would I say about the role of governments? We see a really key enabling role for governments on what is going to be a multi-decadal transition. First is, as we're seeing, co-investment in research and development that helps to scale and prove some of those enabling technologies that I've just mentioned, and we welcome government's investment in some of those technologies. Secondly, and this is, if there were one thing that can deliver economy-wide benefit, it's to quite dramatically reduce the cost of firming clean electricity. We have a challenge in engineering terms in Australia, whereby generating renewable electricity is cheap and becoming cheaper. The next part of that challenge is how do you firm it when it's given the intermittent nature of some of the renewable generation, and also how do you dispatch and transmit that electricity. So there's both an infrastructure role and a firming role that, frankly, I see a key role for governments, and there are some parts of that challenge that only governments may be able to solve. The third area where we see a key role for governments is in trying to stimulate a level of green manufacturing premium or green demand. One of the challenges you find in manufacturing is, particularly in those industries that are globally traded commodities, so whether it's aluminium or fertiliser or metals and the like, there is very weak evidence currently for strong green premiums. Governments have some levers available to them, both through procurement practices at both the state and federal government level, but also through standards and harmonisation standards around green products.
Sorry, can you just explain what you mean about that, about the green premiums, just before you?
Yeah, so you have a lot of the key commodity manufacturing markets globally are very price sensitive markets. So while you can see some emerging evidence of green premiums in very bespoke applications, and I'll use an example of, there are some automotive makers in Europe starting to experiment with higher pricing for vehicles with green aluminium included in the production. So that's aluminium developed using entirely renewable energy to power smelters. At a commodity-wide and economy-wide level, the evidence those green premiums exist sufficiently to switch production behaviour is quite weak. But over time, I think what we want to see is a combination of driving down the costs of new technology, because ultimately the most sustainable way to effect a successful transition is to drive the cost of new inputs down until they're at parity with existing inputs. But that's a big gulf in some cases. And so at the same time as you're driving down those costs, you'll also hope to see the emergence of some green premiums in a range of manufactured goods. And look, the fourth area that I'd probably point to is to the extent to which you are going to hope to see investment in new technologies for trade exposed industries. There's going to have to be some policy remedy for how you account for trade exposure through that transition period. So if you're asking an Australian-based manufacturer to invest in lower emissions processes that are a step change more expensive at a production level than import competitions, how do you account for the competition coming in from imports that are not stretching into lower emissions technologies? Now, I don't have a particular policy prescription for that, but it's an issue that over the next 30 years we're going to have to solve.
Mm-hmm. And on that last point, I guess there's been in recent days, quite a lot of discussion about the potential for global agreement of some kind on carbon tariffs. How do you see that we are positioned on that? I mean, you talked earlier about the profound opportunities, the work that's already being done to embrace solar and wind and start to explore green hydrogen, all of the opportunities that are there to transition in terms of energy, but also for Australian manufacturers to be able to make the equipment for that energy transition. Are your members concerned about the potential for carbon tariffs, and is there a timing issue for us as we embrace the profound opportunities that you described? Are we moving fast enough to avoid the risks of carbon tariffs?
Yeah, look, I think one observation I'd make is that certainly in those industries where a product or a commodity is traded globally, we do need to acknowledge that Australia will probably be a policy taker in some of those instances, and things that happen in global markets around carbon tariffs and the like, carbon border adjustments, are inevitably going to impact our competitiveness, and we need to be able to respond to that in domestic policy settings. One of the ways I'd respond to that, Senator, is to say that for the kinds of industries that I represent, decarbonisation is more likely to be a bit more like a downward staircase than a straight line. There's sort of going to be a series of step changes as new technologies become viable to scale. And so, I think what you hope is that there's a need for a level of sort of support and shielding or incentive or de-risking of some of the big capital investments that might be required to retool for low emissions inputs. And I think you'll reach a tipping point in a range of sectors whereby it just makes sense to do so. But what's most important is that we recognise that staircase effect, where it's not going to happen in a perfectly linear way. Equally, when I look globally, I would describe efforts around uniform carbon policies as being patchy. So there's broad agreement around what the target is and what the light on the hill looks like. So what we're really trying to solve for in Australia is trade exposure through transition, and that we can arrive at the other end of a transition, let's say net zero by 2050, while retaining the capabilities that we're going to need to leverage beyond that period.
I'll just check in with my colleagues about sharing the call and just ask one more question, and just in case somebody else wants to jump in after this one. I did mention before the idea of green energy manufacturing hubs, which we're starting to see emerge.
Yes.
And I guess in some of your high energy intensive sectors, that might be something that needs to occur, matching the energy source right directly with plant. How important is that, and what needs to be in place?
Very important, Senator. Sorry, I should have touched on that. Look, I think the phasing of this kind of transition is really important. So if I look in broad terms around what you do in the 2020s, what you do in the 2030s, what you do in the 2040s. I mean, in the 2020s, what we're starting to see already is strong focus on research and development to sort of scale and prove some of the technologies, but also the infrastructure that you point to. We're going to get the benefits of scale in some of these technologies, whether it be electrolyzers or carbon capture and storage or significant storage and firming for renewables. You need to have some mega projects effectively in a range of identified clusters. And so we're very supportive of the concepts around renewable energy zones, such as we're seeing in New South Wales, but also, identifying where the logical, from an infrastructure standpoint, where the logical location is for the sort of renewable hubs of the future and the industrial hubs of the future. Gladstone, a lot of those will be a repurposing of existing hubs of economic activity, be that Gladstone, Newcastle, Wollongong, the Pilbara, etc., parts of South Australia certainly. But there may also be others where the resources of tomorrow are in more abundance. The Pilbara is a good example of that, where you've got significant land availability. To the extent that green hydrogen using electrolyzers is a key part of the solution, and I would contend that it is, they require a lot of space. And so, we do have a range of existing industrial infrastructure that sort of finds itself on the urban fringe. So there's a lot of those. So getting those planning elements right in the 2020s is really fundamental. Are these going to be future-proof corridors for not just generation, but energy generation, but also transmission infrastructure and the like? Are they in the right place to get clean electricity to where it needs to be?
Great, thanks very much, Mr. Eade.
Senator Patrick, you have the call.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Eade. I just want to very quickly ask you a couple of questions along the lines of competitive advantage, the theory thereof. Firstly, just by way of example, I mean, we have a lot of lithium in the Pilbara, and it seems to me we export the lithium, and then sometime later it returns back at much, much higher value inside a lithium-ion battery. And I just wonder why it is that we're not able to actually do all 5 processing chains here. I mean, is that something that government could have said, we're going to be experts in this, and assisted industry and left us in a world-winning position rather than having to buy the expensive batteries at the end of the value chain?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, Senator. I think it's challenging to work backwards from what widgets, for example, should we be manufacturing in Australia, but because there are some elements where we aren't necessarily going to have the scale to be able to do that. But some of those downstream industries from our critical minerals industries, I would contend we do have opportunities to build a deeper domestic value chain. I'm not, I know there are a range of sort of pilot projects and the like, looking at whether we can manufacture battery technology in Australia. I'm not across the progress of each of them, but at a first principles level, I think one of the public policy objectives ought to be to try and manufacture as many downstream higher value added products as we can from our critical minerals and our resources advantage generally. So, I'm not quite sure how you target specific widgets, but I contend that the identification of critical minerals in the modern manufacturing initiative is there for a reason, and it's part of the objective. And as that program gets refined over time, perhaps there are opportunities to look at not just how we can build out the critical minerals industries, but how we can add value to them in domestic processing and things like battery technology into the future.
Okay, now when I talk to some of my Liberal colleagues, and apologies to Senator Scarr for this, but they do promote competitive advantage, the idea that you should let things happen in the jurisdiction where they're most efficient at doing things. We seem to have, and this is not a bad thing, we seem to have minimum wages, we've got leave loadings, we've got long service leave, we've got occupation health and safety standards, environmental standards, we've got quality standards, a whole range of sort of regulatory and workforce requirements which add cost. Yet we see perhaps in other jurisdictions people who are making materials or products that don't have those sort of minimum wages, don't have that occupation health and safety. How do you properly calculate or compare? Often our officials look at price when they're buying stuff. How do we fix that problem so that we actually have a level playing field?
Are you referring specifically, Senator, to in the context of government procurement or in the or overall across the economy?
Predominantly in government procurement, where you can, where government does have control. Obviously, we can't force private companies. They have to look to for other reasons, be it short logistic chains or whatever it is. But I'm talking about government. I'm talking about people I talk to in Parliament House who promote competitive advantage as though it's a philosophy that actually reflects reality.
Sure. Thank you for clarifying, Senator. So the first thing, I fundamentally agree with your contention that having high wages, high safety standards, high environmental standards is a good thing. And the route to competitiveness for Australian manufacturing shouldn't be to water those down. We have to be broadly competitive, but we have to have a high value proposition in the industry that I represent as well. To your question about procurement, look, I do think there are opportunities to broaden the definitions of local content as it's often interpreted in both state and federal bureaucracies, and to have a broader interpretation of sort of the key principles that create value in a domestic economy. So it doesn't just go to end price of a manufactured good. It also ought to take into consideration things like the labour market contribution of local manufacture, the importance of local supply chains, the local waste management and the creation of circular economy, to the extent that we're able to do that through some of the levers. So you're right, government has significant levers, I would argue, around not just around the procurement in projects, whether they be civil works or manufactured goods for government use, but also in some standard setting. In some setting of examples for corporate Australia to follow as well, around total value chain assessment when considering tenderers for major projects and ratios for local content and things of that nature. There's not a single fix to it, Senator, but I think broadening that definition so it does take into account, as we've seen, frankly, over the last 18, 24 months, in corporate Australia and small, medium and large enterprises around the country, reassess their value that they place on a local supplier. I anecdotally can certainly report that I've seen across the membership growth in market share over the last 18 months as some of the imported competitor products met with supply chain disruptions, weren't able to get where they needed to on time. I think it's encouraged a lot of businesses to reassess the value of having a reliable local supplier, and it's an opportune time for government to do that too.
Okay, just my final question, which is sort of goes to this as well. You said, I think at the start, 15 of the large manufacturing entities headquartered in Australia. I wonder how much of a factor in terms of competitiveness and decisions made by boards are affected by things like transfer pricing, where someone can set up an entity here but ultimately transfer profit offshore, and that to me has that then creates a disadvantage for companies here that are not doing that are paying their fair share of tax. Do you think that's a problem, and what's the magnitude of that problem for your members in terms of competitiveness?
Senator, it's not an area of deep expertise of mine, and it's not an issue that gets raised with me as a key impediment in the businesses by those Australian-based manufacturers. They point to other issues, probably more around pre-profit input costs than post-profit, different tax regimes around the world. But what I would say is that in general, I think you want to have a balance, right? So we can't assume we can be world leaders in everything in a manufacturing context. So you want an investment climate that does attract global majors. You do want global majors to invest in Australian-based manufacturing, and we've got good examples of that. You want larger Australian manufacturers, which, when I say they're the dozen largest or so in Australia, they're really medium-sized manufacturers by global standards. And you want small to medium enterprises. So I think it's about balance. But to the specific issue of transfer pricing, it's not raised with me as a key hurdle for growth and investment by my membership in Australia. They're companies that, and I know Senator, you're familiar with some of the member companies, they've been around in Australia in one iteration or another for decades, if not a century or more. So they certainly weren't set up to take advantage of arrangements like that, and they accept that you compete in a global marketplace, and you have to find ways to compete with the rules that you have in place here.
Yeah, not in any way suggesting that your members are doing anything wrong. In fact, you're doing absolutely the right thing. It's just that if you can reduce your tax by 10%, it gives you a margin, and so those large corporations. I just wonder how much, and maybe you could take it on notice to come back and just think about whether or not multinational corporate tax avoidance, how that affects your members in terms of decisions to invest here.
Yeah, certainly. What I would say is that the far more significant tax consideration is really around offsets and incentives that are linked to investment. It's one of the reasons that we work. So we tend to emphasise our interest in tax on those pre-investment offsets and incentives as distinct from post-production headline company tax rates. Because what you want to do, to the extent that governments have levers available to them and have used this in the accelerated depreciation announcement of last year's budget, which we warmly welcome, that's more material and more significant to these sort of capital-intensive industries, because what it allows you to do is bring forward investments that you might otherwise have deferred and improve those internal rates of return, cash flow and the like. So that would be our emphasis in tax context.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eade, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Mr. Eade, I don't have much time left, but just that last point you raised in relation to accelerated depreciation, I am interested to know, as a final question to you during your appearance today, from your perspective, from the industry's perspective, what are the policies the government currently has in place, including the accelerated depreciation policy, which are making the most positive difference in terms of increasing investment in the sector and providing opportunities for your members? And I ask that question in the sense of what are the policies we should consider continuing because they're having such a positive impact?
Thank you, Senator. Well, certainly that is one that you've pointed to. So we very strongly support those full expensive accelerated depreciation incentives and would recommend that they be extended. And part of the reason that we recommend an extension is that capital cycles in these industries are long. You tend to plan your capital investments on often a decadal basis. So an extension of that incentive will be further able to benefit investments that are in the pipeline but would not have worked for the incentive timeframe as it was announced. So
And just sorry to interrupt you, but just in that context as well,
yes,
it seemed to me when I was thinking about this, if you're a manufacturer, you're looking to set up a new plant somewhere, there's quite a considerable timeline in that regard, because you've got to work out, well, where am I going to put it? You've got to acquire the land. You might have town planning issues. So there's quite a timeline involved in a major capital investment. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Senator. You know, I think typically the capital investments in my membership would be planned over at least 3, 4, and often up to 10 years in advance. So it is a long cycle. So the durability and longevity of those schemes is an important element to planning. You asked about other examples. The introduction of a patent box, which at this stage is limited to biomedical and biotech industries, that's a very welcome development, and it should try to go some way towards driving the link we talked about earlier between research and development and production. Now, in fact, I'd go so far as to say I'd like to see that extended to other industries where there's a viable natural interest basis, and one of those is what we've already talked about, clean technologies and some of the step change technologies that are important to scale in a low emissions manufacturing future. And thirdly, on that basis, the range of incentives and de-risking and co-partnering and R&D partnering captured in the technology investment roadmap is a third area where I think we have very strong support for what the government's doing to incentivise and support manufacturing.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Eade, and thank you for appearing as a witness today, and thank you for your submission. I'm sure all the senators found it helpful. I certainly did. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference, but you can observe the balance of the hearing for the rest of the day if you choose to through the live stream on the Parliament's website. So thank you for appearing today.
Thank you for the opportunity. I will step off. You're in very good hands with Jens.
Thank you. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. And I'm just going to read something for you. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I would also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? Mr. Goneman, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I think Mr. Goneman's dropped out, so we'll just give him an opportunity to rejoin. If everyone could just stand by, thank you. And I know Senator Pratt has joined us. Welcome, Senator Pratt.
I tried to reconnect my iPhone, I think.
I think I can hear you. Oh,
sorry. So I should be back. Can you see me? Chair, can you hear me and see me?
I can hear you. I can't see you, but I can certainly hear you. So
thank you.
We might just proceed on that basis if we could. So
network issue.
Oh, here you are. I can see you now. Excellent. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
So I invite you to make a brief opening statement, should you wish to do so. And if for the Hansard record, you could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator and colleagues. My name is Jens Gönnemann. I'm the Managing Director of the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre. I welcome the opportunity of the Senate to undertake this inquiry. And the organization has submitted the report, which I'm very happy to keep my opening statement very short so that there's opportunity to ask me questions and discuss the matter, which we believe is a critical capability of Australia to possess. And we believe that manufacturing, as stated in the report, is not a sector, it's not a vertical, it's a horizontal capability cutting across about everything where something is being made, preferably something complex. I leave it at that and stand ready for your questions.
Thank you very much. I'll give the call to Senator Kitching.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning.
Morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gunneman. Could I ask, just in relation to a Flinders University Australian Industrial Transformation Institute report, Australia is unable to independently meet its essential needs in times of crisis, following a 3-decade-long collapse in Australian manufacturing. So that's from that report. Furthermore, Australia ranks last out of OECD countries for self-sufficiency. In your view, is manufacturing declining in Australia? And if so, what is causing such decline?
Senator, thank you for the question. I think there are 3 components to it. And I do apologize that in our 9-page report, we missed to put the page numbers in there. But if I can bother you with page number 3, you see a smiley curve, which describes manufacturing as 7 steps. And the 7 steps of manufacturing are crucial. And unfortunately, it's deeply wired in the Australian understanding of manufacturing, that manufacturing is production. It could not be further from the truth. Insofar and in the holistic understanding of how to make things, these 7 steps are required. Unfortunately, since this is a horizontal capability cutting across everything where something is being made, unfortunately, manufacturing is measured in Australia as a vertical. The ABS measures manufacturing as a sector, which it is not, and describes a decline of production jobs, which is true and good, because these production jobs are declining for 2 reasons. Number 1, they are being replaced by automation and robotics, and the former workers being upskilled to supervise and program these robotics. And the other more central reason is that these production jobs move up and down the value chain of manufacturing. Hence, we have more manufacturers in higher value and higher paying jobs in Australia than we are aware. Number 1. Number 2, with that in mind, we don't have the numeric decline of manufacturing. We have a transformation of manufacturing to better, higher paying and resilient jobs. Number 2, in the time of crisis, there are examples of where Australian manufacturing, Australian companies have responded extremely successfully. For example, AMGC was part of forming consortium, not to talk about ventilators, but really make them. And within 5 months and proficient funding, and with manufacturers who have never made ventilators before, we were able to put 1,700 ventilators on the table. Again, not to talk about it, manufacturing them ready to be deployed. So we are capable because we possess this capability. I agree that the ranking of Australia to make complex things is poor. I refer in that regard to the Economic Complexity Index, and the Complexity Index measures the ability of an entire country to make things. And Australia's ranking is number 86, topped by Paraguay on 85 and Uzbekistan on 87. Just imagine our Olympic team came back from Tokyo and says, we did really well, we are number 86 in the world. That will be not sufficient, but we are 86 in the ability to make things. So insofar, that is an issue. Last point, in the time of crisis and being able to respond. No country in the world can respond to any type of crisis because we are globally organized. Where do you want to start? You know probably the famous saying from Carl Sagan, if you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first create the universe. We can't, nobody can. So we are interconnected in any economy anyway, but whatever the crisis is, if we have capability manufacturers in Australia and more of them, I'm pretty confident we can master future crises as well. Sorry for the long-winding answer.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. And I think you're exactly right in the comparison with our Olympic team. Could I ask you, what are the barriers to Australia becoming a manufacturing nation?
Complacency and commodities. Let me be provocative enough that this discussion will never be forgotten. Let's start with the Olympic analogy. We had sometimes Australia, and take my accent aside, I'm Australian, Australian children live here, and I want to make my contribution. It's a great country, best country to live in.
I agree.
With that in mind, sometimes Australia reminds me of East Germany. Terrific at the Olympics, brought every gold medal home, but the moment the wall came down, the true power of East Germany's economy became evident. Australia's Berlin Wall is called commodities. This wall will come down one day because many of the commodities which make us a lucky country will not be forming the luck anymore, especially not those commodities who are fossil-based. In economic terms, we will not find a market for them. It is not going to happen. Something needs to happen. So what happens in regards to commodities and complacency? It is hard to add value to things rather than dig and ship. It is hard to put your mind to something and stick to it for 20 years and not for 10 months and see it through. It is hard to add value to commodities rather than put them on the boat. But this is exactly what we need to do. Manufacturing is the most important capability, not a sector, it's the most important capability any country can possess. In Australia's term, the most promising capability to go from lucky to smart. So that is the commodity thing. And the complacency, it's hard. It's like other people have said, the best times we were manufacturers were during the time of highest crisis during the war. Now, I'm not the one with my accent should elaborate on that any further. However, after that, and I quote, we went back to the beach because it's just easier to do what we always have done. This will not be good enough. Manufacturing is key to every nation. Every successful economy in the world is a manufacturing powerhouse, not a sector, but a capable country which can make complex things. We are on number 86.
Thank you. What do Australian governments need to change in order to become a manufacturing powerhouse?
Government is one of 4 pillars for manufacturing. The other pillars are research, the public service, and industry. First of all, I do believe that industry needs to lead the charge. Government needs to support. The first thing government needs to do in support is to be consistent, have a plan and stick to it for 20 years. The plan doesn't need to be perfect, but needs to be good enough to be successful and stick to it. Number one. Number two, the manufacturing capability in Australia needs 2 things. More complexity, needs 3 things. More complexity, more scale, and more focus. Let me explain. We have 47,000 manufacturers and 85% employ less than 20 people. We are subscale. We need to help manufacturers, especially the most capable and best of them, to scale and grow and have more muscle. We are too small. We don't have the medium-sized companies in Australia, which is the backbone for every successful economy. We have a few big ones. Some of them call themselves manufacturing and cannot even define manufacturing correctly. And then we have 47,000 and many of them way too small. We need to scale, help them scale. Number 2 was in regard to focus. A country of Australia, like many other little countries with a population of 25 million, does too many things at the same time. We need to focus. This is not called picking winners. This is about elaborating on what we are already good at. We are already winners. And the concept of Australia to having defined 6, wait for it, national manufacturing priorities, not 6 priorities, not defense, not space, not food and agri priorities, but national manufacturing priorities is great. It says 2 things. Number 1, it is a horizontal of manufacturing, which is a prefix of these 6 verticals. This is focus, and this is a manufacturing mindset. Manufacturing, by the way, is not a sector, it's a capability, and I would even say it's a mindset. So the focus on these 6 national manufacturing priorities, they might not be perfect, but they are good enough not to do everything a little bit, but focus on areas where we are already good at, or where we have chosen to be good at it. That is the second thing. And the third thing is to use government policies within the decision-making of government and the public service to working with industry to take these initiatives which are successful. Australia is obsessed with grants, throwing money at something and hope it sticks. Usually it doesn't. But the difference when an initiative is industry-led and a grant is co-invested, as we do at the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Center, as we co-invest with applicants, with the best applicants, informed by our research, and go milestone by milestone with industry practitioners and check whether they do what they say they will do in these projects, keeps them honest. That is the magic difference between just a grant, fire and forget, and checking homework and making sure that the co-investment for the advancement of factory manufacturing is happening. And last, I said there are 4 areas: government, public sector, public service, industry, and research. Australia has great research. Australia spends 60% of their research money in technology readiness level number 2. Now, there are 9 technology readiness levels. 1 is an idea, 9 the realization of it. If we continue spending all our firepower in the first 3 steps, a great idea will never come to the commercialization. It is followed by the technology readiness of 4 to 8, the so-called commercialization valley of death. We are overfunding our early research. We are underutilizing our ability to see it through and have the manufacturing outcome at the very end.
Thank you. What can we learn from other countries? What do other successful manufacturing countries do to support a robust manufacturing capability?
Everything needs to be adapted into our context. We cannot copy and paste. Number 1. Number 2, there are a lot of things to be learned by other countries. Countries which have run out of commodities and observe their transformation. 2 countries come to mind, close to my home before conviction. That is Germany, which ran out of commodities, and it's UK, which ran out of commodities. The UK has the Catapult, an initiative started 20 years ago and has been seen through until today, hit roadblocks, has reinvented itself, is a very successful initiative. And then we have on Germany the Fraunhofer Institute, and there's an important prefix, Fraunhofer Institute for applied research, not for basic research, for applied research. The applying of research is the difference, and that is around for 75 years. So, as I said earlier, we need to have a plan and stick to it and not change it every few years. We need to put this into the Australian context. Now, I have always endeavored to copy that learning in the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centers, especially when it comes to the funding. I've applied the industry lead. I've applied a base funding from government. I've applied getting funds from industry to solve industry problems. And I've applied the idea of pulling research in, researchers for solving an industry problem, not industry solving the researchers' funding problem. So with these ingredients, I like to think that the initiative we have, where I had data points from other countries, were put in the Australian context and which has been tremendously successful. To give you KPI, productivity is measured in output divided by input. The input I had with AMGC were $19 million for project funding. 19, not 9019. Now, I spread this very thin, created 80 projects with my team, where we co-invested for the advancement of manufacturing companies informed by our research. Better, not cheaper, globally competitive, not competing on cost. And with these 80 projects, we are creating, now output divided by input, we were creating around 3,000 new jobs and over $1.5 billion of additional revenue to Australia. So divide this output through the input, you get a very high number. I am not aware of any other initiative in the last 14 years of Australia who creates so effectively jobs and growth.
Thank you. What kind of government investment is required to meaningfully and permanently rebuild Australian manufacturing?
I reject the idea of rebuilding because we have enough data points that we have a manufacturing capability. It's just too small and not resilient enough. What I would like for government to do is to be aware of its strengths and be aware of the strengths of others. I like initiatives which are industry-led. Every project we are doing at AMGC, for example, which is close to home and is where I'm more across than about in other initiatives. Every initiative we do, we have industry practitioners who have, male and female, who have decades of industry practice under their belt. They speak with authority to companies where we co-invest with grant funds and check their homework. Public service cannot do that. Public service can do other things. Public service can create the environment of these funds being made available and look into the measurement of the outcomes we jointly create and compare this with other measurements and other initiatives and choose and continue those which give the most bang for the buck, the best outcome for Australia. That's what I would like to recommend. I like the idea tremendously of government to focus on 6 national manufacturing priorities. And they are no-brainers. And let me go through them. Yes. We want to be the healthiest nation in the world. We have a fantastic health system, and it's a very egalitarian system. We are the envy of the world, only beaten by a few Scandinavian countries. This is tremendous. We have made the deliberate choice, not pick a winner, but we have chosen, we want to be good at this. It's a no-brainer. This is one of the 6 national manufacturing priorities. We have decided that we have a space agency. Space has created a ripple effect of technology transformation into other areas of adjacent industries. It's a no-brainer. We have the space agency. Let's use it and help the US to bring a woman to the moon. Then there are commodity-based growth areas. We have the commodities. Just let's do the smart thing and not dig and ship, but add value to them. Onshore, especially in those where we have the components of energy storage and solving the problems of the 21st century. We are blessed with that. We have not utilized them. A 4th area is food and beverage. The stuff grows here more than we can eat. It creates high margin, is meaningful to export. A great area for us and for the market outside Australia. Then we have renewables and critical renewables. It's a no-brainer. We are a blessed country. We have the abundance of sun. We have the abundance of commodities. We have the abundance of space. These factors can be a crucial factor for us to be a unique supplier and disrupt ourselves on the fossil-based economy commodity generation to green hydrogen, for example. Did I forget one? I think there was one more. Did I mention defense? We have decided that a lot of defense build happens onshore, and we have asked other companies, global lead system integrators, because we don't have a domestic defense industry of scale. The largest domestic defense industry company in Australia has less than 500 people. So we have global primes, and we have asked these global primes, you need to build over 60% of your stuff here onshore. Now, this is a joke, because as number 86 in the world of making complex things, this is doomed to fail. However, if we lose our obsession with final assembly of submarines, final assembly of cars, and have meaningful elements, meaningful subsystems in the build of defense and space and anywhere else, if we are modest enough and honest enough and take our few highly capable superstars and build sub-elements instead of the whole thing, then we have a chance to utilize these 6 national manufacturing priorities to our strengths. We need to build this capability today if we want to have a meaningful contribution in building or help building submarines in 10, 15 years.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Chair, I've just got another couple of questions and then I'll hand to someone else. Manufacturing sectors are some of the most innovation-intensive sectors in the economy. In other successful manufacturing nations, what kinds of industry innovation models exist? Would Australia benefit from networks like the Catapult Centres and the Fraunhofer Institutes?
Well, to the first point of energy, I skipped that one. That's a whole discussion in itself. And to you and all your esteemed colleagues, I stand ready to take any discussion offline of this committee. I'm reachable anytime to support any sub-discussion on capability around manufacturing. Can I say Fraunhofer and Catapult? Yes, let's put this in the Australian context. Let's not carbon copy. Let's learn from their mistakes and put it into Australian context. Personally, I have visited those countries a couple of times since I live in Australia with a special lens in regard to these initiatives, and I continue doing that. I see a lot of value in putting initiatives such as an Advanced Manufacturing Growth Center, which is on its pathway to self-sufficiency, and not rejecting that. It's good, industry-led, no problem with that. Let's continue doing that. Whether you call them Advanced Manufacturing Growth Center, Catapult, or Fraunhofer, it doesn't really matter. Matters is what is happening in these centers and how are they going about the business. And I admit I drink my own bathwater as the managing director of the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Center. However, we have always taken in mind to measure the outcome of what we're doing. We stand proud of the accomplishments, and these initiatives we have demonstrated in the last 6 years, they work. We have put manufacturing back on the map. When I started this role, we were asked why bother about manufacturing. Today, we have manufacturing priorities, and we see a shortage of people and skill. This is a nice problem to have. This is a problem we can solve. This is a problem Australia must solve.
What role can the industry growth centres play in cementing Australia's manufacturing future?
I can only speak for the Advanced Manufacturing Growth Centre. The way we have gone about our business is that we have done 4 things. We have set the direction with our profound research. We have demonstrated that research with our projects. So we have not only talked about it, but we have delivered the research with our project, created the jobs and growth. We were blessed with another $30 million for the AMGC commercialization fund in collaboration with my colleagues from the other growth centers. And that will create, again, several thousand new jobs. So we have 140 projects up and running, and this fund will be exhausted by the end of the year. First fund exhausted out of the national manufacturing, modern manufacturing strategy. So setting the direction, demonstrating the direction with the projects. The third thing is creating the industry-wide awareness. We cannot do a project with every company in Australia, but we can share our insights with our manufacturing network. We have almost 4,000 manufacturing companies in the AMGC network. There are 47,000 out there, but we can share with that network how good looks like. And we do this extensively through our network of state directors and do this through our online tools like the Manufacturing Academy, creating the awareness how good looks like. And rewire the deeply wired view that manufacturing is a sector, but a capability and a mindset. And the last thing is to measure the outcome. By measuring the outcome, we're giving the evidence that the three elements before, direction, demonstration, awareness, works. These are the key ingredients how we have gone about, and I highly recommend to continue doing that. I'm not propagating for the extension of the growth centers in the sense of being dependent on government. We knew, all the growth centers knew from the outset that we have to become self-sufficient, and we're happy to do that. But we highly recommend to continue to work closely with government, federal, state, and territory, to continue doing what works and transform Australian manufacturing from lucky to smart. We have started doing that on the state level, on territory level. AMGC has signed up with the Northern Territories, and we're discussing this with other state jurisdictions because the formula works. And let's continue doing that in what type of organization ever.
Dr. Gunnerman, can I ask do you think that if the funding was continued but beyond July 2022, would that solidify the work of the AMGC? What impact would it have?
I will not use the committee to advocate against something what has been decided to come to an end in self-sufficiency. What I would advocate for, Senator, is the following. We have known from the outset that the growth center have to become self-sufficient. I am a strong believer that the best transformators of industry is industry itself. We need to be industry-led and government supported. So I would like the growth center, I would like AMGC to be self-sufficient, and we will be. And I would like to see government seeing the value of an industry-led organization to continue working closely with each other. There are two types of funding, administration funds and there are project funds. Now I need to have a base coverage of the administration that I can have my splendid team keep the band together. Project funds, for whatever government of the day decides what their priorities are, can be best facilitated by industry-led government and public service support initiatives like the AMGC. I would like this to see continue, and I would like government to see the value of it and co-invest with us and help us to support the government's agenda.
Can I just go back to something you said earlier? And I'm interested in your view because it's the polar opposite of the Productivity Commission's finding. So you said that more support for commercialisation, I think that was something that that you would support. The Productivity Commission has said that we spend too much on that. I'm interested in your view on that. And when I think of countries like Israel, where government is very supportive and spends money on, has a fund for projects and then for realisation of projects. I wonder, given that your view is different from the Productivity Commission's finding, I just wonder if you could expand on that.
Yes, I will not comment on the Productivity Commission because I have not read that from them in the granularity and detail how they stated. Yeah. But to your question, it is blindingly obvious that if you look on the scale of technology readiness level 1 to 9, where the money is being spent in Australia and where we run out of puff. It's obvious, it's undisputed. And it's a hard call to go to university and say to them, you're getting too much money. But I have always endeavored to work with universities and pull them into the work we are doing in the commercialization value of death in the area of the technology readiness level 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8, and help them solving industry problem. I'm not advocating against the basic research. It's very important for the problems which occur and need to be solved in 20, 30 years. However, if we want to be a capable country in regards to manufacturing, we need to fund more in these areas. Now, we have a few initiatives. We have, for example, the CRCs. However, the CRCs are also mainly research-driven and industry is being brought on board, not the other way around. Whereas the growth center is industry-driven and we bring research on board. So we are the CRC is a supply-driven idea. Like we have an idea looking like a hammer for a nail. I'm exaggerating provocatively. Whereas industry has a problem to solve and pulls in research where they see need for the realization to satisfy a demand. That's the difference. And this is where we need to invest more.
I'm being wrapped up by the chair, but yes, the Productivity Commission argued that R&D support should be targeted at basic and strategic research and not at commercialisation. So I think you've addressed that. So could I thank you very much, Dr. Gunnerman, and I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you for your questions. It's a pleasure.
Oh,
Thank you, Senator Kitching. Senator Patrick, you have the call.
Yeah, look, I've just got one sort of supplementary question. It relates to a statement you made during your opening statement, Mr. Gunnerman. You suggested that looking at employment numbers doesn't necessarily tell all of the picture because of automation. I wonder if you could just confirm that's not the case for GDP measurements, because by way of GDP measurements we are still way down we're below Botswana and Rwanda in terms of percentage of GDP for manufacturing, which is disturbing. Is that a correct measure we can use?
Senator Patrick, I understand the challenge of measuring, because the way we look at manufacturing as a capability cutting across other verticals, it's always the question: if you make a vaccine, are you a manufacturer or are you working in the health sector? And the answer is you're both. It's very hard to count. So wherever something is being made in adjacent verticals, this is what we call manufacturing. So therefore, measuring the true value of the jobs along the smiley curve is very difficult. I advocate on page 3 in our smiley curve that we have 1.3 million Australian manufacturers, and we see a decline in the middle part of that curve, and we see an increase on the beginning and the end of the curve, where the higher value, more paying and higher qualified jobs are. So that is the start of measuring that. Now, in regard to the automation, we have high value production jobs. Producing a vaccine is highly complex and desirable to be able to do so, and I would not suggest that it's a low value adding job. In general, I would like to see the smiley curve being lifted in Australia in general. Not sure whether I completely answered your question, Senator. If you want to follow up, please.
Well, I was just really wondering how the best way to measure things are. If it's not employees, if it's not GDP, because as you say, there's manufacturing occurring that might get counted in other areas. How do you realistically measure it?
So I would like to measure it along the entire value chain. If I may, I follow up with that and show you how we measured it for Australia. We have a little report in that regard. You find this also on our website, which is called Advanced Manufacturing, a New Definition for a New Era. This is how we describe how we measure the 1.3 million. Number one. Number two, quantity and quality is not the same. We like not to see the sheer heads being counted, but also where are the heads on the smiley curve. We like to see more manufacturing jobs in the higher value adding jobs before and after production, the pre and post-production intangibles, because these are the jobs which make Australia globally competitive and which are a better fit for our lifestyle, our income level. Now, countries we talked about before are not known as cheap labor countries, but they are globally manufacturing powerhouses because they are better, not cheaper.
Yeah, okay, but so your metric that you're using, I just wonder if you've done any longitudinal research, and because I want to be able to measure. Are we getting more? Are we getting less? And
yes.
It seems complicated.
Yes. So the public view, supported by the S figures measuring the production part, is manufacturing is declining. Our view is it's increasing because it's reshifting along the smiley curve. Manufacturing is expanding. The public view is that automotive in Australia has been declining in the last 4 years. just because we stopped with the silly assembly of Lego and IKEA from General Motor Cars called Holden. In fact, automotive jobs in Australia in the last 4 years have increased. Nobody tells us this because we still hurt in our pride we can't make cars. But we have globally competitive automotive companies who deliver into global value chains, and they get a little slice out of a big cake than 100% of nothing. This is the ugly truth. And this is why I see that the quality of the jobs along the smiley curve, especially in the pre and post-production intangibles, are the ones we need to have a look at. And this is increasing qualitatively and quantitatively.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Dr. Gunnerman, our time with you is coming to an end, unfortunately. But if I can, maybe you could take this on notice. I'm really interested in obtaining more data with respect to the, I think, tremendous leverage you've achieved in terms of the funds you've been provided and the jobs that have been created, the additional investment that's been generated, and the new revenue in this space. I think that would particularly assist me, at least, in terms of fully comprehending the success of what you've achieved. And as part of that, if there are any case studies you can give us which draw this out into stark relief, I think that would also be very useful from my perspective. So is it too much to ask for you to take that on notice and perhaps come back to the committee with some a further submission in that regard?
Not at all. It's an easy task on 2 out of 3 aspects. I can give you the evidence of the impact. I will support you with our case studies, which are published. So these 2 out of 3 things I can do. The most powerful and independent review I have no hands on, and that is the ACIL study, which investigated the growth centers, which has not been published yet. I think the privileges you possess will allow you to have insights, which I don't. I have only 3 leaked pages, and they paint, as I understand, a very flattering picture about the impact of the growth centers, especially as far as AMGC is concerned. I have no hands on that one, but that would be also something where I recommend you try to get a hand on that.
Do you actually know the timing on that one?
No, I don't.
Okay.
It has been done 9 months ago. We're still waiting, and there will be probably good reasons for that.
If perhaps you could just refer to that process. You can't refer to the outcome, but in terms of your additional submission, if you can just refer to that process, that would be useful, and we might be able to follow that up through other means.
Chair, the Secretariat might be able to assist us with that.
Okay, excellent.
Could I just also note, Dr. Gunnerman, I just realised that you're an Australian skydiving champion. So just to note that, it's amazing.
Well, yeah, well, that will be another inquiry, but yes, thank you very much. You see a picture behind me. That is my oldest of 4 children. When he was 7 years old, I did a tandem skydive with him, and that is still an Australian record he holds. I have lost my record.
Oh, well, okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Dr. Gunnerman. I think you're cut from a different roll of cloth than I am. That would be a bit of a leap, excuse the pun, for me to take to engage in that activity. But I will never look at a piece of apple pie the same after your evidence today.
Well, there was Paul Sagan, but you can take it as a quote from me that everybody can make 1 skydive at least.
Excellent. Good on you. Thank you, Dr. Gunnerman. We very much we gained a lot from your appearance today. So
thank you for having me.
Thank you for appearing as a witness. I would ask you to now disconnect from the video conference. You can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through live stream on the Parliament's website. I now welcome representatives from the Centre for Future Work. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I would also like to advise you that any questions or notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Hey, Senator Scarr, I am Jim Stanford. I am the economist and director of the Centre for Future Work.
Thank you. Do you have an opening?
My colleague will introduce himself quickly as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Senators. Apologies. I'm Mark Dean, Carmichael Distinguished Research Fellow at the Centre for Future Work.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Dean. Dr. Stanford, do you have an opening statement?
Yeah, it's a very short one, Senator. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in your very important deliberations. The Centre for Future Work is a labour economics think tank. We're associated with the Australia Institute based in Canberra. We have done work on the strategic and economic importance of the manufacturing for several years. We have obviously made a submission to your inquiry that you have. Let me just quickly summarize the main themes. Manufacturing is not just another sector, and our interest in manufacturing is not, a nostalgia for industrial days gone by. There are important qualitative and strategic features of manufacturing that explain why it retains an importance in our economy that it goes beyond just the amount of GDP or the number of jobs or whatever other measure Dr. Gunnigan might want to specify of its dimensions, but in fact underpins broader economic success and prosperity. Some of these features include the unique innovation intensity of manufacturing. 4% of manufacturing GDP is reinvested in R&D, and that's more than any other sector. You cannot have an innovation economy without a manufacturing sector that both uses innovations and undertakes more innovation. Unique potential for high and rising productivity growth. It supports better jobs, more stable jobs, and potentially higher income jobs. It is uniquely export intensive. 70% of world trade consists of manufacturers. And so if we aren't present in a competitive way in manufacturing, we're shutting ourselves out of most world trade. And the impact of manufacturing in anchoring long and diverse and important supply chains. Our research suggests that the manufacturing sector buys $260 billion worth of goods and services from the whole range of different suppliers that it patronizes. Unfortunately, Australia has an unnaturally small manufacturing sector, and our submission reviewed some of our estimates in that regard. In 2017-18, the most recent financial year for which we have data, Australia was consuming a lot of manufactured goods, estimated $563 billion worth. So it isn't that we live in a post-industrial economy where we don't need manufacturers. That's not it at all. But our shipments of manufactured goods, 382 billion that same year, were much, much smaller than our use. In fact, the ratio of the two, what we called a self-sufficiency ratio, 68% for Australia that year, was the lowest of any OECD country, And in fact, if we were successful in a strategy to rebuild manufacturing to a proportional size equivalent to the amount that we use, then we would create $200 billion in additional shipments and over 400,000 new jobs in the sector. And I think that's a reasonable goal to set, that Australia should be contributing as much to this uniquely important industry as we consume from it. Various reasons over history why our manufacturing sector is stunted and disproportionately small. Many of them, I would say, rooted in policy failures of various governments over the years, an underappreciation of the strategic importance of manufacturing, the abandonment of active industry policy strategies, an overemphasis on resource extraction as the base for Australia's development and participation in world trade. And that has had several negative side effects on manufacturing. And an approach to international trade policy, which I would say is unbalanced and naive. Our submission makes several suggestions of areas where this weakness could be overcome, including the more active use of public procurement, more hands-on innovation supports, targeted fiscal support for key investments in manufacturing industries, obviously skills and training strategies. One important one is, of course, the link between manufacturing's future trajectory and Australia's unique endowment of renewable energy resources. And some of our work has emphasized the potential industrial spin-offs into the manufacturing sector of the more fulsome and ambitious development of Australia's renewable energy sources and linking them to both industries which use renewable energy as an input, but also industries which can supply the sophisticated goods and equipment and machinery involved in the development of renewable energy. In that regard, I'm asking my colleague, Dr. Dean, for 1 minute's worth. He's studied the potential of the electric vehicle transformation, the movement of the global auto industry towards electric vehicles as an opening for the revitalization of vehicle manufacturing here in Australia. Mark, please sum up your findings, and then we'll let the senators take it away.
Thank you, Jim. Australia faces significant opportunities to rebuild an environmentally sustainable manufacturing sector, but this requires industry policy that's designed with an electric vehicle-led manufacturing transformation at its centre. Australia has many of the crucial components of an electric vehicle manufacturing industry, including rich mineral reserves, an advanced industrial base, a highly skilled workforce, and consumer interest in EVs. But what we lack is an overarching, coordinating, and strategic federal industry policy that recognises the enormous value-adding opportunities of EV industries for the whole economy. The current federal strategy for EVs lacks the most basic elements needed to drive a sustainable manufacturing transformation. And this is why Australia must develop a sophisticated EV industry policy that harnesses our existing and historical capabilities, coordinates them to prepare Australian manufacturing for the climate challenge, makes Australia a world leader in renewable technology innovation, and creates prosperity for Australian workers, families, and communities. With better political choices, Australia can achieve this, but it must begin with an industry policy response to manufacturing that's focused on the electric vehicles opportunities at hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the call then to Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Stanford and Dr. Dean, for being there and for your opening comments as well. Your submission talks about renewables manufacturing, and you've just talked about it there as well. And you say that climate policy should accelerate the transformation of our manufacturing in a range of areas like green steel, lithium batteries, electric vehicles, which you've just referenced again, and wind and solar equipment. And your submission also raises
I think Senator Walsh might be dropping out. I just can't hear her at the moment.
Yes, it seems that her feed has gone offline there.
Okay.
It's Senator Pratt here. I'm able to pick up questions if you like.
Okay, Senator Pratt, I'll give you the call until Senator Walsh can come back online. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of electric vehicle industries, how far do you think we've gone in having... Sorry, I've got a little bit of feedback that I need to resolve at my end. Hang on. We still have a car manufacturing industry of sorts. Are you able to... I think we need to leverage from the existing industry into electric vehicles.
Mark, can you answer that in terms of using our remaining industrial base in the auto manufacturing sector?
Mr. Dean, I think Dr. Stanford referred that question to you. Did you pick that up?
Sorry, Senator, no, I unfortunately didn't pick it up. But I think I caught something about the industrial base for our existing manufacturing sector and harnessing that for EVs.
Yeah, that's right. So in terms of using the manufacturing capacity we have now, and in terms of leveraging off that, harnessing that with respect to manufacturing or production of electric vehicles.
Right. Thank you, Senator. Yes, absolutely. I think that we have, besides our history and the existing industrial capabilities we have in a skilled workforce, in existing capital equipment that remains in the country, it's really just a matter of committing to a strategic redeployment of those resources to build an EV industry in Australia. We can certainly do that with the right industry policy settings. And it's important that, as Dr. Stanford mentioned in his opening statement, that we link those industries to our resources sector, for example. Building that connection and developing supply chains between the primary sector and the manufacturing sector will be critical to driving EV-driven manufacturing rebuilding. And I think that one of the greatest examples of that is the case of lithium. So we have enormous reserves of lithium, and at present we export our raw commodities to other countries where those lithium resources are manufactured into lithium-ion batteries for use in electric vehicles. That, at the moment, the revenue that Australia gains from that, according to the Future Batteries Industry CRC, is $1.13 billion. But if we were to actually process that lithium in Australia and build an electric vehicle battery industry, we're looking at an estimate of annually $22.1 billion. So that's nearly 20 times the revenue we'd receive to build a manufacturing industry. And that's only looking at the opportunities for electric vehicle batteries, not the remaining supply chain in manufacturing, which could be very easily retooled for building electric vehicles.
But Mr. Dean, what are the barriers, right? So you've identified that opportunity in terms of value adding to lithium through the supply chain, if you like, adding value to convert the lithium incorporated into lithium-based batteries for the electric vehicle industry. What are the barriers between extending the industry, getting that depth of value adding, going from being a producer of lithium, an exporter of lithium, to becoming an actual manufacturer of electric vehicle batteries?
In one phrase, the lack of industry policy, I think that's strategic. There needs to be a federal and federally coordinating industry policy strategy in place to actually shape the direction of our industrial capabilities. As I mentioned, we have a history of manufacturing in the automotive sector, particularly in Australia, and that has actually set us on a particular pathway, which means that as we let more of that automotive supply chain go, we actually lose a lot of the capabilities and skills related to that. So the first step is obviously coordinating that and overcoming that barrier of simply having no strategy for such an important industry within the manufacturing sector. There are other barriers, such as I think at present the federal government's political lack of appetite, lack of will, and making what we believe are the not the right political choices to actually see the enormous potential in manufacturing, particularly as we enter a new age of renewable industries, as the world shifts away from fossil fuels. And understanding that our mining industries aren't necessarily part of saying goodbye to fossil fuel industries, but rather something that we can actually harness for renewable ends. So they are barriers. there are obviously barriers in the supply chain itself. A concerted effort to map the supply chains and understand what our weaknesses are and how those gaps can be plugged. For example, an OECD report recently analysed Australia's businesses, and we at present lack significant numbers of medium-sized businesses, which are the ones that can actually connect to the large suppliers, which are often international, and the local small businesses in SMEs and things like that. So there are barriers to actually building out the middle of our business community, our industrial capacity, because that's where the employment is, that's where the skills transfer and the technology transfer exists to flow on through supply chains and raise all business up through value chains in the manufacturing industry.
Are you on mute, Chair?
Just one more question from me. I was on mute, Senator Walsh, thank you. Just one more question from me before I give the call to Senator Walsh. It's one thing to have a plan and for the government to say, well, we want to go down this path, we're going to promote collaboration, we're going to have the right policy settings, etc. You still have that next step in terms of presumably the private sector making a decision that they are going to invest potentially hundreds of millions of dollars to establish a manufacturing base in Australia to add value to that lithium to create batteries for the electric vehicle industry. And they have options as to where they invest that capital. Do I invest it here? Do I invest it in Thailand? Do I invest it in Singapore? There are options with respect to the investment of that capital. What should be in that plan, in your view, to promote the making of decisions which would lead to the investment in this country as opposed to an investment overseas where there are other options?
Senator, perhaps I can jump in on that one, because I think that the tools or levers of the actual plan, of the industry policy itself, are not dissimilar in the case of batteries or other electric vehicle components than to other industries where governments, for similar reasons, have tried to expand the footprint of a desirable export-oriented, innovation-intensive sector, whether that's traditional automotive products or aerospace or pharmaceuticals or some of the other prime industries that governments around the world have consistently tried to nurture within their own domestic economies. Those traditional tools of industry policy would apply in the case of electric vehicles and electric vehicle components. They would include certainly a new approach to trying to foster Australian content in imports and exports. They could include the more active wielding of government procurement policy to make sure that when government is buying things, they use that as a lever for stimulating further investment and production in Australia. Obviously includes direct support for targeted innovation and R&D and development activity along the lines of some of the sort of mission-oriented innovation strategies that other countries have pursued. It would certainly include a very proactive hands-on vision with skills and training to make sure that the workforce that remains from our previous automotive manufacturing, including in the supply chain, has the capabilities to move quickly into new positions that would use similar skills but different skills in producing electric vehicles and components. So the tools of active policy are there. The toolkit has been used successfully by other countries and by Australia and other industries in the past. And you're right, Senator, it always will require a private company to say, we're going to put the money there and we're going to build this and we're going to do this in Australia. But through a combination of carrots and sticks, if you like, positive incentives to do it in Australia, and requirements, regulatory requirements, particularly in the areas of procurement, for example, that this work be done in Australia, then you alter the private cost benefit decisions that those companies make about their location decisions, and win more of that investment, more of that work for Australia. I think the lessons, the technology is different and the product is different, but the policy lessons are very similar and very familiar.
Thank you, Dr. Stanford. Senator Walsh, you're with us. You've got the call again.
Thank you very much, Chair. Fingers crossed for my technology. It sounds like you've been continuing on the thread of the government's sort of climate approaches and renewable energy manufacturing. So I'll just sort of jump back in and say that the government's approach places a lot of emphasis on the role of carbon capture and storage, and we've just had some more announcements this week about funding for carbon capture and storage. What do you think are the implications for that sort of approach on our ability as a country to exploit the opportunities that I've heard you talking about in relation to building renewables manufacturing?
Well, in our judgment, Senator, I think the emphasis on carbon capture and storage is misplaced for several reasons. First of all, it is going to facilitate the continued production and over-reliance on fossil fuels in Australia's energy system and in our economy by somehow saying, you know, if we get carbon capture and storage to finally work, we can keep doing what we're already doing. But the reality is the rest of the world is going to not be buying our fossil fuels, whether we continue to produce them or not, given the accelerating transformation that's happening globally. So this, in a way, is giving false hope, I would say, to industries that have to be grappling with a transition that is already upon us. Secondly, there's the opportunity cost of the money that's spent on carbon capture and storage itself. The past experience with these technologies has been very negative in terms of the amount of money that's been spent and the actual still dubious feasibility of the technologies. Thirdly, it sends, I would say, a negative signal to investors and businesses in the rest of the world that Australia is still thinking about how to preserve fossil fuel production rather than jumping on the bandwagon of renewable energy technologies and all of the industrial spin-offs that those could produce. So I think for all those reasons, that aspect of the climate plan that has been discussed in the last couple of weeks is quite misplaced.
Okay, thank you. I mean, there's a lot of discussion on around these sort of, you know, green jobs in steel and batteries and vehicles and wind and solar equipment. Is there a sort of a global race on for these jobs and to attract these industries? And how do you think Australia is currently positioned in that race?
Well, there's certainly huge potential in renewable energy technologies themselves, but also the industries that are connected to those technologies for future investment, exports, and employment. So, you know, the jobs associated with the rollout of renewable energy itself can and should be quite significant. We've been particularly interested in the industrial connections to renewable energy, both going upstream and going downstream, if you like. If you think of a major renewable energy project, it itself has a requirement for very important inputs of quite sophisticated manufactured products. You know, everything from the panels and windmills in solar and wind panels, wind systems to transmission equipment, batteries, obviously, and other electronic components. So the development of renewable energy itself will provide a powerful stimulus to manufacturing industries. And if we manage that correctly and make sure that Australia has a strong share of those inputs, that will help. Then there are the industries which use renewable energy as an input in order to power their own development. So this is where we get things like the potential of metal manufacturing to use renewable energy and thereby achieve a higher standard of reduced carbon footprint, which customers of metal around the world are demanding. Things like obviously hydrogen that could be made with renewable energy and hence is both truly sustainable, not produced with fossil fuels itself, and highly transportable. and so on. So both upstream and downstream, the industrial spin-offs from a consistent, ambitious renewable energy strategy are very positive. Other countries, of course, are thinking exactly the same thing. Other countries would look at Australia with envy because the renewable energy resource itself in Australia is unmatched. The capacity, given our geography and our climate, to produce renewable energy of all kinds is absolutely unmatched. So they would look at Australia with envy and no doubt extreme puzzlement that we haven't seized that endowment, that good fortune, if you like, to make the most of it. But that's not holding them back. So, you know, whether you're looking at Northern Europe or Japan or China, North America, you're seeing countries around the world that are saying, this is where the action is at in the future, and we've got to position our industries to make sure that we get a healthy share of the gains.
So I gather from that you're saying that we are very well positioned in terms of our natural assets, but when you're looking to the government framework for developing those and for growing our renewables industries, you have some concerns about that framework. Is the government framework at the moment positioning us to win and attract and retain those jobs of the future, or are those jobs of the future at risk because of our approach today?
I think both the development of renewable energy itself and then these industrial spin-offs, upstream and downstream, that I've been emphasizing, have been held back unnecessarily by a record of inconsistency in Australia's approach to energy policy, an on again, off again situation, and again where the energy policy just became obviously a highly politicized lever, if you like, for electoral purposes rather than thinking through the long-term consistent commitment to renewable energy that both environmental concerns and economic strategy would require. And I don't think that problem has been fixed. You know, we have had the government which has made some important symbolic indications about its commitment on the surface to internationally accepted benchmarks like net zero by 2050. But that has yet to be reinforced with a plan that is believable, not believable for those that are concerned with the environment, and also not believable for those who could be putting hundreds of millions or billions of dollars into both renewable energy projects in Australia and the industrial spin-offs upstream and downstream that could be leveraged by those investments. So I think a prerequisite to make the most of the renewable energy opportunity which Australian manufacturing faces is to get serious and solid and consistent in a plan that says Australia will be a leader in making the most of this unique endowment, rather than kind of finessing it with strategies that try to meet an international obligation which can't be ignored, but not in a way that really leverages change on the ground level of the economy.
You talked before about the importance of local content rules, and we've seen local content rules operate at a state level in relation to renewables manufacturing, but the federal government has no local content plans, to ensure that there are jobs in things like making wind towers and turbines and so on here in Australia. Without those sort of local content provisions, what guarantees do we have that any sort of transformation that is occurring won't just generate jobs overseas instead of generating local jobs in local manufacturing?
Mm-hmm. Well, without direct targets and tools to achieve those targets in domestic content, in again the renewable energy projects themselves and the industrial spin-offs upstream and downstream, to those projects. There is no guarantee that Australia will get that work. There are some things, of course, some aspects of the work that are inherently localized and that will be in Australia of necessity to the project. But particularly for the manufactured inputs, which can be traded, which can be transported internationally, there is not an inherent reason why that work should be done here. And as I mentioned in response to Senator Pratt's question, we need a combination of carrots and sticks to ensure that businesses say, yeah, Australia is going to use a lot of these products, and we're going to make a lot of them in Australia for various reasons, not least of which is the Australian governments are requiring that certain thresholds of domestic content be met in some of these strategic investments. Countries around the world do this regularly, and Australia does it in some sectors, but not consistently across the board. So this is the application of a tried and true policy lever, the use of procurement tied to government supported or government participating investment projects that helps to give those industries an important initial footprint, helps them get to critical scale, helps demonstrate to the rest of the world that this must be high quality stuff because the Australian government is insisting that they use it. These are all ways in which the use of active procurement strategies helps to lever greater investment and production and employment down the road.
Okay, thank you very much. I could ask many more questions, but I'm sharing the call.
Senator Pratt, we have just a few minutes left before the break.
Just
if you have some additional questions.
I've lived through the labour shortages when we were upscaling construction of new mining here in WA. What does a transition for different regions look like, particularly say Western Australia, where we do a lot of energy and mining exports, but we've had skill shortages traditionally, and the investments in mining have kind of hollowed out manufacturing at the time. To keep the balance right in keeping up with skills demand and making the most of, where we need to transition to, particularly in the context of energy policy, and I'll put them, I can hold them both in our minds in a time sense, is energy policy side manufacturing policy in terms of how government currently manages that. Where do we need to do better in that regard?
Well, thank you, Senator. Those are both big questions. On the skills front, the skills and the so-called labor shortage, I'm not a believer in a labor shortage in a generalized sense. We still have, at least 3 million Australians who want to work more than they are, either because they're unemployed or they're underemployed or they're not actively in the labor force. So the idea that we're running out of workers is not true, but certainly part of the challenge that we have to provide people with the right skills and put them in the right place to do the right jobs is certainly true. And, we've learned from other projects in our history, other major initiatives in our history, say most recently the submarine strategy in South Australia. We've learned how absolutely critical it is to have a very strong and well-defined and well-planned skills pipeline feeding into any of these major industrial projects that we undertake. And that would certainly apply to any of the things that we're talking about here, such as electric vehicle manufacturing. Dr. Dean's work has detailed, I think, many of the specific skills requirements that would have to be part of an industry plan. So it can be done, but it requires attention, it requires planning, it requires a consistency in the vision for how the industry is going to unfold. Because one of the things that holds back people from taking new training and getting a new qualification is great uncertainty as to whether the job is going to be there in the end. And when the whole future of the industry is held hostage to kind of the to's and fro's of weekly politics, that certainty and confidence just isn't going to be there. So, making a commitment and sticking to it that these energy projects and the industrial spin-offs from them are going to be central to our policy for years to come will help, as well as the resources that have to go to the TAFEs and other training resources to make sure that we provide the workers that those projects need. In terms of your second question on the general link between energy and manufacturing, you know, it's obvious that manufacturing is an energy intensive sector and all manufacturing needs energy. So in that regard, having stable and competitive energy, and now competitive also means sustainable. You cannot export high value manufacturers to the rest of the world if they don't know that the energy embodied in those products is sustainable. We're going to pay carbon tariffs. We're going to face restrictions on our ability to sell these products internationally. We're going to face lower prices because only suppliers that meet sustainability targets are going to be able to command the higher prices. So for all those reasons, having competitive energy for manufacturing absolutely means having sustainable energy for manufacturing today. And luckily, no one has more potential to do that than Australia.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stanford, and thank you, Senator Pratt. I'm so pleased you could join us again. And Dr. Stanford and your colleague, thanks very much for your evidence today, Mr. Dean. It's greatly appreciated. That now brings your testimony to a conclusion. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference. You can continue to observe the hearing should you wish to do so through the live stream on Parliament's website. And the committee will now break for 10 minutes and resume at 10:40 a.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, Senators.
Proceedings, and I see we do have Professor Bradlow with us. Professor, can you hear me? Excellent.
I can. Can you hear me?
Thank you. So I have some words I'm going to say, and then we'll go over to you. The committee will now resume, and I'd like to now welcome representatives of the Australian Academy of Technology and Engineering. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and it's available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business 1 December 2021. I invite you, Professor Bradlow, to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Hugh Bradlow. I appear as President of the Australian Academy of Technology and Engineering. Senators, we have sent you our opening remarks, but I would like the opportunity just to emphasize some of the key points. I won't read them because I'm sure you can read as well or better than I can. But I will start off by just acknowledging the custodians of the land on which I meet you today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. So in terms of modern manufacturing, we've reached a somewhat unique inflection point in that we've had a very sharp need exposed by COVID-19 and the threat to our supply chains, and also the lack of sovereign capability in key technologies. Just to give you one example, 70% of the world's computer chips come out of one small country, which is in a turbulent area. Secondly, we have also got the opportunity to use a range of new technologies which 5 years ago would have been considered emerging, but today are starting to become mainstream. So we're seeing technologies such as Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, digital twins, additive manufacturing, the recycling of products at the end of their life, the recovery of critical metals such as lithium from recycling, and that's going to be extremely important because those metals are in short supply. And in the future, even radical new technologies such as quantum computing, they will all transform our ability as a country to become a manufacturing powerhouse, provided we grasp the opportunities. The Academy has 4 key recommendations for government. The first is what you would expect, is that we think government needs to be an anchor tenant for solutions that deliver modern manufacturing with these new technologies, and at the same time put in place the regulatory framework to ensure that the technologies are adopted. The second key issue is that the traditional manufacturing skills will no longer be applicable in this brave new future. We need a STEM skilled workforce. The sorts of people who are going to be employed in manufacturing are going to need to have digital skills, data collection skills, analysis skills, and a range of skills that come from high levels of STEM training. And today, we have a significant issue as a nation in that only 12% of Year 12 students are actually taking mathematics at an advanced level that would enable them to really become proficient in these skills. And that has been the case since 2012, and we have seen no improvement in the last decade. So that is our second recommendation, that there needs to be a considerable focus on that. The third area is these solutions, these technology solutions require research and development. We have an active and vibrant research and development environment. And what we need is to ensure that those research outcomes are translated into advances by Australian industry. And the last area we make recommendations is that a lot of these new technologies and new manufacturing solutions are heavily dependent on power, and therefore the use of renewable cheap power over a long term will be critical, and Australia again has a huge opportunity in that regard. So in closing, I think Australia is well positioned to become a new manufacturing powerhouse. The Academy can provide assistance based on our independence, our impartiality, and the skill base that we have. And I commend to you 3 reports that we've done over the past few years to look at the technology readiness of different industries: transport, medical, technology, and waste and recycling. And these are available to the committee should you wish to refer to them. And with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, Senators, to speak to you and to be open to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Professor Bradlow, and thank you and to the Academy for thank you for appearing, and to the Academy for the submission. I certainly found it very informative, and I'm sure all my fellow senators found it informative. Just to let you know, it's of course Remembrance Day, so at 11 o'clock we will just take 1 minute silence for Remembrance Day. So I will ask a number of questions, if I can, that lead us up to that, and then 2 of my colleagues have indicated that they've got questions as well. On page 2 of the Academy submission, there's, and I'll quote it to you, so to make it as easy as possible. It says, "Furthermore, as knowledge of how industry can use technology to support manufacturing is becoming increasingly siloed," end quote. And I was interested in that concept of the siloing, if you like, of technology to support manufacturing, and what perhaps is driving that. What are the factors that have driven that phenomenon?
I think, Senator, the answer to that is the increasing complexity and range of different technologies that are required to produce a manufacturing solution. So if you take, for example, waste and recycling, it requires digital technologies like Industry 4.0 to make it efficient. It requires chemical technologies and chemical understanding to make it to enable the solutions. And then it requires process technologies. And all of these are very complex technologies which tend to develop in isolation from each other. So I think that's what the comment was referring to.
All right. So, okay. If I could move to the issue of STEM skills, and as you were referring to that, a number of things came to mind. One was that witnesses or evidence submissions we've received from other witnesses have indicated that the cost in Australia of advanced engineering skills is actually less than it is in some of the more some other countries, say in Germany or wherever comparatively. I'm interested in that phenomenon, because it seems there's a shortage on the one hand, but then the cost of those skills in the Australian market is less than they are in comparatively in other markets. I'm just curious to know if that's a phenomenon which you're aware of, and any comments you have with respect to that.
I thank you, Senator. I believe that goes to the issue that we don't pay our engineers enough. I mean, of course, I would say that I'm an engineer, but a retired one, so I'd have no skin in this game. But the fact is that economies such as the East Asian economies and the European economies like Germany tend to value their engineering skills far more greatly than we do. And that reflects itself in the salaries that are paid to engineers, and is one of the reasons why I believe there's a shortage of engineers in this country. It's not as though we don't have the educational system or the skills to do it. It's a reflection of the salaries which people are paid, which, if you want good people in these high skilled areas, you're going to have to pay more.
Yeah, and so when I mean, we all look at these things through the prism of our own personal experiences to some extent. So when I was going to high school, and I'm in my early 50s, there was a tendency for the smarter students in my cohort to do sciences, advanced mathematics, and then what were perceived to be the more challenging subjects in terms of in terms of the work required. We're trying to encourage young boys and girls, especially girls, to try and go into the STEM subjects and to do advanced mathematics, then to go on and do engineering at university. But from what you're saying, in the last 10 years, there hasn't been a material improvement in terms of students undertaking advanced mathematics at high school, which must form the basis for a lot of these disciplines. Why is it that some of the factors, the policies which we've adopted, don't appear to be working as well as we would hope them to work? Do you have any comments you can, as an engineer by training? My father's an engineer by training as well. So can you give us any of your thoughts as to why the policies we now have maybe aren't having the positive impact we would hope, and how we could tweak them so that we get greater positive impact?
Thank you, Senator. We do have very strong views as an academy on this issue. We believe there's systemic issues in the school education system that discourage students from taking up the key subjects like mathematics in order to become proficient in these new disciplines. At the junior school level, we have teachers who are somewhat intimidated by having to teach mathematics and the sciences. So there's a lack of sufficient training and qualification for junior school teachers, which is where the root of the problem originates from. But at high school, when I was being taught at high school, I was taught mathematics by a person who'd done a mathematics degree and then done a one-year certificate in teacher training, or pedagogy as it's called now. Today, teachers are trained they do a 4-year Bachelor of Ed or 3-year Bachelor of Education degree, which focuses on pedagogy, but doesn't focus on the core disciplines. And they never achieve the comfort that a person who's gone through a pure science or a pure mathematics degree achieves with that subject. And we believe that that's another systemic issue that should be addressed to ensure that the students are getting taught at a level which inspires and encourages them to do these topics. And then the third thing is that we talked about the valuation of engineers in the workforce. So salaries will need to increase in that regard. And then the final thing is many females are discouraged from going into engineering because it's currently a heavily male-dominated environment, both at university and in the workplace. And it's particularly in the workplace that we are concerned about. And unless you actually start making that environment much more inclusive for a diverse group of people, particularly females, then we will constantly struggle to get the numbers that we need.
Yeah. Is there an opportunity for us to look to bring engineers who do have the relevant academic background? They've built careers in say the private sector. I come from the mining industry, and I worked with engineers. One in particular comes to mind who did a pure mathematics degree and then went into chemical metallurgical science at university. Is there an opportunity to try and bring some of those people back into the education sphere at the appropriate time in their careers, so they can bring those skills, but also that passion for how the STEM subjects actually lead to real world changing innovation and making a difference to people all over the world? Is there an opportunity for us to try and promote that more?
There most definitely is an opportunity, and I know of many engineers who are either in the workforce or retired who would welcome the opportunity to be in the classroom. They would need additional training in the pedagogy, as I said, but there definitely is that opportunity, and there are initiatives trying to achieve that. So to give you one example, we've just taken on an initiative called Computer Science in Schools, where the aim is to assist schools teaching computer science by getting practitioners out of industry to come and run modules of their in-curriculum courses for them. And that's turning out to be extremely successful, and it's growing very quickly. We make it freely available to the schools, and we get sponsorship from various organizations who see the importance of the problem and the need. And then we put those people, usually donated by their employer. These are mostly not retired people, and they go into the schools and teach modules and assist, more importantly, assist the teachers in teaching modules that the teachers often will be unfamiliar with. You may have been trained in mathematics in the 80s and not have a good familiarity with computer science, which is a discipline that's really emerged strongly since then. So those are the types of initiatives that we believe have value. And of course, we're always looking for more support for those initiatives. We have another initiative where we offer schools kits that enable them to instantiate somewhat esoteric concepts more practically for the students. So, powering a house off solar power and then having the kids do measurements and experiments. Also a part of the curriculum. We're not trying to do extracurricular things here. We're trying to strengthen the teaching in the curriculum.
So there was one initiative I'm aware of in a Queensland context where a company developed these mini rockets that they could sell as a package to a school. I think the cost was about $50,000, but it encapsulated all of the various STEM disciplines in terms of how this mini rocket worked. And I saw this being taught, the pedagogy associated with it, and you could just see the excitement amongst the students as they were so invested intellectually and emotionally in their mini rocket. Are these the sorts of things we need to look at in terms of to increasing the excitement and passion for the STEM subjects?
Agreed. We have a Queensland initiative called Wonder of Science, where we get postgraduate students to go to rural and remote schools and teach them science. And that's also a very good way to harness that postgraduate skill base.
Okay. I'll just ask one more question and then we'll have I think we'll be going to the 1 minute silence, and then I'll give the call to my other senators, Professor Bradlow, if I could. But there was a point in your submission I just wanted to tease out if I could, and that was there's a reference to developing Indigenous knowledge into innovative engineering and manufacturing methods. And that's on page 3. I'm just wondering if you could give us any examples of how that might occur, just some practical examples to put some context around that.
Sure. Senator, it's not an area I have strong expertise in myself, but I understand that some of the spinifex grasses that are grown using Indigenous methods can be turned into materials, cloth for manufacturing, for manufacturing clothes. And that's the one example I'm aware of.
Okay, so it's in that context, it's harnessing the knowledge of our First Nations people with respect to the natural environment, and how that knowledge could lead to identification of potential products and leveraging off the natural environment. And I guess you also see this in the medical sphere, where a lot of products are identified in the natural environment, which actually then enter into the medical sphere. Is that another potential example?
Exactly, yeah. As I say, unfortunately, I don't have the specific knowledge of that, but yes, that is definitely.
I wonder if you could just take on notice, if you could maybe just discuss with some of your colleagues, and if they could just provide one or two practical examples. I just think that would be useful, because it was a point in the submission that stood out to me, and something I was interested in. I think it would just be good if we can give some, we can consider some practical examples of the opportunities in that space. And with that, I might just ask everyone participating to provide or give 1 minute or observe 1 minute silence. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for that. Senator Walsh, you have the call.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Professor, for being there for us today. You, in your opening statement at point 4, you talked about the imperative to take advantage of Australia's renewable energy resources and set up new areas of manufacturing associated with a decarbonising economy. I'm wondering if you can give us your sort of broad assessment of the main things that we need to do to achieve that goal.
Yeah, so, starting off on the premise that because we've got lots of land and sun, you can use renewables to generate power, both wind and solar. There are significant industries that are entirely dependent on power generation. So to give you 2 examples, obviously aluminium smelting is one, and the cost of power from renewables, once you put in the infrastructure, is basically zero. So it gives opportunities to create industries like that. But there are other less obvious opportunities that come with that. For example, I've been to farms that are built in old factories in urban centers like Newark in New Jersey, where they do basically indoor farming. It's if you like, farming like a manufacturing plant, and that requires a lot of solar, a lot of energy, because they use lights to illuminate and to create the photosynthesis in the process, and therefore they want to put those plants in places where they can get cheap energy for long periods of time. And so those are just 2 examples of the way in which renewable energy can be used in manufacturing. But on top of that, obviously, the creation of the renewable plants themselves, the solar panels, for example, there's an opportunity for recycling of the solar panels, which would make the next generation not as dependent on key resources, key mineral resources as they are now, or at least extend the life of those mineral resources in their useful power. So those are the types of things that we had in mind.
Thank you. The Academy made a response to the government's 2050 net zero plan, calling for stronger midterm targets supported by existing and emerging renewables technologies. What is the risk to Australian manufacturing of not having those stronger midterm targets and not supporting the existing renewable technologies?
Well, there are a few risks. Let me speak to them from a technology perspective first. If technology is not something that gets born overnight, it's not like the birth of Venus coming out of a shell. It's something that you have to iterate over time. What people refer to as technology cycles, where each new iteration improves the capability of the technology, lowers the cost, makes it more efficient. So if you don't get in early, then you're always going to be behind in those technology cycles. So it's important that you start adopting available technologies as soon as they're ready. That's not to say you don't want to invest in emerging technologies, but you still need to use the existing technologies. The second thing is that if you do a business case on power generation, then a lot depends on the length of time you expect to amortize that infrastructure over. So when you built a power station 30 years ago, you may have said, I'm going to have a 30-year life for a coal-fired power station. That would have been a realistic expectation. In today's world, it is not realistic to expect that a coal-fired power station would have a 30-year life. In fact, there are people predicting that the life may be as low as 10 years, and that has a huge impact on the actual cost of power generation. So we have to look in the longer term at the cost of amortization of the infrastructure in order to ensure that we are truly getting the power at the lowest possible cost. And then there are obvious political consequences like tariffs being imposed by other countries on us for not having low carbon production. And then the final thing is we're already starting to see overseas investors withdrawing investment because of our commitments or lack thereof to those shorter term targets. Sorry, Senator, you're on mute.
Thank you, Professor. And what are the implications of that for the future of advanced manufacturing jobs in renewables in Australia?
Look, the issue with jobs is always tricky because the jobs of tomorrow will not be the same as the jobs of today, as I make clear. The jobs of tomorrow in the actual manufacturing sector will involve high levels of engineering, digital skills and the like. But on the other hand, the creation of new jobs will emerge from the wealth that produces. And these new manufacturing technologies will produce new services, new opportunities that will create jobs as well. I think every economist believes that the overall, all boats lift with the tide and that overall more jobs will be created. But if we don't have the key skills, then that becomes very difficult to actually set the wheels in motion, and that will have a severe impact on jobs.
So just in terms of the fact that we don't currently have 2030 targets in Australia to sort of drive the investment in some of these jobs, and you've mentioned some other issues there in relation to skills and so on. I mean, is there a global race on for attracting this kind of manufacturing as the world transitions? Are we well positioned in that race? What I know we are in terms of our geography and all of those assets that we have, but really, what is the risk to Australian manufacturing if we move too slowly in this race?
Look, First of all, let me say we are well positioned. We have strong institutions. We have strong educational system. We live in a fabulous country that people always want to come to. I can speak from personal experience as an immigrant myself. So the fundamentals are there, but it is a global race, as you point out. And a lot of these new technologies are skill limited, not resource limited. And we're competing with other countries for those key skills. I'll give you one example is, by my estimate, there are probably between 1 and 5,000 people who could work on new quantum computers in the world. And now we're fortunate in having great strengths in that area, and we do attract the top talent from all over the world. But unless you're seen to be a leader and producing the next generation of major solution, you won't attract that talent. And a lot of those talented people are mission driven. They want to see outcomes, they want to see results, and they want to see a meaningful change.
And so just finally from me, before I think hand over through the chair to Senator Pratt, I mean, as those people that you're talking about are looking at Australia now and looking at the level of ambition that we have today in relation to action on climate, you know, do you see that we have enough ambition to attract those people and to support the sort of growth in renewables manufacturing, advanced renewables manufacturing that we want to see?
Senator, I'm an ambitious person, so I want to see more ambition. By the way, let me correct you on one thing. We do have a target for 2030. It's 26 to 28% of the 2005 emissions. And I'd like to point out that's a very weak target, because by my calculation, 2005 was the second highest emitting year that we've ever had. By my calculations, that 26 to 28% target on the 2005 baseline is about a 7% reduction on the 2020 baseline. So as I say, that was just a quick and rough calculation, but that to me doesn't seem like enough ambition. And I personally believe we have the technologies that available to us that we could be much more ambitious about that and would generate far more prosperity.
Thank you. I think I'm being asked to share the call. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Pratt, are you with us? You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Your submission highlights the role government can and should play in assisting domestic industry. Where do you see the biggest gaps? Where are we best on top of doing all the different elements in investment, research, supply chain support, procurement, skills and training, etc.? And where are the biggest gaps for us currently?
Thank you, Senator. I've already outlined the educational gap that I believe exists, so I won't repeat that. The other big gap is Australia has, as I've said before, excellent educational systems and research systems. But we've been slow to translate that research into commercial outcomes. The connection between research and industry has been weak. There has been a significant emphasis recently on improving those connections with programs to do it. And those are welcomed and supported as we go forward. But there's always going to be more that we can do in that regard. And I'm in a somewhat unique position that I've sat on both sides of that fence. So I was an academic trying to get industry support, and then I was in industry trying to get academic support. And the challenges we have in that regard are often the financial incentives in industry just don't make the candle worth it. So I think we can do more in that regard to help industry engage with the researchers. The researchers are keen to engage with industry, but we need incentives to drive the industry to actually engage with those researchers and take on their technologies. Now, part of that will occur naturally as these technologies become more important to these industries, but it certainly would help to have various forms of stimulus in that regard.
And what does that stimulus best look like if we're not doing well enough at that at the moment?
Yeah, look, the part of the stimulus can be tax incentives. They keep changing, so I'm a bit out of date. But when I was at Telstra, they were extremely complex, and really, most of in terms of the financial benefit to the company, they weren't the main driver for that to happen. Other parts can be in terms of government being an early adopter of some of these newer technologies, thereby forcing industries to go to the research community to help them create that supply chain. So being an anchor tenant is one of the strong possibilities for government.
Would you, in that context, support things like in Western Australia, for example, we've got a very strong marine complex that is owned by government, but industry kind of moves in and out of it as they need to use that common user infrastructure. How do we look at models where government might own pieces of infrastructure that without, I guess, government being seen to take too big a risk in doing so?
Yeah, look, that is a good model. And I think, we should be using the public institutions, both the research environments and the universities, much more strongly in that regard. If I look at my experience with Israel in that regard, they are much more efficient at allowing the migration of intellectual property off government environments into commercial environments, either through individuals spinning out companies or through companies using the intellectual property without a huge burden of legal encumbrance on it. And so I think that is a significant opportunity. And by the way, Senator, just going back to your previous question, another way in which government can help, and Israel makes me think of this, is instead of investing directly, they reduce the risk for investors who are prepared to take risks. So they de-risk investments, which is another way of getting industry to invest in these emerging technologies.
And in that context, that might cost less to government than a government grant, for example, if you've got equity stakes or whatever. How do you view the issues of equity stakes in de-risking that when governments are traditionally reluctant to kind of be seen to pick winners in that regard?
I'm not quite sure how the Israelis do that, whether they actually take equity. I don't think they do when the venture capitalists do it. But the important thing is that the participants, both the researchers and the commercial participants, should not be allowed to get away without having their own dog in the hunt. They really need to have skin in the game themselves, and they need to take risks themselves. And I think that going back to the research environment, that is another problem we have in Australia, is a very great reluctance often to take the risk themselves. They're very keen to get a handout, but not to share in that risk. So
in that context,
sorry, go ahead.
In that context, things like the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and ARENA, do they go far enough? Are they good models for broader manufacturing, or do they not de-risk that investment quite enough? How do we've got some tools where we already do this, but I'm keen to see, if they're applicable in other sectors like broader manufacturing, and if they go far enough.
Look, I think those are good models. I can't profess to have great detailed knowledge about ARENA or the Clean Energy Investment Corporation. I have a sort of an overview knowledge of them, but that does seem to me a useful model, one that will that could be applied in many other situations.
Even while capital is reasonably, while debt is reasonably cheap, you think that's the case? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I think you've answered that that very well. In terms of procurement, where do you see the best opportunities in procurement currently?
Ooh, Senator, I'd have to take that one on notice. I haven't really given it enough thought, if you don't mind. I will get back to you.
That's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Pratt and Professor Bradlow. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's greatly appreciated. You have an opportunity, if you do want to follow the rest of the proceedings, to do so through the parliamentary website. But at this point in time, I'd like to once again thank you, and if you could please log off the video conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators. Bye.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome representatives of Science and Technology Australia. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? Thank you.
Thank you,
Hi, Associate Professor Jeremy Brownlee, President of Science and Technology Australia.
Thank you.
Misha Schubert, the CEO of Science and Technology Australia.
Thank you. Now, do either of you have an opening statement or opening remarks you'd like to provide the committee before we open up to questions?
We do, Chair. We're also joined today by one other member of our senior team. I'll get him to quickly introduce himself as well, if that's okay.
Thank you, Ms. Schubert.
Thank you.
And I'm Professor Sharath Sriram. I'm the Chair of Policy for Science and Technology Australia.
Okay, welcome. Good to have you with us today.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to address the committee and to assist your work. We're really grateful to you all. It's a pleasure to join you today from Ngunnawal Ngambri country here in the nation's capital and to pay our respects to the traditional owners. And of course, on Remembrance Day, we also honour the sacrifice of all those who served in defence of the country. Wherever possible, Science and Technology Australia wants to ensure that what is discovered in Australia can be made in Australia, and to grow that manufacturing sector on which we will rely as part of our economic mix. We think we need to look to the future of manufacturing. So just some brief opening remarks to set the context before our conversation today would be terrific. We think that future of manufacturing really lies in additive and modern manufacturing. So a strong focus is needed in our national strategy on supply chains, really high value products and deep technologies, and of course low emissions technologies being part of that mix, a really important part. We think Australia is uniquely situated for deeper manufacturing success. We've got a highly skilled research sector workforce that's able to develop new products that are ripe for commercialisation and then for manufacturing here on shore, an abundance of the rare minerals needed to manufacture low emissions products, and a highly skilled workforce in the private sector industry employment. We've got all the raw ingredients. We just need that further focus of deeper investment, and particularly direct investment in a translational way. There are 4 key recommendations that we've made in our submission. The first is the introduction of a research translation fund for Australia. This has been a long-term advocacy priority for Science and Technology Australia, the peak body for the nation's science and tech sectors. This, we think, is the missing part of the landscape at the moment in terms of the funding architecture that can help to drive more of those products out of the frontier research work being done in our world-class universities in this country and pull products further along that engineering, product proofing and into commercialisation, including manufacturing pipeline. We'd also like to bring to the committee's attention the hugely important role played by our collaborative research infrastructure facilities, so the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Scheme. And we've got a suggestion of a practical way in which the manufacturing sector could be assisted, certainly in the course of this committee's work and recommendations potentially, to create what we call industry broker positions in those key facilities, so that we have people whose job it is to help small and medium-sized businesses reach into the terrific facilities that we have and put them to use in their manufacturing operations. We've also got some ideas around extra funding to provide a boost for the research training program, which is around training our PhD students. That provides the stipends and income for them. We think we could do some deeper work as a country on industry placements for PhD students there, and a national strategy to incentivise the manufacturing of low emissions technologies. If we think about what further work the country might want to do, you know, we've got a strong record of manufacturing in some key iconic parts of the industry sectors that we already have, but we've got so much scope to do even more in a couple of areas we wanted to quickly canvass for the committee's consideration. One is, of course, in the hugely exciting fields of medtech and biotech frontier work. Australia is really strongly placed here. There's an example from Queensland for the rapid antigen testing that was developed for COVID-19. Terrific research done out of Queensland. What a terrific Australian success story. However, the product commercialisation was ultimately done in the US and manufactured offshore in many cases. So if we could seize more of the opportunities to keep IP that's developed here in Australia being pushed through the whole chain into advanced manufacturing right here on shore, it builds that sovereign capability for the country. There's so much more we could do. We also see some really exciting opportunities in the emergent work that's starting to develop across the country in mRNA technologies. Again, we need strong capability to deepen our research frontier work in mRNA, but also to be looking at that as an advanced manufacturing opportunity for our country with the jobs and economic activities that come with it. And we think a research translation fund is going to help to provide that direct pipeline of funding into those products to get them across that valley of death in commercialisation and into our manufacturing system, so that ultimately we're building that sovereign capability. We're less reliant on those global supply chains, which the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us can be interrupted for lengthy periods of time, and build that longer term capability to secure Australia's economic future. We might just leave it there and then hand back over to see if there are particular questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schubert. I'll kick off with the questions if I could, and then I'll open the call to fellow members on the committee. One of the points that's raised in your submission relates to the concept of the patent box, which has been established to apply to biotechnology, and there's a proposition that this should be extended to clean energy technologies. I'm wondering if one of our witnesses could speak further about the importance of a patent box, and maybe even linking it to, say, clean energy technology. Sort of walk us through how this might assist in terms of development of research and development and commercialisation of the technology, and make that a more user-friendly, attractive process.
Absolutely. Maybe Shareth, do you want to kick us off on that one?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Senator. In our view, the patent box essentially is a platform which protects intellectual property and ensures and creates incentive for manufacturers to make it in Australia. Given the value in terms of manufacturing, the costs with labor, unless there are incentives, people would choose the most geographically advantageous location. The patent box essentially allows them to say, we need to file an Australian patent, follow up with investment in manufacturing, and take the product to market. It creates a clear strategy for them over a 5 or 10-year period in terms of how they recover their R&D investments through product revenue. We did make a very detailed submission to the patent box inquiry, and one of our concerns there is also the timing of the patent box. When we talk about biotechnology or clean energy technology, from research to a product is usually a 5 to 7 year timeline. And so if we do want to hold all the ideas which we generated in the last 5 years, the starting date of the patent box has to be actually looked at. With clean energy, we have a lot of expertise in the country in spaces of battery technology, solar cell technology, solar collectors, fuel cell technology, which would be the future of the hydrogen energy. So there are plenty of opportunities, a lot of patents being filed, and the question would be, where would they be manufactured?
Well, I'm wondering if you could take on notice. I certainly would find it interesting to have a look at the submission which you made previously in relation to Patent Box, and it might be possible for you to, without imposing too much upon you, to update that submission for the latest developments in that regard, so that we might be able to consider that in particular as part of this inquiry. I'd find that very useful. Is that something you could do, Ms. Schubert?
We can absolutely do that, and very swiftly. Yes, I think there are some, just to supplement that, there are some terrific opportunities there. The Patent Box was obviously originally announced as applying to potentially biotech and medtech, but we think it makes absolute sense and in alignment with the country's goals to consider adding clean energy technologies to that measure. Yep.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the Valley of Death, and you're not the first witnesses to refer to the Valley of Death, not in a Tennyson way, but in another way, in terms of this lack of, and if I could put it in these terms, this lack of available capital to take an idea from, or even more than an idea, a concept, a proved up concept, from the research and development phase through commercialisation. Why is it that this Valley of Death exists in this country? What are the attributes of Australia that make it so difficult for private capital to find its way into these areas, to transform the Valley of Death into a mountain of success?
Oh, I like that. Very good. I think all three of us might have a quick take on that. It's a terrific question. Just to kick us off on that, some of the observations that I would make, Chair, are about the footprint, the sort of nature and composition of our economy. So about 80% of the Australian economy is comprised of small and medium-sized businesses. That's a slightly different structural kind of composition than in some of the other big advanced economies of the world, where you've got larger shares of very large size businesses with a headquartered R&D capability in-house. So we've got to work that a little bit harder and a bit more in a more of a clever way to think about how do we create more innovation in that small and medium sized business operation. We've also got a challenge about the sort of where we provide those key bits of funding that we know are going to pull a product along what they call the translation readiness timeline. So where we see sort of it's in the middle stages of those things. We've got terrific frontier research being done in Australia, big blue sky discoveries that are the ones that change seismically our knowledge as humans, our technological capabilities. And then we've got some really promising stuff happening up the end of that timeline, where we've got stuff that has made it through that valley. But as you clearly identify, there's that challenge in the middle. We think a couple of things would help there. A research translation fund for Australia would help to fill that gap. And in our vision for that, it could do a role of providing some support and buttressing around some of those things that are looking like they could become really terrifically promising technologies and capabilities. But it could also provide a little bit of that early stage seed capital to push things along, to get a product out of concept and into an engineered prototype, and to really then to demonstrate to people who could be the potential private sector venture capital investors that there is a real product that can come from this. And part of the work, I think, also is simultaneously with developing the tech capability, is actually identifying the markets, so that if you're doing all of that work cohesively right from the beginning of a product kind of development chain, you're really astutely thinking about the business model of the markets simultaneously with the technological development process.
Okay. Do any of the other witnesses appearing before us have any other views on that issue? I'm really interested in why it exists.
Senator, if I might talk to this point, based on my own experience from research work looking at control of Queensland fruit fly. And so that was taken from fundamental research to a product that's now in market. But It was, I think some of the initial barriers were probably from the scientists' end, and I put myself in that bucket very clearly because of the training that I've received, which is very much around research focus. And so going from bench to library publication sort of culture as opposed to bench to market or boardroom. And so I think collectively having that culture internally and having a change in mindset is one thing. The other thing is actually trying to work out, or having created this new technology, who do we actually engage with? Who might actually be interested in this particular product? And we didn't really get traction until we stumbled upon a company that had ex-researchers and scientists actually embedded in their company who were going through the scientific literature, looking for new innovations that they could see would fit into their suite of products that they were looking to develop and sell. There was still a lot of education process that had to be provided by the tech transfer office at my institution here at Griffith University around what are some of the tax incentives that the business could actually make use of, because I think initially they were seeing this huge outlay, but which was sort of as quite a large barrier. But having that sort of internal support within the university to then say, these are the different funding schemes at a federal and state level that we could then access. The challenge, I think, was actually securing funding to then do the development work, so that it's not pure research. So we're not going for those traditional research grants. It's not at that point where we can sell it, so we're feeding profits back in. We're actually at that point where we don't have a market. We're trying to prove that, and that for the business, it was a relatively small enterprise, so they didn't have a lot of spare cash to be pumping in. So it did require some convincing of essentially the university to make a co-contribution into this as well. So I think something like a research translation fund would be an obvious mechanism that would facilitate those interactions at greater scale.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I'll now share the call. Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for being there today. I think we've covered really well so far the issue of commercialisation of science and your proposal for a research translation fund. And so I wanted to move to your fourth recommendation about a national strategy to incentivise the manufacture of low emissions technology. You've described, I think, really well for us that there's in general a race on for advanced manufacturing and advanced manufacturing in this area of clean technology and renewables as well, and that if we have the settings right, we get those jobs. If we don't, there's a risk of them being offshore. I'm wondering if you could tell us what the couple of things are that you think are really important for us to make sure that we attract those low emissions tech jobs. And sorry if I'm being a bit directive here, but just given that we've talked about the research translation issues already, perhaps not so much that, but the other specific things that we need to do in relation to the manufacture of low emissions technology. Thank you.
Might hand to Sharath to comment on this, Senator.
Thank you for this question, Senator. I think with low emission technology, given Australia has so many natural resources, most of these technologies actually rely on critical minerals. If you take solar cells, for example, the panels use a lot of precious metals and silicon. If you look at fuel cell technology, it's heavy metals which are packaged. Pretty much every technology, battery technology, uses a lot of critical minerals like lithium. So we do produce these, currently export, and it's a critical opportunity where we can value add and then potentially make it an export market. So the quantum of, I would say, quantum of economic returns from such manufacturing investment would be very significant.
Did another witness want to add to that? Thank you. Well, we would also, maybe just as a supplementary thought to that, thank you, Senator, just to say that's, we also think the Research Translation Fund can play a really key role here about pulling some of that promising technology and innovation along that pipeline to the point where the private venture capital market then steps in and says, you beauty, we'll be in that, thank you. And particularly as Shareth's outlined around the sort of further development around battery tech, I think there's big opportunities for the country there as well. I take your points about the potential that we have there in critical minerals and lithium, and to not just dig it up and ship it off, but to actually transform it in the ways that you've described. We are in a sort of a discussion at the moment about climate policy. We've had announcements this week that CEFC funding should go into carbon capture and storage. How do those sorts of decisions of government in relation to funding CCS in relation to fossil fuels, how do those sorts of decisions potentially impact on the future jobs that you're describing could exist in advanced manufacturing in relation to renewables?
It's a great question, thank you. And of course, our submission was prepared before that contemporary discussion as well, and lodged with the committee then. Just a couple of broad points I think we'd make, which are that when we look at the history of research success, sometimes you can't always predict what the most successful ultimate innovations are going to be. So part of what we've observed over the last several decades as well has been that sort of widespread investment in lots of promising technologies and pathways is a really important part of getting to those moments where you have the seismic breakthrough that could catapult a technology and a capability. I think the key thing that we would observe, Senator, is just we need to be making that deeper direct investment in all of the promising technologies and capabilities so that we can capture more of them for ourselves. And as you say, try to keep that economic opportunity and the jobs and the companies that will come from it here on shore. So we are less tied to the particular vehicle, but more of that sense that we need to invest in lots of promising technologies, because it is fiendishly hard to predict which research pathways would ultimately yield success, particularly when you're right at the early stages of some technologies.
Just finally from me, because I'm hearing that there are other senators keen to ask some questions. We're also in a debate, which, as you say, has come about around the government's 2050 plan after you made the submission. But it's a really important discussion that we're having at the moment about what the impact of our level of ambition is as a country on our capacity to develop advanced manufacturing in relation to renewables. So I'm keen to know your thoughts about whether there is a risk of us doing too little and too late in terms of directing some of the activity towards 2050 rather than more ambitious targets for 2030 in terms of impact on our ability to win that global race that is on for these jobs.
Jeremy, did you want to kick us off on that, or do you want me to?
I'll let you start on that one, and I'll add to that.
Look, we obviously think that strong investment in the next couple of years in those sort of really promising technologies is really important, and the policy framework around guiding that is also really important. I think the discussions of recent weeks around the globe have focused that sense that many countries are thinking about what will they be trying to achieve in the next decade, so that they can see some of these opportunities. They're doing that guided by the very clear science of what the actual science tells us about the need for an urgent transition. But they're also thinking about it through that economic opportunity lens. So they've applied both the science and the economic opportunity frame to thinking about how to set those targets and seize the promising technologies that will come on at scale. Of course, as nations around the world set themselves more ambitious targets, that will also speed that race for technological development as well. And so we see that those things work in a sort of virtuous circle with one another.
if I could add, Senator, I think with the manufacturing investment, we need to consider most of the infrastructure as foundation technologies. So with renewables or even with medical technologies, the type of technology or product we produce will keep evolving as the research evolves. So the infrastructure we need in the country is such that we can pivot pretty fast. We've had a similar conversation around the mRNA technology. The vaccine we make in 5 years might be different, but having the foundation infrastructure is critical. So I think having distributed infrastructure for producing renewable products, I think would be very critical.
Thank you very much for that, Professor, and to all of you. Thank you, and I'll share the call.
Senator Pratt, you now have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Your remarks and submission go to some parallel programs in other countries. So going to the Canada's CIF fund, I can see that is not dissimilar, for example, to ARENA and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, but with a broader investment mandate. What are the key differences between Australia's existing policy settings and Canada's CIF currently?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. I'm happy to take this one. I think we were assessing a lot of options which have worked and which have failed. As researchers, we like to learn a lot from failure so that we don't repeat the same mistakes again, which is why we were comparing a few systems. I think what we've learned from most of this is, and Jeremy actually here likes to use this example a lot, we talk about R&D in the country, research and development, but we always over-index on the R. So most of our investment sits in R. Today, we are talking about manufacturing, but we need the D in the middle, which connects the two. And so we're looking at schemes which actually focus on investment in development. So R produces the IP, and D has to actually convince people that it's worth investing in much further. Initially,
so how well does the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and ARENA currently do that compared to what you're envisaging? And is that applicable to manufacturing and intellectual property and that commercialisation more broadly?
I think from my knowledge, which is limited on the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, they have been providing equity support, which is de-risked investment. So it's allowed people to try a few different technologies, which they otherwise would not have. I think because it's very specific to a particular topic, science and technology has a broad view of the entire sector, and we do not know which one is going to be a winner, which is the nature of research, and which is why we are advocating for a research translation fund. So people competitively apply for it, a panel of experts see which ones should stand a chance long term.
And just to supplement that, if I may, Senator, I mean, we would see this a new fund idea as operating as a complement to those other pieces of important architecture that you've described as well. So it's sort of certainly opportunity for an additionality of direct investment in the Australian context. And when we look at our overall level of R&D investment, of course, we invest just under 1.8% of our GDP. In R&D on the most recently available statistics. The average across the OECD advanced economy nations of the world has now ticked up to 2.5% of their of GDP. And you've got those leaders out the front of the pack, Israel at 4.9%, Korea at something like 4.6% from memory. The US has just cracked its 3% target. And of course, China investing 2.2% of its GDP now in research and development.
So in that context, aiming for the kind of scale that you're talking about, what's the balance in that context between loans and grants and, you know, the levers that are attached to that funding? Yes, if we grow that GDP investment, what are the views that you support in relation to how best to leverage that money in terms of it being debt or grants or, you know, the other little types of programs that guide us in the direction in terms of how we use that money.
Thank you, Senator. In my day-to-day activities, I work with about 9 industry partners, right from small and medium enterprise to large corporations. And I think the answer to your question would be at which point in the research translation stage they are in. In the early stages, they do not want loans, and they often do not want equity partnership because it can actually change the direction of the company. They've pursued a product with a clear-headed vision, and they want to be able to actually pursue it effectively. Obviously, when they get towards the manufacturing side of it is where they would need loans. In some cases, they would be open to equity, but most of them would prefer if it's not government equity. At least that's what I hear from them. I'm not an industry person, but it's what my collaborators tell me.
Does that mean they're happy to take the debt on themselves? Isn't capital fairly cheap at the moment anyway, in terms of if you borrow from government, it's not that much cheaper than borrowing elsewhere, but you de-risk it in terms of it being a loan from government slightly more. What are the perceptions around that?
I think I can add mine, but I don't want to speak too much for the industry sector who would have to make the decisions. But in most of their view, they would rather put their money where their mouth is and willing to take the risk when they trust their technology. And usually government grants do need matching funding. So they are willing to invest their cash to access government support.
Canada's got a mix in their CIF between loans and grants. Clearly, do you have a view about that particular mix?
I think I would probably just observe, Senator, that we sort of have a bit of a mix in terms of our kind of broader kind of suite of programs in Australia as well. As Sharath has noted, you know, some of the schemes do require, under the Australian architecture, that idea of co-investment. Certainly, I think the way we've thought about that idea of a research translation fund, though, is about providing that sort of direct, small amounts of direct early stage capital to prove product and pull it across that timeline. And then it could be open to those other sort of broader arrangements. I think we sort of have a quite an open-minded view about what that sort of later stage mix could be. The other thing I would just offer for your consideration is, I think the things that we've observed about schemes that tend to work very well in other countries is that idea of sort of long-term stability around the policy framework. So setting up an investment vehicle, whether that's, you know, a mix of early stage direct grants or grants and loans, but then ideally having a strongly stable policy framework. That's really important to foster that industry confidence in investing, knowing that the scheme isn't going to chop and change, that there'll be a long-term commitment to those sort of schemes that can enable them to then get on and proof that product up to commercialisation and manufacture.
How would you characterise Australia's current settings for their stability, noting things like attempts to repeal from Parliament and defund things like the Clean Energy Finance Corporation? Is there any other, you know, what's missing in terms of stability in Australia?
I think perhaps focus has been an ever-changing spotlight, Senator. I think where there's been some sectors, rightly so, probably been focused on in terms of trying to develop them. I think certainly in the recent years where there's been discussions around changing the tax incentives, so the R&D tax incentives certainly caused a lot of angst within industry. So I think, broadly speaking, as Misha outlined there, if there's a greater level of consistency, I guess, around the principles of manufacturing and getting that broader base in, so that whatever the focus might be around health or space that's current now, it might be changing in 5 to 10, 15 years time, but we've still got those fundamentals around the policy frameworks around supporting that general base of manufacturing.
And in that context, in terms of our current policy settings, going to the kind of future you're looking at, but keeping that stability in it, what would you focus on retaining and keeping from our current policy architecture? Or is it just a matter of, as Ms. Schubert highlighted, you know, growing the pool of funds that's there?
If I could answer that, Senator, I think with our pipeline, we have the Australian Research Council and National Health and Medical Research Council, which fund the early stage work. The Cooperative Research Centres and the Cooperative Research Centres Project Scheme, the CRCP scheme, have been extremely successful. In our view, the CRCP scheme is underfunded. There's an opportunity to increase the success rate given the level of interest from industry. And the recent initiatives around the modern manufacturing strategy have also created a catalyst for discussion in the industry in how they modernize. And they are now seeking to go back to researchers asking how they can modernize. But again, all these need stability because again, an idea going from concept to a product is 5 to 7 years. So by the time we work through it, if the policy changes, it will have a negative impact. And they may not consider in future to actually participate in the process.
Thank you.
Senator Pratt, Senator Kitching, I understand you have one question you'd like to ask.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submission and for your evidence today. Could I just ask, in your submission, there was support for a funding boost to create extra industry staff and industry broker staff positions at the NCRIS facilities, whose role is to reach out to industries, including manufacturing, encourage them to engage with facilities like ANSTO and the Australian National Fabrication Facility. In your view, how would you rate the current level of collaboration between the manufacturing sector and our centres of excellence? What do you see as a primary benefit to be found from investing in those industry broker positions?
We might do a quick combo on that. Thank you so much, Senator. Just some initial thoughts on that. I think one of the challenges is, I'm conscious that for many small and medium-sized business owners, just the task of keeping your business, the doors open and the lights on and the bills paid and the staff employed are big challenges. People have limited bandwidth. And so the easier we can make it for business to kind of come across facilities and to think about, well, how could I plug that into my business and my planning and development and trying to get to the next stage of growth, the better we'll be and the more of this activity we'll have. So our idea was really to have that dedicated role created in some of these key facilities where there might be a terrific application for some of the great small businesses around the country, particularly where they're kind of closely located to those terrific facilities that are the backbone of Australia's research effort, and to be having more of that outreach work done so that these people, their express role would be to go and knock on the doors, get to know the industries in their local economic kind of region and footprint, and get to know the businesses so that they can then help to identify how they could plug themselves into some of the research architecture.
Thank you.
I think there is often an opportunity to engage with industry to understand what problems they want solved. And then these industry brokers can go back to their community to see how it can be solved. So I think that proactive approach to support our industry, I think is what the industry brokers can do. Because usually otherwise our SMEs and industry partners are going and searching for those people who can solve it. It's a very opaque system. People do not know who lives in industries, what's behind facility doors, and we are trying to create an opening for them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I'd add there, Senator, is we often talk about creating the open door, say for universities and stuff, but this is actually about pushing people out that front door to talk to those people and find out what the needs are from industry, rather than going out saying, hey, I think this is the answer to your problem, is actually sitting down with people, listening to industry, working out what the challenges are for them and how we can then value add. But lifting the broader profile, I think, of the national research facilities is only going to enhance the manufacturing productivity for Australia.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schubert.
Thank you, Senator Kitching, and thank you to all the witnesses from Science and Technology Australia. Thank you, Associate Professor Brownlee, for the work you've done in relation to the fruit fly. Congratulations on that. That's an outstanding achievement. So we thank all of the witnesses from Science and Technology Australia. If you could disconnect from the video conference, but if you'd like to continue to watch proceedings, you're invited to do so through the parliamentary website. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to now welcome representatives of the Australian Academy of Science. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions or notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so, but prior to that, for the Hansard record, could each of the witnesses please state their name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Anna Maria Arabia. I'm the Chief Executive at the Australian Academy of Science, and I'll pass to my colleague Chris Anderson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, as well. My name is Chris Anderson, Director of Science Policy at the Australian Academy of Science.
Excellent. Do either of you have any opening statement or brief opening remarks?
Yes, I do, Senator.
Thank you.
I'm happy to read that opening statement now. The Academy very much welcomes this opportunity to contribute to this inquiry into the manufacturing industry. Science and STEM skills are both key parts of the knowledge pipeline that drives manufacturing in Australia, and we're pleased to speak to these issues today. Scientific discovery is integral to a healthy manufacturing industry, both now and into the future. Science is poised to help make Australia become a part of the global manufacturing value chain in a number of domains. One example is RNA vaccines and therapeutics. This technology has rapidly appeared into the public consciousness thanks to the pandemic, but it is not new. In fact, it's been decades in the making thanks to patient investment into RNA sciences in Australia and around the world. The Australian government is now working towards developing a sovereign RNA manufacturing capability, and the Academy encourages the government to look at ways to accelerate the use of this breakthrough technology for other applications, such as in agriculture and cancer. Australia is well placed to do this, thanks to our world-leading experts in RNA science, biomaterials and biotechnology found within our universities and research institutes, and this has resulted from decades of patient investment. Opportunities like RNA technology, quantum computing, green steel or zinc bromide batteries, the types of innovations needed to secure Australia's prosperity will only come about if science, and in particular fundamental science, are supported by patient investment, as well as support at each stage of the innovation pipeline to ensure Australia can capitalise on this knowledge generation. Supporting manufacturing needs to start at the beginning. The entire research and development pipeline from fundamental research onwards needs to be thriving to support an innovative Australian manufacturing ecosystem. Reallocating existing funds from fundamental research to applied or translational research in order to boost the manufacturing industry can only be counterproductive in the long term, and we recommend it should be avoided. While Australia sometimes receives bad press for research commercialisation, the reality can be quite different. Australian scientists, including a considerable number of the Academy's fellows, have had remarkable success commercialising their discoveries and make excellent case studies for this. However, too many Australian innovations have ended up being commercialised offshore, and as a country, we have not always captured the full benefit from our research as a result. One of the tools that the Academy thinks could help improve this situation is a coordinated knowledge brokerage system that can connect our scientists with industry to encourage Australian breakthroughs to be commercialised and manufactured on Australian shores, maximising the benefit to our economy and to our society. A STEM skilled workforce is critical to support the manufacturing industry in Australia at every step in the pipeline. Modern manufacturing requires a highly skilled, creative and innovative workforce. A STEM education starting in childhood can engage and inspire students throughout their learning, and a STEM university or VET qualification prepares graduates for the workforce of the future. Again, thank you for this opportunity to be here. If there are any, we will need to take any questions on notice if they are outside our own experience and expertise, but the Academy is happy to draw from its fellowship to answer any specific scientific questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Arabia. I'm interested, I've got a few areas I want to ask you some questions on first, and then I'll open up the call to our other senators. The first question I wanted to drill down into was this concept of fundamental science and fundamental research. And the Academy's made a strong case for making sure that research directed at fundamental science, fundamental research, if you like, is maintained at a certain level or needs to increase to reach the level it should be at. I'm wondering if you can draw out, and feel free to take this on notice because I think it's an important point. It would certainly assist me and perhaps some of our other senators if you could draw out in practical terms what that means through real life examples and case studies so that we can fully appreciate the importance of that point. So I guess at this stage I'd ask for any further comments you've got on that, and perhaps if you could take that on notice, because I think it's a really important point that comes through your submission.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator. I'll make some macro comments and just provide some further background there. Chris might want to add anything further, but we can certainly supply some particular case studies and take that part of it on notice. As I said, it's really very important that fundamental science is adequately funded in order to get the sort of translation that we need to support the manufacturing industry. It's not an either or, it is part of an entire funding pipeline. And as you're aware, research and development is funded by government, the higher education sector and industry. And each of those have been particularly impacted by the pandemic. But I think perhaps most importantly, there have been some overall trends, a decade or more, that are concerning for the Academy and are concerning for the sort of ambition we have to manufacture onshore and to commercialise our work. So we really do need to make sure that our investment in fundamental research doesn't fall below the current levels. We're currently at 22% of overall R&D investment. These are some figures that were quoted in a government report issued by Industry and Innovation Science Australia. And there is a concerning trend in the overall investment in government by government in research and development. Because of the pandemic, we have seen some peaks and some lift in investment, and that is really welcome and it's been needed, particularly towards the university sector, whose research capability has been heavily impacted by the pandemic. But these are one-offs. So what I'm talking about is not the one-off response to the pandemic. I'm talking about an overall, over the decade, investment in research and development that positions us to be able to take advantage of the knowledge we generate here, as well as the knowledge that's generated abroad. We know advanced manufacturing absolutely relies on that knowledge creation. I'm just wanting to pull out some additional, excuse me, things that are relevant to your question.
And Ms. Arabia, feel free to take it on notice as well.
Thank you.
It's one of the topics, important topics, which was raised in the submission, which I'm keen to get some further information on. So quite happy for you to take it on notice.
Yeah, thank you. The other point I will make is that in terms of business investment in R&D, we've seen a decline there as well. And that is equally as concerning. So business spending on manufacturing has halved in the amount it contributes to Australian GDP, which is concerning. So we really do need to limit that decline. Universities, as I said earlier, their research capability and the investment of industry into universities has been heavily impacted by the pandemic as well. So we can provide some further information on notice. Chris, did you want to add anything there in terms of any particular case studies?
So the Senator, the classic sort of topic of the moment that of a practical world life example that comes from basic research or fundamental research is where we've reached to with RNA technology and RNA vaccines. now. This was an area of basic research for decades, both in terms of understanding RNA processes, the lipid molecules or particles that go at the part of the technology. I'm not an expert, so I can't really speak with any great detail here, but it's a classic example of how basically decades of basic research have basically produced a world-leading vaccine. And in fact, there were probably occasions where the main protagonists of this found themselves demoted in their universities because they were told they were dealing with areas of research which were not relevant.
And sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Anderson, but to me, those are the sorts of issues that would be terrific if we could draw them out. Because we know how important in today's context that research has been. So to assist the committee to draw that out in terms of how this phenomenon, if you like, has had real world impacts over an extended period of time would be most useful.
It would. We'd be happy to pull that all together for the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The other issue I wanted to raise was this issue of cluster funding rates, and that is raised in the submission. And again, it might be something which you would like to take on notice in terms of providing further information, and again, at least helping me, from my perspective, tease it out from a practical context in terms of how this has impacted in a practical sense. Is that something you could address, Ms. Arabia?
Yeah, sure. I'll start there as well. So as we know, the Australian government's Job Ready package was intended to incentivise STEM study. It's too early to know the exact impact of that package, but we do know that universities have since reported job cuts and course changes impacting staffing levels in a range of STEM areas, but particularly mathematics, physics and chemistry. And we believe these have resulted from legislated changes in cluster funding rates and student contribution levels and the pandemic's ongoing impact on universities. So I think as a matter of urgency, we would ask that those cluster funding rates be reviewed so that no unintended consequences on what it was actually intended to do was to incentivise STEM study. And of course, we need to get every single person who may wish to study STEM or might be considering it into that pipeline, not so that they all end up as researchers, but so that they do end up using those STEM skills in manufacturing, in industry, some in research, but across all of the Australian economy where STEM skills are in great need and in growing need. Chris, if you'd like to add anything else.
Sandra, the issue here is that the government and the Parliament, by reducing the student contribution rate, the amount that students pay for a STEM course, have reduced the overall amount of resourcing per student that goes to universities. And at the same time, we've seen the amount of resourcing per student that goes for, say, a humanities or a law student increase. Now, that may well be justified, but from a university management perspective, the Parliament has created an incentive for universities to increase their enrolments of non-STEM students because of the change in the resource rate. So that's why we have said that we think that the committee might want to give consideration to suggesting to the government that it looks at this issue in the context of all the other inputs that go into why students study what they study.
So this sounds to me, and if you've got any further information on this, it'd be very useful, but it sounds as if this is one of the classic examples of unintended consequences in terms of how things have happened in practice, and I think it's an important point. Has the Academy made any other submissions to the government on this important issue in recent times?
We made a submission to the Senate when the Job Ready Graduates legislation was being debated.
Yeah.
So I'd be happy to pull that out and bring it to your attention.
And I just taking it one step further, has there been any submission made since the introduction of the legislation where the Academy's been able to point the practical impact of the legislation in this context? Has that data or be pulled together at this point in time?
Yes, we've been monitoring the situation across the sector.
Yeah.
The sector is a difficult sector to try to get an understanding of and unpack the different influences in terms of jobs, student movements, and the like, especially over a 1 year period. But I think we've been pulling together some information from. We have 22 national committees of science that look after the various scientific disciplines. And they've been providing feedback to us. So we could see if we could pull some of that together and see if there's anything useful there for you.
Yeah, I think that'd be very useful if you could. I'd certainly find it very useful. So I'll leave that with you to take on notice. And at this point in time, I'll share the call to Senator Kitching.
And it's good to see you both. Could I just from the chair's question around, just get the terminal. Well, actually, I might start with the STEM education evidence you've just given. What are the ways that you can, so the challenges to that, it's obviously a matter of some urgency, as you've said, but how is this best resolved going forward? And I'm happy for you to take that on notice, because I think that would form very important evidence for our report. So there's that. Do you want to give a response to that now?
I would just say in broad brushstrokes, I think there is a shared understanding of the need to attract STEM students to STEM and to undertake STEM undergraduate courses and vet courses in order to meet the demand for STEM skills in our society and across our economy. And there have been a number of schemes over the years designed to incentivise STEM graduates students to take undergraduate degrees and TAFE and vet courses, and they have had variable success. I think the incentives or the inspiration also needs to start earlier. The pipeline starts right at the beginning in childhood, and that relates both to ensuring there is a larger number of science-trained teachers who are teaching STEM, so teachers who are in field rather than teaching out of field. We know we see big drop-offs of interest in STEM really early in primary school, then again in year 8 and year 9. So anything we can do to get people right through to year 12 with an interest in STEM will help them make that natural decision into those courses, supplemented by the incentives government may put in place. The other end of the spectrum is making sure we are very clear about the tremendous opportunities that a degree in STEM can offer, and the various job opportunities available that are not all in research. They are in some of the most exciting areas of our society, areas of new discovery, areas of applied work. If you think about biotechnology, quantum, all of those areas, AI, they're fascinating and all require STEM skills, but so does every manufacturing industry in Australia. There are very few positions that don't require those skills. So I think a general cultural shift, or I guess push at every point of that pipeline to ensure that we give students a thorough understanding of the opportunities that studying science provides for them as individuals and the array of jobs that open up to them would be tremendous in helping us develop the pipeline we need to support our economy.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, did you wish to add?
The way to resolve this issue, I think a pathway forward will be to look at reviewing the cluster rates, not so much the amount of funding that students pay, but the amounts that government pays university for STEM courses. And that the problem with the Job Ready legislation from our perspective, Job Ready graduate legislation from our perspective, was that it reduced both the amount that students paid and the amount that the government paid to universities. So in some respects, if you're a Dean of Science, you got hit by a double whammy. So you've basically been asked, and you've basically been asked to basically either take the same amount of students or more students with less resourcing per student. So review to understand and unpack the impact of that versus the impact of the pandemic and the impact of other factors would probably be a way to start to get a handle on this issue.
Yes. So, so the challenges with the cluster funding would be part of the response in order to deal with the STEM dissension. Yes. Yes. Could I just move, just because we'll probably be a little short on time. In your submission, you've asked that the government to ensure that investment in fundamental research doesn't fall below 22% of overall R&D investment. Could you expand on the distinction between these types of research and why you see investment in fundamental research as critical to enabling further success in the Australian manufacturing sector? And I think you might have responded to part of this in response to the Chair's question around fundamental research, but I'm interested in how we get, how we, enable further success, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Senator, I guess when we think about emerging industries, if we think about, a quantum industry in Australia, we have the world's leading quantum experts, quantum scientists in Australia. We're very fortunate to have those here. And it is critical that their work continues to be adequately funded so that as that industry grows, Australia is best positioned to be able to capitalise from it. I would say the same of agricultural technology. I would say the same of any technology that's needed to reduce emissions, for example. We know Australia has had a significant contribution in the scientific discoveries and the technology around renewable energies, for example, photovoltaic cells and others, and will continue to have a role in a range of other technologies. So looking at the reduction of plastics in the ocean, looking at battery, improving efficiency in battery operation. Scientists within the Fellowship of the Academy, but scientists in Australia are the people who have developed that knowledge and who are at the forefront of developing that technology. So we don't have actually a problem in translating some of that into commercial impacts, but most of that ends up happening offshore. We need to create an ecosystem that allows us to continue to invest in that knowledge creation, without which the commercial outcome can't be achieved, and for Australia to be positioned to be part of those economies. The breaks in the pipeline can occur when we reduce funding to basic scientific research or undervalue its potential, acknowledging that we measure its potential in decades, not in years or months. So it is long-term patient investment And the breakdown in that pipeline occurs when we then don't support proof of concept stage research. We then don't support some of those valleys of death that we often talk about in terms of taking research to that next level, and then allowing investment so it can be commercialised in Australia, potentially listed on the stock exchange and other such things. So there are various times where that pipeline isn't as supported as it could be, and you know, the Productivity Commission and others have shown, in fact, Industry and Innovation, Science Australia have shown that we've got about 200 schemes and programs across research and industry for engagement, and they sit across something like 13 portfolios. The potential's there. We have a major lack of coordination and stitching those together to really enable a pathway for that pipeline from basic research to end up into translated research, into manufacturing, into existing manufacturing industries and new emerging industries. But we can't see a decline in research and then expect the innovation to happen at the other end. They're inextricably linked. And I think with some of the decline, excuse me, we've seen over the last decade in Australia in basic funding for research and development is concerning for that very reason.
Can I just say, in relation to the quantum research, is that at the Australian Institute of Machine Learning? At Adelaide University?
In part, we have wonderful capability at UNSW. Michelle Simmons, who was Australian of the Year several years ago, she's leading the race to develop a quantum computer. I'd be most surprised if she doesn't win that race. But the race is on and she's giving it all she's got. So there's great capability.
That's very good to hear.
Yeah.
I've been to the Australian Institute of Machine Learning, and it was amazing. Just such impressive people.
Yeah, they really are. And it's never just one institute. There is great collaboration across the country and internationally. But we're really leading there. I mean, imagine doing all that work and then having it commercialised abroad. It's just
lovely.
Not right.
Yeah. Thank you for all that you do, both of you. Yeah. And I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kitching. Senator Pratt, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to dig down further into this particular issue about commercialisation. Your submission highlights the applied increased fund to commercialisation, but still we see examples of the mRNA vaccine go overseas. So is it the lack of research funding overall? Is it the diffuse nature of some of those programs that you were talking about? Why did something like mRNA slip through the net while we hear about this increased emphasis on applying research to commercialisation all the time?
Thank you, Senator. To clarify, so Australia has a very extensive expertise in RNA technology, and we have built that over the years, indeed decades. And the fact that the globe was able to create a range of vaccines, one of which used RNA technologies, is because of that patient investment over decades. So whilst it's a new type of vaccine, the understanding of how RNA vaccine technology works is not new. It's something we have been working on for decades. It was first developed overseas. You were right, and as you're aware, that we have the Australian government has committed funds to establishing an RNA manufacturing facility here onshore in Australia, so that we can continue to produce those vaccines here. And as we know, CSL produces the Oxford, the AstraZeneca vaccine, and we've already got that capability here. And what a wonderful long-term, century-long investment CSL has been for us. And indeed, they're diversifying their own manufacturing to enable RNA technology. But what we do with this opportunity, so investing in RNA technology in Australia will be successful from an academy perspective if the successful tenderer doesn't just produce RNA vaccines in Australia, but also invests in the whole RNA research and development ecosystem, which is strong and healthy across our country. And if that happens, we will continue to nurture our own research base. We are likely to see another success story like CSL. We will be able to use that RNA technology not just for vaccine development, but for agricultural technology, for a range of other technologies that will assist many parts of our economy. So if we are able to use this opportunity of having onshore RNA technology manufacturing in Australia, we stand to gain a lot, provided we make use and embed it within the Australian STEM ecosystem, because the research effort is excellent and needs to be nurtured in the future.
Thank you. So in that context, you know, it was developed and accelerated and rolled out fairly quickly given the pandemic. But if Australia had had more of an eye to the commercialisation of its role in this research and globally, could that have been done more quickly? Are there real costs to that lack of emphasis on scale and commercialisation and quickly?
It's an interesting question, Senator, and I guess hindsight's a wonderful thing. We have had the RNA research expertise here, and I'm not sure, I can't answer with accuracy, Chris, you may be able to add to this, if it was at a point where we would have been able to be the first to translate that to vaccine development as the pandemic hit. I think if there was a greater focus on commercialisation and greater incentive, just as a general rule, one would anticipate that you would have greater commercial outcomes across a range of research and development opportunities in Australia. So that's possible, but it's hard to know in hindsight if any of those schemes would have allowed Australia to have been the first cab off the rank, as it were.
Yeah.
Chris, did you want to add?
In a global pharmaceuticals context, I often hear about the difficulties in Australia with the high levels of, high accountability is good, but multiple levels of accountability when it comes to clinical trials. How do you, clearly it's good to have global networks of research. You can't do clinical trials in just one country, but in that medical space, how important is it that we're competitive in something like clinical trials in order to retain the development of the intellectual property here?
Yeah. It is, of course, important to be competitive wherever we can be. There are a number of barriers for companies and researchers to commence clinical trials in Australia. Some of them are insurmountable. Some go to the incidence level of a particular disease, which may be particularly low in Australia given our population size, our lower population size compared to other continents. So that's a difficult one to overcome. There have been concerns expressed around the bureaucratic nature of the various steps needed. And whilst one would want to see that made as efficient as possible, we would always expect that every check and balance be in place, and obviously consumer health and safety would be at the forefront there. But there are ways we can simplify our system. I know there are efforts at the moment being made to have a bit of a one-stop shop or a one front door approach to clinical trials. There is a fair bit of fragmentation across the federal versus state and territory trials that are done, even in trying to identify some, let alone establishing them. So there is some harmonisation and some efficiency gains, and of course that would lead to a more competitive position for Australia and a more attractive destination for those perhaps wanting to initiate clinical trials here.
Okay, in that, is there a link between clinical trial jobs and it's productive in itself to have that connection to the Australian population? is there a connection between the ultimate manufacturing jobs in that space, or is it not relevant?
Sorry, Senator, in terms of, Chris, did you want to?
Yeah, no, Senator, the linkage is that to have a thriving biotechnology ecosystem, I think AusBiotech, who you've got later this afternoon, will probably be able to speak with greater expertise. But my understanding is that you don't just want researchers in the labs or the universities and a at-scale manufacturing facility. You need other crucial bits of research infrastructure in between, so some pilot facilities to enable products to be made for the stage 1, stage 2 clinical trials. You need analysis infrastructure, and we also need to come to grips with the issues of how we can appropriately regulate and use more effectively data. That we have, the Academy has recently released a report on advancing data-intensive research in Australia. One of the issues that the Parliament is addressing at the moment is the issue of data sharing, particularly from the Commonwealth Government for research purposes.
Yeah.
And that's one of those issues that needs to be resolved as a part of the puzzle in terms of how we can more effectively get into the clinical trial and then the biotechnology and manufacturing space.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And more broadly, what's the difference between being competitive in commercialisation of something versus just capturing the intellectual property and making it too hard to take it out, you know, saying you can only develop it, commercialise it here because you did it here. We don't want to hold the world back from good innovation if we're just putting together complicated patent boxes that mean you can't commercialise something at all. You know, it's a complicated ecosystem in that context.
It is indeed, Senator. I guess just as an in-principle response, the balance needs to be struck between not hoarding or locking away IP, which is something we have seen happen a lot in the past and that has not allowed IP to be developed, versus being open to collaboration that might unlock some of that IP but continue to see Australia's involvement. I don't think Australians or the Australian government would begrudge IP being developed together with other nations, where collaborations might enable that unlocking of IP rather than it sitting dormant in a university without that extra missing link needing to take it to another point. It's the total relinquishing of that IP where Australia is no longer able to benefit, which is the other end of the spectrum where we don't want to arrive at either. It is a very complex system, but keeping it trapped often means it's asleep and not doing anything anyway. So any opportunity where some of that IP can be developed, again, that proof of concept stage of research can be supported in order to see if it can go to the next level and to allow that to happen in Australia, with or without international collaboration, would be very, very beneficial. We know knowledge is global. Australia will also benefit from our involvement in international collaborations and IP that's developed overseas. So enabling that sharing, I think, is important as well.
Have we just missed the money that comes with it in a revenue stream from those intellectual property rights, or what's the link to manufacturing jobs in that context? Because that collaboration can bring benefit back to Australia even though it's commercialised overseas. What's how do we make the most tangible connection with the largest footprint of quality jobs?
Yeah, I think where we can develop our IP into a commercial outcome and invest in sovereign manufacturing, that would be optimal. So we don't just have the economic benefit of the IP development, whether it's then manufactured everywhere else in the world, but we also have the additional benefit of onshore manufacturing that enables those profits to be reinvested here and to create jobs in those manufacturing industries. If that would be optimal. If we can continue to benefit economically from IP that we develop, even if manufacturing is done offshore, that would be good, not optimal. Where we relinquish our IP entirely and somebody else takes it and manufactures and we buy it back, that's the wrong end of the spectrum. I think we benefit. So I think that's probably, so there's a spectrum there in the area.
That's really helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pratt, and thank you, Ms. Arabia and Mr. Anderson. That was, as Senator Pratt said, it's all been very helpful, and we do appreciate you joining us today. And there were a few matters I think you took on notice, so would appreciate it if you could get back to us by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. So with that, I thank you for appearing today. I would ask that you now disconnect from the video conference, but you're quite free to follow the balance of proceedings today through the parliamentary website. And with that, the committee will now break for 50 minutes for lunch and reconvene at 1:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. It's from the CSIRO. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, I ask each of the witnesses to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear. Ms. Rose.
Thanks, Senator. I was just unmuting. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Fantastic, thank you. Yes, Kirsten Rose, Executive Director, Future Industries with CSIRO. And thank you very much for the opportunity to appear here today. I'll just make a very brief statement. Manufacturing capability is critical to the growth of the Australian economy. Supported by research and development, Australia can be globally competitive by applying cutting-edge manufacturing knowledge to deep existing domain experience in areas such as medical technology, aviation and space, low-emission materials and devices, and clean technology, such as approaches to recycling and plastic waste. CSIRO recognizes this opportunity, and this year we have invested an additional $60 million towards an innovative and agile manufacturing approach aligned with market opportunities. Specifically, those investments are focused around areas such as biomedical manufacturing, digital manufacturing, and cutting-edge technologies such as AI and quantum. CSIRO's purpose is to solve the greatest challenges using innovative science and technology. And in a nutshell, our manufacturing strategy is designed to accelerate sustainable, globally competitive manufacturing for Australia through leading-edge, commercially viable, and scalable solutions that can be entered into global value chains. We're working with businesses of all size in the key sectors previously mentioned to scale up and translate ideas into commercial success. And in doing so, our aim is to help narrow gaps in the local market and support businesses to drive prosperity across Australia's manufacturing sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. I might just open the questions up, and a recurring theme from some of the witnesses today has been what they refer to as the valley of death. Now, you're nodding sagely, so I suspect this term isn't new to you. And the problem is, the phenomenon is that research is undertaken following an idea. There's an opportunity to commercialise the results of that research, but the private sector has difficulty in terms of accessing the capital that enables it to commercialise the idea on a broader scale. I'm interested to know your views with respect to that issue, why it occurs in Australia, and how the work of CSIRO works to mitigate it against the impact of that phenomenon in the Australian context.
Thanks, Senator. I might kick off and then pass to my colleague, Dr. Zipper, on that, if I may. So under our Act, CSIRO is directed to facilitate and encourage the adoption of and utilization of scientific research to make life better for Australia. That's our purpose in our Act. So a great deal of our activity is focused on, as you described it, kind of crossing that valley of death or the smile curve. It's got different names through a variety of different commercialization mechanisms. And we do apply different mechanisms based on the need. There's, as you would imagine, there are many different approaches that can be taken, everything from research for equity to spin out to spin in. We have several different models that we work under. And we've had quite a bit of success in that endeavor to commercialize our research. But I'll pass to Dr. Zipper, perhaps, to talk in a little bit more of a practical sense about how we work in our research business units to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Chair, my name is Marcus Zipper, Business Unit Director for CSIRO Manufacturing. Kirsten's covered a great extent a lot of the commercialisation routes we take to market, and in the manufacturing sector, it's very different. The valley of death can be very big or small depending on the sector we're involved in. Food processing would be very different from pharmaceutical, from, let's say, mineral processing. To give an example, I think CSIRO plays a really important role in translating research by often playing a key role as facilitating between sort of bench scale, more academic research. Let's say university's got a new drug discovery and then take it to commercial. And we often play a role in meeting a market failure by creating pilot scale facilities or scale up facilities, which can really take something from the university bench. We work a lot with the universities who do a new drug. And then we use, current good manufacturing practice scale-up facilities to take that to the next level of scale, which often a single SME in the biotech area couldn't do. And then that will go to clinical trials. And then, if it's successful, then they can then scale it up later on. So I think we play, that's just an example of where I think we play a lot of a good role in that translation and that valley, which we never want to get stuck in.
It's a strategic intervention, if you like, that depends upon the particular circumstances of the commercial challenge, and it takes into account the need to, from your description, to de-risk the idea to some extent so that it becomes more attractive to the private sector. Is that a fair summation?
100%.
Right. Okay. And I just wonder if you've got any insight into, is there anything cultural about Australia in this space in terms of us not being, the private sector not being able to, not being willing to take risks at the earlier stage? And I'm saying this from the prism of someone who comes from the mining industry, right? And we certainly have a culture in this country of people being prepared to invest in exploration companies who are out there digging holes in the ground, looking for gold, looking for copper, whatever. And investors are certainly prepared to take that early stage exploration risk in, say, the mining sector. Is it a cultural thing that our investors are less likely, our capital holders are less likely to take that risk in some of these other areas? Is that part of the phenomenon?
I'll jump in quickly if that's okay, Chair. I don't know if I have all the answers. I went on an amazing innovation tour with a delegation to Israel a few years ago. We looked at the innovation system there and their propensity to take risks, and we tried to compare it to Australia. And there were all these hypotheses of why, and I don't think we really got to the bottom of exactly what it is. But there is some risk aversion in Australia. But hopefully through our universities and research organisations like CSIRO, we can, again, like I think the valley of death is that serious risk area. And if we can help them de-risk and help them bridge that gap, I think that's definitely one approach.
So the valley of death can be anything from a dip to a canyon, yeah? Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, and if you try and jump and you get halfway across and don't make it all the way, you can fall.
I was a fan of Evel Knievel when I was young,
So was I.
I'm certainly aware of that issue. Can I ask you? We heard in relation to some evidence that was given today by a very impressive researcher who went on the journey of crossing that valley of death and ultimately successfully being part of the commercialisation of a solution to address the fruit fly, which is a major issue for our fruit producers, right? So one of the points he raised was from his background, Associate Professor Brownlee, his background, he didn't have the expertise based on his own professional background with respect to these commercialisation issues. He was a specialist in terms of his field of science. He was a specialist in relation to the research, typical research timeline or activities, but he hadn't received or wasn't a specialist in terms of commercialisation. Is that an issue in terms of some of our professions that in this space that they're specialists? And I'm not sure if there's an answer to this. I'm interested to hear any thoughts in relation to the Israeli, say, context. Is this an issue in terms of sometimes the people who have the skills, the immense talent, the genius to come up with these great ideas and concepts just don't have the practical training and expertise with respect to navigating through that valley of death, the commercialisation?
I might jump in there. Thank you, Senator. Yes, I think that is often a challenge in Australia. To echo Dr. Zipper's comments, Australia does not lack for fantastic, innovative ideas, whether it comes from industry or academia or something in between. I think the challenge is, as Dr. Zipper said, and you've alluded to, is translating it through to application in industry. So CSIRO recognizes and has multiple things in place to work to help address that challenge. And we have run historically accelerator programs to help equip academics and others to do exactly what you described, which is to get that line of sight to the industry application and really evolve their idea, their invention, their concept, their science to that point where it can be applicable. Excuse me. But we also run a significant number of programs for small, medium enterprises as well, which is the backbone of Australian industry and certainly manufacturing, to really help connect those businesses to research and make sure that they can access Australia's great research talent, again, in pursuit of solving some of their really big and sticky problems and getting through their valley of death.
Okay. Dr. Zipper, Mr. Zipper, do you have anything to add in that regard?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Everything that Ms. Rose said is exactly right, but I don't think researchers need to be worried if they don't understand commercialisation, because I think there's more than enough fantastic people in Australia to support them. I mean, just CSIRO is a microcosm of that. We don't expect our researchers to be deeply aware of all the commercialisation routes and the legalities and all the regulatory and everything, but we surround them with commercialisation experts who help them do that. And I think we've got more than enough talent in Australia. It's just connecting, and that both sides are willing to work together and listen and help each other. Okay, so it really is a question of connecting the expertise with where it's required. Yeah. And is there more we could be doing in that space in terms of making those connections, or are we on the right path in terms of what we're doing? I think, like for the if you look at manufacturing and SME space, some surveys have shown, and I can't tell exactly which surveys off the top of my head, but they've shown that the number of SMEs in the manufacturing space which are engaging with research organisations is not not huge, and they could be engaging more, incentivised and encouraged to. And it doesn't always have to be just to do research; it can be to get access to resources that might better help them do those commercialisation routes.
Right. Okay. I might just Senator Kitching, are you on the call? Sorry, are you on the call? Are you?
I'm here, if you like, Senator Scott, Louise.
Oh, hello, Senator Pratt. I was just watching in the background and I knew you were trying to log in. So you're on the call. So are you happy to take the call?
I am, thank you.
Okay, over to you, Senator Pratt.
Can I ask, please, in terms of where we have done this well, CSIRO's got its own approach, and we've been talking about the importance of scale up and commercialisation over many years, and yet Australia still lags behind. Where have we done it well, and what specific levers do we need to pull to take the emphasis off knowing what we need to do and actually getting on with doing it?
Marcus, do you want to kick off, or I can?
You can if you want. Thanks. I'll jump in.
Thanks, Senator
Because
Pratt.
it's a big question.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Pratt, and hello from Perth. I'm here in Western Australia as well, and I guess that might be a good segue to. I do think that one place we have done this very well is in the mining technology sector, in terms of commercializing research and commercializing technology, and in that case, if I use that as an example. I think that's where all of these kind of ingredients that we've just been discussing have really lined up quite well. Where you have fundamental research, whether it's in ore body characterization or other kind of specific geological disciplines or others, connects through to testing things at the bench and then testing things in a scaled up environment and then taking them through a commercialization pipeline. And CSIRO has a couple. I'm sorry to keep leaning on CSIRO examples, but we have a couple of really interesting technologies that we're commercializing at the moment in that space, where we've got very clear line of sight to their end use in industry, and there's a demonstrated need. So I think there are some sectors where we do this exceptionally well, and I think there's clarity at each point in the step in terms of kind of what role different organizations are playing. Obviously, capital plays a role in that, and I think we've got fairly sophisticated capital in that sector, and we're growing that in other sectors as well in Australia at the moment. So that's just one perspective in terms of where I do think we do it well. Marcus?
Thanks, Ms. Rose. I think you've covered it well. Thanks.
That's a terrific and very relevant example, and I guess you drew on the established nature of the industry and the capital intensiveness of it that I guess makes that pull through. It inserts the urgency and the it inserts the long-term translation because it's a well-established industry. And so what, in terms of smaller industries that aren't that as well developed, what can we put in place in order to do that? Like, because I see in the university partnerships with mining companies, etc., I can see that those relationships are well established and they've got that commercialisation pulled through because the commercial demand is already there and established because it's going to make a contribution to an already well-established industry. Are there well-established industries in Australia that, in terms of them not doing that pull-through as well, and it's not just about, therefore, commercialising novel ideas, it's actually taking ideas that are relevant to particular well-established industries and learning from mining?
Yes, thank you, Senator Pratt. I will pass to Dr. Zipper. He may have an example that he'd like to use, but one that strikes me that might be relevant is in the biomed space, that we're doing quite a lot of work in terms of scaling up technologies to really accelerate the rate at which they can come to market. Dr. Zipper, did you want to pick that up?
Thank you, Ms. Rosen. Thank you, Senator, for the question. So I think there's a whole lot of different elements to this. I think one is working with industries that have got a great idea or a product particularly, partially developed, and they need places like CSIRO or universities to help them take it up to that higher, what we call the technology readiness level scale. We do that. I think there's also areas where so we often are very responsive to the market and to industry, CSIRO, but sometimes we also want to be investing in areas that are maybe a bit ahead of the market to help those more emerging industries as they come to fruition. So a good example at the moment is quantum technologies. And CSIRO has different models of investing in different horizons of research, and we have these areas called future science platforms, which is more in the longer term horizon research, which is maybe hasn't got a completely huge market demand at the moment, but we see it as emerging and has a line of sight to need an application in the future. So we're investing in these more longer term research areas, anticipating that the country will need them in the future.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Senator, I can give you...
In the context, yeah, no, please do.
Apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to offer another example, but if you'd like to move on, please feel free.
No, I would be keen for further examples. Thank you.
Sure. We talked earlier in this conversation about some of the commercialization models that CSIRO employs. One of the models that we're using with some success at the moment is something that we're describing as company creation. And this is in established sectors often, and the example I'll give you is in food. So what this is doing is taking a novel idea and partnering with venture capital and industry and CSIRO research and technology sort of strength, and bringing those three things together from the very beginning to work very specifically on creating a company, creating something that can grow and scale, create jobs, and tackle a very specific gap in the market. And that's something that we're finding is working quite well in certain sectors, and food is a relatively established sector, for example.
Where do I find a copy of that in particular?
Senator, we'll be happy to take that away and provide you with more detail if you'd like.
Okay, and in terms of going back to the original mining example, to turn to the manufacturing parts of mining and whether it's heavy, I think you mentioned in your submission, it's the mining equipment technology and services roadmap. Is that something that mining is going to be able to deliver because it's already got those that pull through, or are there still particular challenges in terms of SMEs and others that can participate that and also pull that innovation through?
Senator, I think there's, I hope this answers your question. I think that there's tremendous scope in mining and in other sectors as well to really leverage the strength of the Australian SME sector and further develop them in terms of innovation. And that's certainly true in the manufacturing sector. And as I said before, we do work quite extensively. Last year, we worked with 980 SMEs across Australia, across a variety of different sectors to really help, as I said, connect them, evolve their ideas, with CSIRO research, but also the research of other organizations as well. Dr. Zipper, did you want to, I know you ran our minerals business for a while.
Just quickly, and thank you, Senator, for the question. So, mining again is a very broad area, from, metal production and mining. You've got your big companies and your junior explorers, but Australia has a magnificent met sector, which that roadmap was about, which is a lot of SMEs. And we've got a really fantastic reputation for developing unique mining tools, mineral processing tools, and a lot of software for the minerals industry, which is very powerful. And it doesn't just help our Australian miners and stuff, but they have great export markets too, to sell our technology to the world.
I noticed that some of the SMEs that I visit, for example, in the metals space, they will import new manufacturing technology that enables them to do that more quickly and efficiently, but they're still innovating around what it is that they're producing with that machinery. How is it that we enable companies to keep up with the technology that they need to import and scale and invest in order to continue their own innovation? Is that something you've looked at?
If it's okay, Ms. Rose, Senator, thank you. I'll give you a quick example. 10 years ago, 3D metal printing was an emerging industry and a technology for Australia, and CSIRO invested in some of the first ones in Australia to use as a demonstrator to help SMEs sort of try before they buy and help them get used to it and how they work and the advantages and some of the research and technical issues. And that was the way they didn't have to invest. They could really get a handle on it. And now, 10 years later, so many of them are in Australia because we've sort of helped open the door. We took the risk because we had that scale to do that. And now it's becoming pretty much a standard technique across Australia. So that's one example. I think we've done that sort of work to help them adopt new technologies, which is low risk for them and low cost to put their foot in the water.
That's great, because it's somewhere in between the commercialisation of pure research towards kind of the getting the overall innovative trends moving. What levers are there for government in that regard? Because I know we've had a lot of emphasis on the commercialisation of research, but in part it is I feel like that example of the 3D metal printer is a good example of that gap that we need to keep accelerating down the line of.
And it's okay, I'll give you another example, which the government have got a test bed initiative, which helped invest in, again, different types of those sort of facilities, and CSIRO with Swinburne Uni, working with government and other partners, have developed a test bed in 3D printing for composite materials, which we've established at our CSIRO Clayton site. It's another great example, and that's through a government initiative.
And is that co-located with actual manufacturing? I'm looking at some proposals for common user infrastructure, say here in Western Australia, and how we might embed, if you like, part of the ability of the common user infrastructure is not only to cut costs in, sharing space, etc., but there could, for example, be the capacity to accelerate the rollout of new technology to more companies so that they can collaborate together on bids for big projects, rather than they can collaborate around the innovation required and not just compete in, the contract tenders for that work. Has anyone done any particular work around those kinds of business models?
I can jump in.
Yeah, go for it, Mark.
Thanks. You can see we're very enthusiastic about all these topics, Senator. Thank you. So we work a lot with consortiums on different initiatives in investing in capital for these sort of test beds and new ideas, new technologies with SMEs and governments. We do quite a bit of that. We work through CRCs, obviously, and other types of mechanisms on these sort of more collaborative consortium based. We do co-locate. We do have a lot of these facilities have access for industry to come on site, spend time there, set up shop, learn the ropes with us, come and go, build their teams, and then sort of, leave the nest and go out and build their own spaces. So we have all the models, and I think it has to be a flexible model because every company or every organisation or instance is different. Same time, physically location is fantastic, but you don't want to duplicate test beds all over the country because that doesn't seem like a good use of resources. And CSIRO, for example, is a national organisation, so we have to be able to work, COVID permitting, across borders without having to duplicate facilities in every site. And one way is through digital technology and ability to be able to have people remotely use equipment sitting where Kirsten, you are in Perth, with me in Melbourne, without physically having to always be there. So we're using all these type of models to deepen the engagement and the collaboration across boundaries.
That's excellent, and I might pick up some discussion around the proposed Southwest Advanced Manufacturing Precinct in that regard here in Western Australia, if I may. Have I had my allocation of time, Chair, or may I?
You have had your allocation of time, but
okay.
I'm quite happy
That's
to be
fine.
generous.
No, that's fine. I'm happy to share the call and come back if there's time. Thank you.
I might, if I can just ask a few questions in relation to critical minerals, and I come from the mining industry, Dr. Zipper, so I'm quite passionate about the technology that's been developed around our mining industry, including refining, smelting technology developed in my home state of Queensland, Mount Isa Mines, Isa Smelt, etc. It's used all over the world. What are the opportunities in that space for Australia, given the current importance in that critical mineral space? What are the opportunities we have in front of us? That's going to be the easiest question anyone ever asked you.
I'll jump in if I may, Senator. Is that all right, Dr. Zipper,
Sure.
if I just jump in quickly? So thank you, Senator, and CSIRO also believes that there are phenomenal opportunities in that space. And I might, refer you to one of our industry roadmaps. We've recently released an energy metals roadmap, and it's an area that we're doing a fairly significant amount of work in collaboration with many partners as well. We think that there are significant opportunities to further add value to Australian product and look at opportunities to move a little bit further downstream in that in the mining arena. All of that said, it's not an area of deep expertise of mine, or I don't think deep expertise of Dr. Zipper's. So if you have specific questions, we would be absolutely delighted to take them on notice and come back to you.
Okay. So some of the issues I think we're going to be confronting in this area are how we process ore, for example, from a very complicated ore body. So from a metallurgical point of view, how do we extract the critical minerals in a cost-effective fashion, which means that we can take advantage of the resources we're blessed with in our country. Is that an example of the sort of work that CSIRO can assist industry with?
Yeah, look, thank you, Senator and Chair. Exactly, 100%. Everything from, the original discovery, online analysis as ore comes out of the ground and goes through sorting and blending, all the way to different ways of extraction, whether it's hydrometallurgy, pyrometallurgy. And we have a whole business unit, which is the minerals part of CSIRO, which dedicates themselves to look at those things.
And presumably this also potentially extends into the concept of a circular economy, where there's going to be so many solar panels that come to the end of their life, for example, and we're going to be looking to extract the relevant critical minerals that are remaining within those installations, within those panels, and come up with the best, most efficient and safest way to deal with waste. Is that another example of the sort of technological challenges that an organisation like CSIRO can assist with?
Thank you, Senator. 100%. But so that idea of what they sometimes call urban mining,
yeah,
extracting from electronics devices and solar panels back the recoverable valuable elements, there is technology elements to that and research elements, but there's also consumer behaviour, and there's tyranny of distance in Australia and transport costs. So there's a whole elements that have to be blended together around consumer behaviour, getting the economics right and the business models, and then in partnership with the research.
Okay, excellent. Senator Pratt, we have got a little bit of time left, so because I'm a generous chair, I'd like to share the call with you again, Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much. Going back to your so I've got some feedback there. Okay, I think that's better. Going back to your submission, can I ask, sorry, I've just turned it off. I've got it here. In terms of cybersecurity and manufacturing, where are the intersections there in terms of protecting our intellectual property or sharing it, and are there real risks for manufacturing businesses in that regard?
Thanks, Senator Pratt, and thank you for referencing the submission. Dr. Zipper and I have talked a couple of times already about some of the industry roadmaps that CSIRO produces, which is a really important way that we look ahead and inform our research priorities and understand what we believe to be the direction of travel in Australia and beyond. And in 2018, we published a cybersecurity roadmap. The intersections specifically of cybersecurity and manufacturing are probably beyond my specific technical ability to answer. I'll pass to Dr. Zipper, but we might need to take that one away as well. Dr. Zipper?
Yeah, and I think, look, I think cybersecurity is important for all of us. It's a good question, Senator. It's often also particularly specific to industry types. So you'll have a company that's producing parts, let's say, for mining, and they want to diversify and work, let's say, and start producing materials or products for the defence space. Well, to enter the defence supply chain, you may need security clearance and even deeper IT security elements, and a lot of parties don't realise that. I was on the government's defence roadmap as part of the modern manufacturing strategy, and so there's an education element of different IT. And you're right. If you work in defence, and we work in defence in CSIRO with other parties, and we've had to increase our security, cybersecurity elements in those areas, and to meet the threshold that you need for security clearance.
Have you got some particular learnings from that defence example about the capacity for which SMEs have for collaborating and scaling up for kind of big industry projects?
Probably not intimate knowledge myself, Senator. I know
No,
that
that's fine. I'll park that one then, if you like. In terms of and I'm not sure the extent to which this is an area of CSIRO's expertise, but I'd be interested to know if there are any particular insights around it. Currently, we've got the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and ARENA, which I know that you all know well. How applicable is that kind of model for the broader roadmaps in pharmaceuticals, mining equipment, cybersecurity, space in terms, and food and agriculture? is it a useful accelerator in terms of access to capital that matches funding and de-risks things, or are we going to need to look at different types of models?
Thanks, Senator. So ARENA historically has been, my understanding is largely a grant funding mechanism to really help get early stage technologies off the ground, and CEFC is obviously more of a kind of a form of a green bank. So that combination of financial vehicles can work very effectively, and I think we've seen some great results from both of those entities over the years. So in principle, I guess, I think that it can be a very compelling way to sort of accelerate outcomes in specific industries, particularly where there's a recognition that there may be some gaps or some needs to fill to really get that acceleration that you described. Beyond that, in terms of commenting on specific sectors, I'm probably not very well placed to do that.
That's very helpful. Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt, and thank you, Ms. Rose and Dr. Zipper, for your testimony today. It was greatly appreciated. Your passion for your work beams through the screens. And we also thank you for the submission you provided. That was all very useful. So CSIRO is an Australian treasure, and we greatly appreciate the work that you and your colleagues do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee. Have a nice rest of your day. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, we will now welcome representatives from Cooperative Research Australia. And I thank you for appearing before the committee today. I'm just going to read a short blurb and then I'll ask you to introduce yourselves. So if I'll just call that up. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd like to advise you that any questions or notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business 1 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so, but prior to that, for the Hansard record, could you both please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I'm Jane O'Dwyer, the Chief Executive Officer of Cooperative Research Australia.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I'm Jordan Gardner, the Engagement and Policy Manager for Cooperative Research Australia.
Excellent. Welcome to you both. Ms. O'Dwyer, do you have an opening statement or opening remarks you'd like to make?
I do, and thank you. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to participate in this important discussion. I'll just also acknowledge the First Nations people on whose land and airwaves we're meeting. I'm on Ngunnawal land here in Canberra and pay my respect to elders past and present. First, a little bit of background on Cooperative Research Australia, as we've changed our name since we made our submission. Our organisation, originally known as the Cooperative Research Centres Association, was established in 1994 to complement the CRC program. The community that we represent, support and advocate for has its origins in the CRC program, but now encompasses post-CRC entities, companies and institutes, similar collaborative research organisations like universities, industry, alumni and professionals and service providers. And I just note it's a great pleasure to follow CSIRO, who are the most active participant in the CRC program over its history. To better reflect the breadth and impact of the collaborative research community, we changed our name to Cooperative Research Australia last month. Our members represent a multi-billion-dollar collective investment in innovation and commercialisation by industry, universities and other research institutions and the Australian government. Over the past 30 years, the CRC program has fostered Australian innovation capability, generated an alumni of over 4,000 highly qualified people who understand how to create successful industry research collaboration, and has produced over 121,000 industry and research publications and is respected internationally. With more than 230 CRCs funded since 1991 and 176 CRC project grants since 2016, the program is a flagship feature of the Australian Innovation System. It is a model that has fostered the development of long-term research industry partnerships and has inspired the creation of similar types of collaborative entities, most recently the new Drought Resilience Adoption and Innovation Hubs. The last impact study of the CRC program found it to have generated $14.5 billion in direct economic impacts from 1991 to 2017 and a net benefit to the economy of around 0.03 percentage points of additional GDP growth per annum since 1992. We're expecting the impending impact assessment that's been done this year will find that the program has generated even greater benefit for the Australian people. We know that some of the success stories in advanced manufacturing across the range of disciplines have come as a result of the CRC program. And these include things like advanced composite materials used in the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, extended soft contact lenses, which are now the leading multifocal lens in the United States, the award-winning Remy Smart Bed, which will go into manufacturing in Australia, developed in Melbourne, and the development of bioinvisible, a coating which creates an invisible barrier, reducing the interaction of the body's normal immune defences when from the surface of implanted devices. Right now, there are 27 CRCs and more than 95 CRC projects working on everything from honeybees to concrete, from transport systems to food agility, mining transitions to future fuels and renewables, and keeping the nation safe online by improving cybersecurity. The program remains critical and relevant. While the government has allocated funding in the CRCP grants directly to support national manufacturing priorities, we see in the current CRCs that many align with the priorities and contribute to creating a sophisticated manufacturing capacity for Australia. Likewise, when we look back over past CRCs, we see that many that continue in new forms, we also see a strong contribution to these priorities. Not surprisingly, CRCs come into existence where we have a combination in Australia of research prowess, industry interest and ambition, and government support. The bidding is highly competitive, and the quality of the bids that don't get funded, particularly in round 2, tell us there's additional capacity to be harnessed. Australia has an enviable research capacity and a highly skilled workforce. In CSIRO, our universities and other research institutions, we have some of the highest quality research capacity in the world, but at the moment only 1.6% of business in Australia collaborate with our university researchers, and only 2% of articles were published with academic and corporate co-authors in 2017, with Australia ranking 25th out of the 35 OECD countries. CRCs and similar entities are where we can change that equation and unleash Australia's capacity as a clever country. There's real potential waiting to be unleashed for Australia by scaling up our investment in CRCs and similar programs. I'm very happy to take questions from the senators.
Thank you very much. Senator Pratt, do you have some questions you'd like to kick off with?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your submission and evidence today. Can I commence by asking, given that the CRC program is so well established and so diverse across many areas, what does the experience of CRCs tell us in regards to the other levers of government that might need to change? Are there common barriers, for example, to commercialisation that CRCs experience? Are there common education and training barriers or skills barriers? You know, what are the insights from the work of CRCs that tell us, particularly in the manufacturing space, what we could and should be, what levers we should be pulling and changing?
That's a great question, Senator Pratt, and thanks for the opportunity to answer it. There's a lot, and I don't have any reports at hand that tell us specifically to that, but I think there's some things that are clear lessons from the CRC program. So one of the things it does is it provides a really clear framework for industry and research institutions to engage with one another. And so we see in programs like the CRCP grants, often SMEs, and in the case of the one I mentioned in my opening, Sleep Tight, a small family business had the opportunity to engage with a research institution for the first time and then grow that into something more substantial. So I think one of the lessons we can take from the CRC program is the importance of a framework that helps those different organisations learn to work together and explore how they can work together. The other thing that's really important that's come from the CRCs goes to the 4,000 alumni I mentioned, and that's a kind of limited number of the alumni really, because that's only referring to those who've completed their PhDs in industry-led research through the CRC program. There are many more people who you might count as past staff or alumni who might have done postdoctoral studies or might have worked in CRCs. That development of a workforce that knows how to work between industry and research institutions is critical to us being able to harness better and commercialise better and translate better the outcomes of research. So I think those things are two of the major lessons out of it, the importance of a framework. The thing that's interesting in the CRC framework is it has flexibility within it as well to allow the partners to manage their particular area relevant in a way that's suitable for their industry sector. So there's flexibility, for instance, in how CRCs might organise IP arrangements. And we see different IP arrangements in different CRCs, and that's because that's what suits that industry sector and those partners. So I think it has flexibility, but the importance is a known framework. One of the ways I tend to conceive of it is if you think of CRCs as a broad spanning bridge over the valley of death in commercialisation, because CRCs can reach from very early TRL levels to the latter TRL levels, that if you think of them as a bridge, in the Australian context, it's a bridge where everyone knows the direction of how to get to that bridge. They understand where the off-ramps are on it, and they understand where it goes to. And having that certainty and having that long-term, it's a really good example of long-term certainty providing access for industry and research institutions to work together without having to learn new kind of programs or new ways of doing it.
So it's clear that CRCs take that skill post their existence as a CRC in enabling that bridge to be crossed, both in workforce and in kind of that translation. Where else in policy and government settings do you see a capacity to apply what CRCs do, or can it only happen? You know, it does happen in other, unis try and do it, CSIRO does it, but are there particular levers that we can say, right, well, this is how we incentivise that good behaviour as a government or as a regulator or whatever?
So that's a really good question, and I'd note too that CSIRO and universities do this. One of the ways they do it is through the CRC program. So they make use of that because it works for them. I guess in terms of levers across government, so the Miles review in 2015, Jordan, just checking if I've got the year right, 2015. 2015. One of the things I identified in the Miles review, or one of the proposals in it, was that you could have the CRC program extend out across government, so in different agencies in government using that model. And in a sense, that's part of what we see in the drought centres. So I think in terms of levers government can use, it is a framework and a structure that can be applied in other places. Of course, it needs to be reviewed regularly and updated regularly because the way all of these organisations operate changes and our economy changes, and it is a highly reviewed program. It's been the subject of 5 formal reviews and 2 impact assessments and a couple of informal reviews as well. So it's a well-reviewed program. But I think thinking about how you can apply that framework in other departments and other agencies in government is a useful way of thinking about it. The other thing that's interesting is post the Miles review, CRCs have evolved. So I think the idea that CRCs are research institutions or led entirely by research institutions is a sort of pre-Miles review view. Post-Miles review, we see that that they're very strongly industry-led. So we see that in the creation of bids, we see the involvement of industry in the bidding process is very profound, and in some bids are mostly led by industry. We see it in the management, the governance, and the operation of them. So they've become a really good place for industry-led research that still accesses that deep research capacity that Australia has. I think we've got to be careful in discussions about wanting to ensure that we have places research can go to solve industry can go to solve problems that they have, but they still have through that access to fundamental research and discovery-led research that potentially leads them to commercialise products or services or processes that they can't even imagine at the moment. So that's the value of bringing industry into that world and maintaining the link to that world. So I think the format itself is a policy lever that can be applied across government and to incentivise. The other thing that I think is a very important feature of the CRC program is the co-investment. So government funding is used to leverage private sector and research institution funding. So there's no CRC is completely funded by government. The whole process of it means these organisations need to go through a process of working out who's going to contribute what, how much they will contribute, and making that long-term commitment. It is a long-term commitment for CRCs, often because for step change in industry sectors, you actually need that period of time to do it. And then CRCPs are much quicker things that are closer to launch. So I think that that model of encouraging the partners in this process to have committed as part of the bidding process is a really useful lever for policymakers.
That's an excellent answer that I appreciate very much. Can I ask further to that context? We've got industries that have a lot of innovation attached to them already, and that are big industries, they could be, for example, something like education. But if you take something like rail manufacturing and the rail industry in Australia, which has a lot of government capital that has to go into it, and we hand over that capital and that private and public investment, but we don't embed a research component into that enables us to take big steps forward and to innovate more robustly in that space. Are there any CRC examples where, rather than just leading from an innovation space, we're trying to teach existing big, well-established industries to innovate better?
Absolutely. I think SmartCrete CRC is a fantastic example of that. We also see that in Building 4.0, who made a Building 4.0 CRC, who made a submission to this committee as well. So we do see it in areas that haven't traditionally had a strong research component to them. I mean, the concrete industry is not renowned for its engagement in research, but SmartCrete actually fosters that and creates that, and there's a great deal to come from that. Another interesting example that we have is actually the smallest current CRC, which is the honeybee CRC, where you've got an industry that probably didn't even really identify itself as a collective, that through the honeybee CRC has embedded in it an idea of engaging in research as a way of developing the industry, and that's a great success story. So I think again, it goes back to this notion of having a framework that's true and tested and everyone understands what's involved, to give those industries the security of knowing they can go in and engage in that space. It's very different for them. I mean, it's probably, if you're a concrete manufacturer, it might be intimidating to figure out which university you might go and knock on door or knocking on CSIRO's door. But through that process of working with other colleagues in your industry and having a good framework, it becomes a safer thing. And one of the things that we think is important out of CRCs is, of course, the relationships that are often established through the lifetime of a CRC, be it a short-term or a longer-term CRC, very often go on to longer, more established relationships because they teach the partners how to work together and make them comfortable with working together and make them comfortable with taking bigger risks in working together.
Yeah, and how does that apply in terms of, clearly there's a need to build that bridge, those kinds of bridges across an industry just in the uptake of new technology. How do you differentiate between, say, the uptake of new technology and enabling industries to accelerate, as well as actual innovation?
That's a great question. I think it goes to why the inclusion of the education program in the CRC is so important. It helps, so by being able to often for the first time engage with the research process and with PhD scholars, postdoctoral scholars, but also in other parts of the education system. We see some of our CRCs are engaged in vet programs, in undergraduate programs as well. But it gives those industries an opportunity to engage with the possibility that research offers to them, which shifts them from being potentially engaging with existing technology or near to existing technology, with engaging with deeper innovation. So engaging with, as I said before, ideas not yet imagined, and that allows much deeper innovation. It also allows step change. If you only work at the very applied end of commercialisation innovation, you're really a knowledge taker, and you're only ever just at the edge of where potential lies. Whereas if you are involved with a deeper research process, the possibility of something that might be really leap your industry ahead or really leap your company ahead becomes very real. And when we look at innovative economies around the world, we do see that industry employs a higher degree of PhD graduates than is common in Australia. And part of it is understanding what a PhD graduate might bring to your company. And this is one of the places where you can find that out and you can test it out. And PhD graduates or PhD students can learn how to work in a way that works for industry as well.
Okay, so that's an excellent insight and answer. What does that mean in the context of manufacturing companies that are competing with each other in large part by importing new technology and being the first to do that, noting we may not be the ones building that, the machines that build the things, but that they are also using that machinery to research, to build new products that they're innovating around. How do we distinguish the threads of those kinds of elements?
That's an interesting question. So I suppose in purchasing new technology and bringing in new technology, you're staying up with contemporary innovation. So you're staying current in your industry. But what you're not really doing is innovating ahead of that industry. Now, all sectors need to stay contemporary and current. That's part of the nature of human development. But I think and we should never dismiss that because it's still important. And understanding how to use that technology is important to our skills base. But knowing, where the innovation potentially comes is figuring out ways to use that technology or move beyond that technology in a way that others might not have imagined, which is where we create sovereign capacity, also create a sort of Australian competitive advantage.
So taking
and going back
food
to
and beverage, taking food and beverage
just going back
an example. No, you go. Yes, you answered.
No, you go ahead. That's fine.
Feel free to touch on what you were going to add to that. if you take something like the need to innovate in the food and beverage space, where there's innovation around packaging, etc., we're still at the same time in that industry left with a lot of outdated technology that isn't at the up to speed in terms of being competitive with the technology that's already in the marketplace that's been rolled out overseas. How do we do both, in effect? Can we get ahead on packaging and that kind of stuff, but we're still at the same time going to have to bring our other technology up to speed? Is it possible to, it's not really possible to do one without the other, is it? Or
yeah, no, that's correct. And I think that probably goes to setting priorities, where some of the signals around government priorities for modernisation of Australian sectors is important.
Yeah.
But I think we do see some interesting examples of industries coming together. I mean, in the food space, we have the Fight Food Waste CRC is a kind of interesting one, where they're choosing particular problems where, despite the competition internally, they can see potential for Australian industry to take a leap together. And I suppose one of the things about that is actually moving to space where you're not necessarily competing internally, but where you might create a new competitive advantage for us.
Thank you, that's terrific. Chair, do I still have time to keep going? Or
You've
would
still
you
got
like
a
to
few.
hand the ball?
No, you've got a few more minutes if you'd like to take them, Senator Pratt.
Okay. Some of the CRCs I'm familiar with have dealt with that critical research component, but also issues of scale and new markets and things that are, so they're innovative and they share knowledge, but they're not just research. So, you know, they're very much also that collaboration part of it. Do you see in some cases, for example, where that the cooperative nature of it could also be applied across other industries? And I think in particular also about food manufacture and packaging. The Grocery Council wants that sector to triple its exports and become $1 billion industry, which means not only the research component, but also new markets and the like. So where do things like markets and developing markets play a role in the context of research?
That's a really good question. I suppose some of that forethought goes into the bidding process. So the industry partners participate and contribute to their CRC program, and they make a commitment to it. So they are obviously already thinking about what prospective markets are for them. So I think that is that process that they go through in forming a CRC. There is some thought of that. Some of it, of course, is then what happens, you know, over a decade. So some of these go for a decade. So what develops over a decade? And we have some great examples of innovations that have come out of CRCs finding very good markets. And I might throw quickly to Jordan, who might want to go over some of them. He's a long-time member of our organisation, so he's got some good examples. But you know, just some of the ones I mentioned today, the soft contact lenses that everyone takes for granted now, they found new markets. So Jordan, did you want to bring up any of the examples that
thanks, Jane, and thank you for the question, Senator Pratt. So as Jane mentioned, the day and night contact lens was actually developed in a CRC and was taken to market by Novartis, and it's now the most popular contact lens technology sold in the United States. The cochlear ear implant was further refined in the hearing CRC, and as you know, that has a market worldwide. Another really interesting one is, directly that's related to manufacturing, is the trailing edge of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner was developed through collaboration with the Advanced Composite Structures CRC. Australia is particularly good at welding together composite materials, and that actually resulted in a $4 billion contract over 25 years, and is manufactured in Australia and used worldwide on products.
Just lastly, in that context, if you look at things like the Young and Well CRC as it existed before, it in effect took research, but also created a market and a delivery mechanism for it. That's really big and embedded. Is there a way of saying, okay, we're not just talking about contact lenses here, we're talking about the whole ecosystem of optometry, if you like. So in the context of, say, food manufacture and packaging, it might not just be a new piece of packaging, but it, you know, it might well, it's where it also has those systemic transformative scale that really leverages up not just the Australian bit of innovation, but the size of our participation in it.
Yeah, that's a great question and observation. I think so. We do see that, and when we look back, of course, we look to historical examples, and we look at, for instance, the Brian Holden Vision Institute that's had a profound impact on a wider sector. And I mean, that's part of the purpose of ERCs is it's not individual innovations for individual companies. It's about lifting an industry and lifting a sector. And using collective innovation. Yeah, exactly.
That's great, because I'm interested in how where the government should be. We need those individual innovations around, something like a contact lens, but something like the battery CRC, could be entirely economically transformative in that sense, and the same with hydrogen. And I'm just trying to work out how you go about making judgments about that, and how government should as well when looking at the CRC model.
That's a great question. I mean, the thing that's important, I think, in that model to understand it is to bring about transformation of whole sectors. You need that long-term investment, and you need the right size runway to drive that innovation that lifts all of that sector. So you've raised the current one, the future batteries industry, CRC. That's its whole job, is to raise Australian capacity in that sector. We saw with the honeybees one, the honeybees one's due to wind up soon, but the honeybees one has helped drive a sense of a sector of how it could grow and how it could develop. They become step changes. They can't happen in the shorter term programs. So where we see in some of the other programs that government runs, and they're all important, are often shorter term grants. They might be 2-year grants or 3-year grants, and they're really about commercialising a product or a single business innovating. The point of CRCs is that they bring together multiple players in an industry sector and multiple players in the research sector related to that industry, and over a period of time, so they have a good size and a good period of time, they're able to then make that step change. So that's what they're designed to do. And I think that's the role they play in the innovation system in Australia. And the thing is that you've got the industry commitment to it, because you're often asking people who are competitors to work together, and they're agreeing to work together and bidding for it. So they're trying to step change their industry, not only their business.
That's excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. I have a few questions. Senator Pratt has asked many of the questions I had, and has done a terrific job in terms of flushing out a lot of the issues. Ms. O'Dwyer, You mentioned in terms of your, I think it was in your opening statement about IP flexibility, intellectual property flexibility. I'm wondering if you can provide some further comments in relation to intellectual property flexibility and how that can promote the manufacturing industry, and if you can do it by reference to some practical examples, just to help us, or at least help me, visualise in practice the sorts of things we're talking about.
Okay, so one of the features of the CRC program is that the IP arrangements are required to be negotiated between the participants and the partners. So they arrive at something that suits that industry, that group of organisations. That means there's some difference in the way different CRCs manage IP. And an example I can give you is in manufacturing. So the IMCRC, the Innovative Manufacturing CRC, it doesn't actually hold the intellectual property. It's not driven by trying to turn that IP into something or turn itself into something afterwards. It's completely negotiated with the participants in it. So it allows a great deal more flexibility in the way that they may operate, and it allows the shaping of the IP arrangements to be suitable for that industry sector and those participants, which I think has potential value, but also is attractive to industry partners wanting to participate because they know they'll have something that works for them.
So it's an attribute of the particular process which is a positive in this regard. Is that that's the takeaway from our for our perspective, that because it allows the development of bespoke IP arrangements in between the various players or the stakeholders that actually suit their specific needs. Is that a fair summation?
Yeah, that is, and that allows you to manage things like where you have multiple businesses that might be competitors but are actually joint participants in a CRC program. So it helps you to manage those types of things.
Okay. Another question I had was, again, coming out of your opening statement, I've been reflecting on this during the course of your testimony, and that is, to what extent do the national manufacturing priorities, as they're currently stated, to what extent do they dovetail with the historical experience in terms of success through the CRC space? It seems to me that there seemed to be a reasonable symmetry as you're running through the various projects between the national manufacturing priorities and what experience tells us in terms of our inherent expertise, our advantage, if you like, with respect to particular areas. Is that a fair comment?
It is a fair comment. I think we'd have to take it on notice to give you some to put together some proper analysis on that. But certainly, when we look at the national manufacturing priorities, and then we look at the CRCs, particularly the sort of successful CRCs of the past, and then we look at current CRCs, you can see a strong alignment, which tells you that these two things, it's not surprising because CRCs reflect Australian capacity in the way they develop. And we've developed our national manufacturing priorities around what government identifies as our capacity. So that makes sense. But what I think is interesting about it is it's not a deliberately driven alignment. It's an alignment that has occurred because of where our strengths lie in Australia. So it's an interesting one. In the CRCPs, of course, that is very specifically, they're very specifically funded around national manufacturing priorities, but not in the main CRCs.
Yeah. So and that's what particularly interested me. It seemed there seemed to be a symmetry, and it was an organic, if you like, symmetry. And I was trying to pick, and maybe you can take this on notice. I don't want to provide a heap of work for you to do.
We're very happy to help the committee.
But I, as you were listing the different projects and I was analysing them in my mind with the national manufacturing priorities, I was looking for outliers. So areas where perhaps experience tells us we do have particular expertise, but those areas aren't reflected in the national manufacturing priorities, which would seem to me to be potential opportunities. Is that something you could take on notice?
Yeah, we'd be very happy to do that, Senator Scarr.
Okay. And then my last question is in relation to the co-investment issue, which you referred to, and the leverage that is achieved in terms of co-investment. And I guess from a government perspective, from a broader policy perspective, you want to generate you want funds, public funds, to go to areas where you achieve the best leverage for each and every single public dollar. That should be one of the aims for policymakers. So I'm interested in your thoughts just in terms of how you assess that leverage so that these things can be assessed on an objective basis, because clearly all of the witnesses appearing before us today have talked about leverage. How as policymakers should we look at this issue of leverage so that we can compare competing demands for funds given the scarcity of resources?
That's a really good question. It's something that the impact assessments deal with quite specifically. So the last impact assessment identified a 3-to-1 leverage of government funding. But I mean, it's in the design of the program. So in order to be eligible to bid, you need to have appropriate funding from industry commitments and appropriate funding from research partner commitments. And it's in kind and in cash. And what we see, and this is where I'm really looking forward to seeing the next impact assessment, what you see is, while bids are required to meet a sort of base level for that, what you may see over the lifetime of the CRC is that they may exceed that base level. So a successful CRC will often bring on more partners as it progresses. Other industry partners may contribute more because they can see a real opportunity in it. And that, to me, is an obvious way to measure the success in leveraging government investment in that space.
And doesn't it also lead to certainly speculation on my part when you referred to worthy applicants who missed out, who got through to round 2 funding decisions but missed out? You seem to be indicating that there was a lot of potential there in terms of that was worthy of consideration, but the resources just weren't sufficient to extend to all the worthy applicants.
Yeah, I think that's true. Look, we've seen over time the addition of the CRC P grant system, which is a very welcome addition, and I think brings SMEs first time in. But of course, that funding isn't new funding. That's funding that is off the top of the CRC program, which means for the larger CRCs, they're operating off a smaller pool. And I think when you see the ones that have been through the 2-stage bid process, the quality of them is extraordinary, the commitment is extraordinary, but they're all activities that do require that investment of government to kick it along and to give it life. And so it does tell us there's additional capacity in Australia for us to grow in that space.
Excellent, very exciting. So that's an extraordinarily positive note to end your testimony, Ms. O'Dwyer. So if I can thank you for coming along today. Can I also thank Mr. Gardner, and I acknowledged or I noted Ms. O'Dwyer's comments about how long you've been with the organisation. So thank you for the service to the organisation and for joining us today. We are going to move on to our next witnesses. So I would ask you to disconnect from the video conference, but you're more than welcome to follow proceedings through the parliamentary website. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Productivity Commission. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions or notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so, And for the Hansard record, I ask each of our participants, each of our witnesses, if you could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear.
Thank you, and good afternoon all. So my name is Jonathan Koppel. I'm a Special Advisor at the Productivity Commission. I would have been joined by the Chair, Michael Brennan, but he sends his apologies because he's injured himself last night playing sport. I have a colleague who is also joining me who can introduce himself now, and then I'll give an opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Jomini, and I have been with the organisation for, well, several decades, one might say. I have assisted Commissioner, former Commissioner Koppel in preparing the submission today.
Okay, and Mr. Koppel, you've got a opening statement, do you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. Since joining the Commission in 2011, I have led work on a range of topics that is relevant to manufacturing, including work on skills and workforce development, intellectual property arrangements, foreign investment, trade protectionism, and recently the Commission's work on vulnerable supply chains. Our findings, recommendations, and analytical framework used in and from this body of work are all relevant to this Commission's inquiry, and in our submission, we have brought the key messages together. We've also considered the role that government can play in developing the manufacturing industry. And my opening comments today are designed to complement rather than repeat each of the themes that we developed in our submission. When I started studying economics many years ago, one of the textbooks was entitled Choice and Change. And that title really does capture well the challenges associated with the Australian manufacturing sector. Certainly the economics of manufacturing is not static, and policy choices can shape the location, the composition, the size, scale, and of course the competitiveness of manufacturing operations. And so do technological developments. For example, 3D printing technologies and bespoke manufacturing processes have the potential to make economies of scale less important, and that would favour production in smaller economies such as Australia. The combination of complex supply chains, their vulnerability to disruption, and the experience of COVID-19 is another example of a new environment that has led to conjecture that some manufacturing processes may be re-onshored, reversing the trend for decades now around the world. And looking further ahead, the transition to low carbon economies will require substantial adjustment in production processes, but it also offers new manufacturing opportunities. So it's important to remain abreast of this changing landscape, and so I commend the timely work of this committee. The challenge, of course, is how to interpret and navigate this fast evolving environment. One can be cynical about the potential of these developments, and one can just as easily be exuberant. It's the inherent uncertainty of what lies ahead that makes it difficult to offer prescriptive policy advice. But what we can do is focus on the principles and the broad enablers that help the manufacturing sector to reach its potential. To explain how, I'd like to give 4 short examples. The first is to recognise the principle that government assistance has an opportunity cost. The cost comes at the expense of other public expenditure or through higher taxation, which would reduce household and business expenditures. This does not mean that governments should never intervene or target industries, but it does suggest the main objective for policy should be to ensure an environment that allows resources to move to their most productive use. In practical terms, for the Commission, this has meant, in our work, assessing policy options and giving advice from a community-wide perspective. And often the analytical results may seem counterintuitive. For instance, the PC has collated evidence on how the unwinding of industry-specific assistance over the past 50 years has been a net positive for the Australian community, even though it contributed to the shrinkage or the relative size of manufacturing in the Australian economy. This is possible because the resources made available, both capital and labour, were reallocated for use in more productive service sectors. A second example is in trade policy. Here, the Commission has found that the most important step for Australia and Australian manufacturers to keep our borders open to trade and to continue working towards freer markets. Australia, for example, could proceed by removing remaining tariffs. They're sometimes referred to as nuisance tariffs because they are low and they provide little assistance, or by lowering non-tariff barriers, or also by avoiding anti-dumping duties. The Commission has also urged action in partnership with our international partners to reinvigorate the WTO and update the rules-based trading system. Third, and closely related to trade, is foreign investment. Manufacturing is a major destination for global capital in Australia. It regularly attracts over 100 billion in foreign direct investment annually, but there's scope to attract more. The Commission has identified in recent work ways to improve the regulation of foreign investment while continuing to manage the risks. For example, there's scope to improve investor certainty and transparency by routinely publishing reasons, to the extent that that's possible, for decisions to block proposals. And giving more detailed information on the timeliness for decisions would also help. The fourth and the final area I'd like to mention is research and development. R&D is the upstream part of the innovation supply chain. And while innovation is driven by businesses investing and taking risks, government can provide the policy settings and a regulatory environment where innovation is embraced. The main challenge for governments is the difficulty in designing business support to generate additional R&D and be cost effective. Here, notwithstanding recent changes to the design of the R&D tax incentive, the core question is still whether it's delivering net benefit to the community. One area where government support should focus is on basic and strategic research, which is likely to be under-provided by the private sector. Certainly, robust program evaluations are also critical to ensure government programs meet their goals. So in our submission, we've also identified roles for policy in the domains of skills and training, government procurement and resilient supply chains. But to summarise, our body of work and its underlying analytical framework identifies much scope to frame a policy agenda that is designed to produce a manufacturing sector that supports economic growth, national resilience and higher living standards for the Australian community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coppell. And I'll open up the questions. And I noted your reference to cynicism and exuberance. So I'm going to try and find a middle path of and be soberly optimistic.
Very good.
I'll try my best in that regard. We'll see how I go. I want to talk to you first about carrots and sticks. And we had evidence from some witnesses earlier today in the context of lithium. And the discussion ensued around the observation, which is correct, that we've got lithium natural resources in this country. And that led to the question of how do we as a country take advantage of the opportunity to add as much value to those lithium natural resources. And the specific example was given of the potential to develop a electric vehicle battery industry based around our natural resources of lithium. And when I was asking questions of the witnesses in relation to this proposition, I asked, well, if I'm a holder of capital and I'm making a decision as to whether or not I'm going to produce manufacturing facility in Australia and establish a manufacturing presence here, or whether or not I'm going to do it in Thailand or Singapore or anywhere else in the world, the United States, what is it that you think the government should be doing in the sense in promoting the opportunity for that, for example, manufacturing lithium electric vehicle battery facility to be established in Australia? And the response referred to government strategy, and that became that then led into a discussion around carrots and sticks, incentives, and perhaps requirements, obligations mandated by government to drive that sort of behaviour, to drive that outcome. So this is probably the easiest question you're going to get during this session, Mr. Capel. What can we learn from the past in terms of what is the right policy mix in trying to work out the role of government in terms of promoting, for example, a lithium electric vehicle car battery industry in Australia?
Well, I think one way to look at this issue is to try and understand what may be the barriers to the development of a particular business opportunity. Are there things that are hindering the ability for resources to take up that opportunity and produce in Australia? So that may be, looking at it through a policy lens, that may be regulatory barriers that are associated with the way in which environmental protection may be applied or designed. The other thing, though, is to get an understanding as to whether there are any things. So that's looking at ways in which you can promote the way in which the market functions. The well-functioning market, think of it in terms of the broader mining sector, for example. Australia has a very advanced, technologically advanced, and obviously large, given our resource-rich country, mining sector. So it works well. What are the things that we can do to make it work better? So looking at the various obstacles is one aspect of that. The other category, though, is where markets don't necessarily work well, and that may be when there are things that are important but are not factored into the price received for the product. Now that may be things, policies here in Australia, or it may be policies in other countries. So it's possible, for instance, that other countries have very large subsidies for the development of lithium, and that can bear on the competitive nature, that can bear on the business case for the development of such a capability in Australia. There are other things that are not taken necessarily into consideration by the business. So they may be from a positive sense, or they may be from a negative sense. So there may be environmental costs associated with the development of lithium that are not necessarily taken into account. But there may be broader benefits also. So that, for example, may include a sense that there's a greater resilience in supply chains associated with a lithium production capability. And in those sorts of cases where there are positive spillovers, then there can be, in principle case, for the use of a carrot, for the use of an incentive to promote that production. But I would stress that one needs to look at this on a case-by-case basis and identify the nature of the problem. What are the options that can be used to address those problems? What are their advantages compared to alternative options? And that is very much a policy process that provides a degree of rigour, and I think it avoids some of the examples where past efforts to promote a particular sector that may have fallen short because of that the lack of the upfront initial analysis on what is the nature of the problem, what are the options to deal with the problem, and how do they work in practice.
So there is an opportunity to conduct that analysis at an early stage where you're talking about infant industries to really do that homework in the first instance, so you actually understand the nature of the problems and also the opportunities that present themselves and the threats, I guess. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, I think it is fair that there is analysis that is done. You're obviously dealing with large uncertainties, and you're also, in some cases, able to benefit from the experience of the past or the experience in other jurisdictions. The experience with the infant industry argument in Australia hasn't been a very positive one. The infant hasn't grown up, so to speak. So if you look at the length of time over which that policy was put in place and expanded, which goes back many decades, it was supported through the barriers that were raised in terms of tariffs and quotas, but it wasn't sustainable. As those barriers were removed, the ability to remain competitive was a very difficult one to continue, and that's part of the reason for why we've seen a reduction in the relative size of manufacturing vis-a-vis services, because those changes have led to alternative business opportunities that are considered to be more lucrative, and that translates at a macro level. That translates into higher living standards in the end.
Right. There's a reference in the key points in the submission, the second key point. It says, and I quote, "Nonetheless, manufacturing has tended to receive a disproportionately high share of government assistance." End quote. And I wanted to ask you this concept of disproportionately and how that should be viewed. Because when I was reflecting on this, I was thinking, well, you could view what is proportionate by reference to where the industry is today in terms of its GDP contribution, in terms of employment numbers, in terms of export. But another way of looking at it is to ask yourself, well, is it truly disproportionate given where we need to be in the future in terms of having sovereign capacity and capability in the country, and the need to maintain a rigorous manufacturing industry in Australia? I'm wondering if you can provide your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So, I mean, the first point to make is there's no reason to think that the size of support should be set according to the size of the sector in the overall economy. It's just making the point that manufacturing relative to services in particular, but also relative to mining over time, is a much smaller proportion of the Australian economy than it was, but it receives roughly double its size of financial support, either public funds or indirect support to the manufacturing sector. Really, the answer to that really gets back to that fundamental framework of understanding to what extent the market is performing well. Can the market be improved in terms of allocation of resources, or are there things that are acting to limit the growth or the size of the manufacturing sector? And that question really has its answer in an in-depth analysis of the particular sector that's under scrutiny. So I'm really talking in terms of principles here. I'm not giving concrete examples, but I think if you go back and look at our performance in the past, there are many examples where that analysis perhaps could have been carried out in a way that used a more used a lens which was more rigorous to avoid some of the measures that have proven to be less effective in terms of that value for money and in terms of meeting their objectives.
Okay, I just have two more questions before I share the call. The first is the Productivity Commission notes in its submission that defence capability has a number of attributes to it, and that sovereign capacity, the requirements for that can be legitimately driven by factors outside of a pure economic analysis. Is that the Commission's position?
Yeah, so this is an example where there can be positive spillovers, and the clear one in the case of defence with a national capability relates to question of assuring national security.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the rationale, and then one obviously then needs to look at the specifics, look at the measures that are being contemplated to get an idea of what would be the best way of giving effect if such a policy direction was to be established. And certainly in the area of public procurement, which I know is in your terms of reference, defence procurement is by far and above the largest part of the public procurement market.
Okay. And then my last question is in relation to the area of skills and education, skills and training. And when I was, again, this is one of the key points that is raised in the Commission submission. And it reminded me of some evidence I heard at a Senate Select Committee looking at jobs in the regions, and evidence that was given by the AMWU in relation to its experience with its members in both the car industry, but also in the Latrobe Valley in terms of coal-fired power stations. And the evidence they gave, which stayed with me, was the experience of their members when some of those industries or those operations shut down, was that a third of the workers moved on to other full-time employment, a third went on to a bit of a merry-go-round of part-time casual work, but never really got on the full-time work journey again, and a third just weren't employed again. They just ceased their employment lives. I'm wondering to what extent the education and training policies, getting those right, can address those issues from a not just a productivity perspective, but a human perspective, in terms of making sure that that human resource, those people and their families, have an opportunity to continue to contribute as the economy evolves and changes.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, and it's one of the areas that we looked at in the recent report that we put out on vocational education and training, which is a sector that is largely working well. Both employers and students are very happy, by and large, with the product of our vocational education and training sector. And one of the areas that we identified for improvement were for sort of mature aged workers. So the notion of lifelong learning has often been stated, but how to give that effect. And we identified here a number of barriers in terms of the length of course that needed to be undertaken to be able to upskill. Even though there may be many elements of a particular course where the individual already has those skills. So there's certainly a possibility there to provide shorter courses that provide the relevant skills to be able to take on either similar work which has changed because of the nature of technological change or maybe structural change. In terms of access to that training in a way that provides financial support. So it may be through an extension of VET student loans, or the updated version of VET student loans, VET fee help, I should say, updated version of VET fee help. There are a number of areas where those very specific barriers could be addressed that would provide meaning to the notion of lifelong learning. So that's certainly one aspect that can help. Other things that we identified were with respect to apprenticeships. There was high enrolments, but there's also high dropout rates, and some of the measures there that can support completion, for better screening of prospective apprentices, better structuring of the support during that apprentice period in terms of the wage received for an apprenticeship, as well as pathways into different occupations. These are all measures that can take the strengths of our education and training system and amplify them to bring in some of the groups that have less access, partly because of their age and partly because of these economic factors.
Okay, thank you very much, Thank you, Mr. Capel. I'll share the call now. Senator Kitching, are you looking for the call, or Senator Pratt? Senator Pratt.
Yes,
Senator
thank
Pratt,
you, Chair.
you have the call. Thank you.
Thank you. I know the position you've put forward to the committee largely canvasses the competitiveness of manufacturing compared to other industries and the extent to which it can stand on its own 2 feet to deliver the best economic outcome across the country. I'm interested in some of the issues you raise around skills and training. In my experience in Western Australia, I've seen peaks and troughs in mining hollow out skills in manufacturing that's affected the competitiveness of those industries when they otherwise would have been, where mining, because of the short-term project nature of it, just kind of sucks skills out at high wages. Can you provide a bit of insight into what's going on there and what we can do to mitigate against the unfair hollowing out of some manufacturing when it should be more competitive than it actually might appear to be?
So we did some work around the time of the last mining boom, so sort of in the mid-2000s to the early 2010s, that was looking at this process, and it's one that has long been established in mining-rich countries, and it's also part of this process of resource reallocation. And what you're seeing is that the very attractive prospects from mining are able to draw in people from other sectors to support the expansion of the mining sector, which is because of the very high prices, because of the high terms of trade. And I think what you're getting at is that the nature of that is very volatile. Prices go up, that draws in resources. Prices go down, that sucks out resources. But the tailwind, if you like, of that adjustment in the manufacturing sector is that it leads to a reduction that you don't subsequently see the upturn. But I think it would be a mistake to try and put in place sand in the wheels that attempts to slow that process of reallocation of resources. If you're looking at it from a community-wide perspective, so it does come back to.
Well, but I guess it's not so much the reallocation of I understand the reallocation of resources in a, the best decision sense. But if you look at the businesses that got someone through their apprenticeship that they then want a dividend from, yes, we're reallocating their resources, but in effect, it wasn't their. I guess it's really a question of, because I know mining wants to suck up a lot of skills, and that therefore it doesn't have time to scale up itself and burden its fair share of the skills that it needs to bring on board. But I've seen too many times that that's been a mode of business where they simply don't take responsibility for generating those skills at all and rely on pulling them out of other parts of the economy, exacerbating sometimes their own skill shortages. Can you see the differences in? I understand you want to say let's not put a hold on that, but I want to see a better balance so that viable industries can survive where they can and should.
So this is like poaching of the apprentices that are in manufacturing that drawn towards mining, and the investment in the lost because they leave very shortly afterwards.
That's right.
That's a difficult one because we can't we can't tie people to a particular sector or a particular service. And very much often the impetus is coming from the employee themselves.
I guess though we have a vet system that says we have students pay and businesses pay. The business often pays for these apprentices as they do their apprenticeship. They'll pay the fees to TAFE, for example. Why not charge people further down the pipeline rather than just in the vet fee system? Why not charge others further down the line in the development of those skills where they get used later on?
Mm-hmm. So in our report on vocational education and training, we did make a recommendation that the timing of the employer incentives that are there could be adjusted to better reflect when the risk of cancellation is greatest, to maintain that connection throughout the training period.
And I like that idea. Can you extend the principle of that to the loss of the trained employee to a better paid industry, given the investment you've already made?
So there were examples where, and I may need to provide further detail subsequently, but there have been where there's been a certain fraction of the wage bill that's been set aside for vocational education and training, and that in principle has the ability to minimise that risk of poaching because there's a financial cost involved. But the details are relatively faint in my mind at the moment because it's quite some time.
I'd be interested in that because, there may not be anything wrong with poaching someone, provided the company that's using them can, in effect, they might be financially rewarded for having brought them through, and so it balances out a little bit. We expect our vet training institutions to do this, but so much of it falls on small business that then gets sucked up by big business. And I'm trying to work out, well, how do we get a better balance and reward where big companies and institutions can't deliver that apprenticeship type environment sometimes as well, or at scale enough to manage that.
Okay, so I will follow up with some further.
Terrific. That would be great. I wanted to ask about some of the things I find somewhat more controversial in here from my economic analysis about the different roles. And that is, I guess, the extent to which the Productivity Commission argues that the subsidies that go to manufacturing are greater than what goes to other industries, and that therefore we don't get the same. I think you're essentially saying that those subsidies should be more spread out or more you know, we shouldn't try to pick winners in one particular part of the economy quite so much, but I'm interested in where you look to the types of assistance that are offered in the context of, is this an issue with grants, or is it just R&D? Is it trade barriers? What is it in particular that creates these issues for you?
So, and maybe Patrick can come in on the back of this, because these numbers are part of our annual reporting in the Trade and Assistance review.
Mm-hmm.
The point I made earlier is that they are the numbers. So in manufacturing in the order of 10% of overall size of our economy, but the proportion of overall assistance is about double that. That's what the number.
Okay, and what form? What's your assessment of what form that assistance takes?
So there are these are numbers that are sort of calculated from sort of two broad types of assistance. One can come through trade measures, so maybe a tariff support, and the other can come through public outlays. So it may include, for example, the R&D tax credit. It may include sort of a direct subsidy. There are a range of measures. We don't, in this particular report, we don't say one measure is preferred over another, or one measure is more damaging to another. Although that can be the case, but again, it really comes back to being context specific and the nature of what is sought to be achieved. So if you take research and development, there's about $10 billion, I think, by memory, per year invested in research and development, and the biggest chunk of that is going to be through the R&D tax credit. And one of the issues there is this question of additionality. To what extent is the credit expanding the overall investment in R&D, or is it replacing the private investment in R&D with public investment in R&D? And that's a perennial issue. It's a very difficult one to design a scheme to do that.
And we've been declining on both, I think, yeah. In that context, though, surely manufacturing innovation is part of the development of new goods and services that enable us to stay competitive globally. How do you compare, for example, I'm assuming, therefore, you'd like to see an equal amount of research and development going to systems processes in human services or something, as rather than just manufacturing. What's the source of the bias here from your point of view? And why does it not, in your view, deliver the same level of public good? I'm just trying to unpack, for example, pharmaceutical research and development, where we need the commercialisation for our health and well-being, and therefore we need to pull in the real scientific leaps forward versus kind of systems improvements or wherever else we might apply our research and development that might not have that capacity for a research that drives big innovative leaps forward.
Yeah. So there are a number of things there. I think one point that we make is that services is a large part of the economy. There's a lot of innovation that takes place in services. The digitalisation of our economy certainly, and the use of data certainly is an area for prospective research and development in terms of how to best harness those new technologies. But they are also areas of innovation where the business itself has a very strong incentive to invest in that type of research and development. The point that we make is that if you look at the very beginning of the innovation process, of the basic research and development, there are elements of that do have a positive spillover, because the nature of the knowledge that is gained from research and development tends to be sort of in the public domain. And so the incentive for a private business to put money into basic research and development is going to be much less than the incentive they have to put money into developing better processes, for example. So here,
in that context, if it's, I understand what you're saying. In that context, therefore, why does Australia is falling behind on its research and development subsidies, and the Productivity Commission says, well, the onus should be on businesses to do that anyway? Is it the lack of competitive playing field internationally, therefore, that we're falling behind? If one country gives this subsidy, do we not therefore also need to be in the race? Otherwise, all of our things are going to get commercialised overseas rather than here. How do we level the playing field in that regard? Because we're not a perfect economy. By way of also explaining, therefore, why is Australia so far behind in that innovation space? Is it simply because other parts of our economy are too good at what they do?
Well, I think one area of research and development, which Australia does very well, is in the medical field, and it's a big part of the R&D budget. And the commercialisation of that is somewhat different. It translates into medical interventions that prolong life expectancy, and they have value. I mean, ultimately, that's really what counts.
And I think we've talked also about mining, where those translations get pulled right through. Is it what is it that makes medicine and mining different? Is it the scale of the industry because we're competitively competitive in it, or are they doing something different? Why do other sectors not pull that through in the same way?
Yeah, I think that's a question that we haven't really examined in any depth. Certainly, if you look back many years when we did have that sort of infant industry argument to provide motivation for investment in Australia, what tended to happen is there would be production in Australia, but a number of the other activities that sort of sustain a business continuing economic activity like research and development would be conducted in the home country. So we attracted a large number. We attracted multinationals. They developed production capability here, but there were other aspects of their business that would have been centralised either in their home country or in another area where they have operations. Not always the case. There was some R&D in the motor vehicle industry, but it tended to be that sort of a pattern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Patrick, I think you've just got one quick question.
I do have more than that, Chair, but I just want to explore with the Productivity Commission the idea of picking winners. I know a number of countries have done this successfully, UAE, for example, recognising that their future wasn't always going to be about oil. They made a conscious decision to move into other areas. I think Singapore has a very strong history of governments absolutely backing particular areas, whether they wanted to strengthen or diversify their economy. Petrochemical processing, for example, is something one wouldn't, I guess, naturally think you'd do in a place like Singapore. So they make a lot of choices, and I'm just wondering about, and this goes back to the Chair's line of questioning, and this is a question that I've had in the Senate for the last 4 years about lithium, for example. Picking a winner, backing it, knowing that the benefit that will flow from backing such an industry will be substantially more than simply letting the market run its own course and just exporting the raw product.
I think you're right. When you make specific investment decisions, then you've got to make choices. In that sense, you're making a choice. You're making a pick. Whether they turn out to be winners or not will be proven in time. But I think the question that needs to be asked is, if you think this is an area where there's such great potential, what's going on to explain why that potential isn't being realised? What are the things that could be acting as obstacles? Now, rare earths is another example where Australia is endowed with large quantities of rare earths, but we have very small production here in Australia, and I think a big part of that is linked to the high environmental damage that is associated with the mining process, and particularly the treatment of the rare earth. That seems to have been less of a concern in other countries, and we've seen a large proportion of rare earths being concentrated in one particular country. So one could then say, well, are there ways of techniques of producing this that have less of those environmental damages, that then make it more of a prospective area in which to invest? So what I'm getting at is really coming back to that very first sort of fundamental principle. What are the things that are acting to detract from these opportunities being realised? Are they because of things that are in sort of policy areas that are limiting the uptake, or are there aspects of the market that are simply not working well, that are acting to put a brake on those investments? I would make the point, I mean, that business people are putting their money into these projects. They have a very strong incentive to make sure that they're going to get a return on that money, and so I would have a high bar to pass for any sort of public funds that would be used to sort of provide seed money, if you like, to develop a particular industry, because there's a high risk that's involved, and there's potential payoffs that are involved. So one would certainly want to have the due diligence to be comfortable that the risks have been considered, and the project still then passes a reasonable assessment of the costs and the benefits associated with investing public monies in a business enterprise.
So, and I'm not necessarily talking about just one business, but business areas where Singapore says we want to do advanced manufacturing. That's the next stage for us, and they don't just go and pick one company that they're going to support. They actually pick multiple companies, and they don't just give public money away. They basically buy in with an agreed price to sell out after a particular time frame. Look, you've kind of laid out some of the things you need to consider, and I think all the things you've said are valid. The question still remains: is that there are other countries that do this. Why are we not doing this? I understand there are hurdles. I understand there are risks. My question is more fundamental than that. Is it entities like yours tend to be free market, and perhaps ignore some of the examples that have been very successful in other jurisdictions by actually consciously interfering and saying that's something we want to do here in Australia.
Well, I mean,
for example, is that something you've explored? Have you looked at this and said, okay, we get given a task, you look at ways in which to improve productivity, and often those, a lot of your answers sometimes come down to, as you sort of mentioned, reducing tariffs, playing with some of these mechanisms. I wonder if anyone's ever really looked at something like the Economic Development Board of Singapore longitudinally and watched as they went from independence and decided we don't have an educated workforce, we're going to basket weave for the first 10 years. Then we're going to move, as we basket weave, we're going to educate and move to the next level of processing, to the point where I was up there 4 or 5 years ago, and the next stage was to fund a whole bunch of PhDs to go around the world, and the condition of the funding was you had to come back to Singapore and set up something that was very, very, very advanced. It just seems we kind of just let the market do things, and the market is not a level playing field because of, we look at the environment, we say it's too hard to do here, but so we let it go offshore where it still harms the environment. Are we missing something? Are we, have you guys ever looked at that as a strategy? And I'm not saying you pick everything, but you let business do what it does, but as a government, you say, this is what we want the future for Australia to be.
So on the specific question, have the PC ever looked at that? I'm looking to Patrick because Patrick's been at the Commission much longer than me. Certainly in the time that I've been at the Commission for 10 years. In that time, we haven't done a study that sort of looks at that. I know other work that has looked at Korea and Japan, which are other examples where there's been a conscious industrial policy for development, and both have been characterised by rapid economic development, first Japan and then subsequently Korea. There've also been lots of examples in other countries where that sort of strategy has been pursued and hasn't been successful, and I'm sure there've been sort of post-mortems to understand what was the active ingredient that seemed to make it work in one jurisdiction and not another. In some cases, what is often done is create sort of export zones or particular sort of carved out of sort of a sovereign area that provides incentives over and above those in other countries. It might be low initial taxation for a period of time. It might be different labour laws. And the experience with those, and that's particularly relating to drawing in foreign direct investment, the experience with those is they often cannibalise the job opportunities that are created elsewhere in that country. Again, I'm not saying don't do this or do that. I'm just saying that a degree of rigour needs to be applied to evaluating those sorts of options, as there would be for any major investment project or major public policy initiative.
Chair, can I have one last question, or have I done my time?
No, you can have one last question,
Okay.
Senator Patrick.
All right. So this is just the tough question for the Productivity Commission. And I talked to one of the early witnesses about this, and that is that every time I talk to predominantly Liberal members of Parliament, and again, not looking at Senator Scarr when I say this, but who have this sort of very strong competitive advantage philosophy, but it doesn't recognise the reality of the fact that in other jurisdictions they don't have minimum wages, they don't have leave loadings, they don't have long service leave, they don't have occupational health and safety. As you indicated, they don't have environmental standards, and you see the philosophy of competitive advantage being played out, and I see that in some of your work. And the question is, how do you temper that against the reality? Now, even just look at some of the trade disputes we've got with China now with our wine industry. It doesn't matter that we'll eventually win in the World Trade Organization in The Hague. The fact is, their particular jurisdiction just decides to go, well, we don't care. The hurt comes and you'll wear it for the next 5 years, and we'll deal with the court ruling when it comes. It's not a level playing field. How do you adjust your research? How do you mix that within the philosophies that the Productivity Commission has has a reputation for?
Well, let's take the example of the rules-based trading system. I think for a medium-sized economy like Australia and most other economies, they are large beneficiaries from a rules-based trading system, and it's not perfect. You've given the example of the length of time that it takes to bring a case, and that length of time has increased because of problems with the appellate board at the WTO at the moment.
Yeah, we can blame the US for that.
Yeah, but you take an earlier very high-profile case which was linked to, I think it was the rare earths sort of export restrictions from China to Japan. That was contested. Ultimately, it resulted in an outcome in favour of Japan, and China respected that outcome. If you had the biggest power determines what happens, I think we would be worse off. So I think there's a lot to be said about the rules-based system, and there's certainly a lot of scope to improve that. The rules certainly need updating. There are very little or no rules with respect to the disciplines on state-owned enterprises, and they can often be the beneficiaries of subsidies that for a traded product will have ramifications for other countries that are in that particular market. There are no disciplines on that at the moment, and I think and updating the rules in that area, rules with respect to digitalisation, digital data, they're also they're embodied in the TPP and are set to a certain extent, but they're not embodied in the WTO rules to the same degree because there's been such difficulty getting agreement in those areas, and that's really why I think it is important for a country like Australia to work with others to advance that agenda, because we all stand to benefit.
All right, thank you for your evidence. I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but I thank you for it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. I agree with a lot of the evidence, I must say, Mr. Capel. So I'll leave you with that encouragement.
Hang on, you're a Liberal, aren't you? That's right. Yes.
But you'd expect diverse opinions.
Luckily, I didn't join in.
Quality. So if I can thank the witnesses from the Productivity Commission for their evidence. If I could ask you to disconnect from the video conference, but you're quite entitled to follow proceedings through the parliamentary website for the rest of the day. Now, we're going to have a short break until 4 p.m. daylight saving time, which is 3 p.m. Queensland time where I am. So we'll rejoin everyone at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, so the committee will now resume, and I now welcome representatives from Oz Biotech, Cell Therapies, MTP Connect, and Research Strategies Australia. Thank you all for appearing before the committee today. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure that your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions or notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite our witnesses to make a brief opening statement should they wish to do so, and for the Hansard record, I ask each of our witnesses if they could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear. Mr. Wall?
Yes. Dominic Wall, yes.
My name's Lorraine Chiru, CEO of Oz Biotech, and I'm submitting with Dominic Wall from Cell Therapies.
Excellent. Do you have an opening statement?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. As the CEO of the national representative body for one of Australia's most innovative and future-focused industries, Oz Biotech welcomes the opportunity to comment to this inquiry. I appear today with fellow submitter Cell Therapies, and we represent two other organisations that have made the joint submission with us, which you've already mentioned, Senator Scarr, which is MTP Connect, the Industry Growth Centre, and Research Strategies Australia, which is an Australian consultancy maximising benefits from publicly funded medical research. We've joined on our submission with a common interest in the Australian manufacturing industry in regenerative medicine. Regenerative medicine encompasses gene and cell therapies, as well as tissue engineered products, and the advanced manufacturing that underpins and supports this sector is completely unique. Perhaps the best example of a regenerative medicine therapy for the purposes of today's submission is a CAR T therapy. CAR T therapy is a personalised immunotherapy that harnesses the innate power of a patient's own immune system, or T cells, by genetically engineering them to recognise and destroy cancer cells. A personalised one-time treatment, CAR T is set to revolutionise cancer treatment and the healthcare system both globally and in Australia. These treatments are approved and reimbursed in Australia and are changing the lives of patients with cancer in an unprecedented way. However, they are individualised and expensive products, and there is an obvious and significant opportunity to maximise the health investment in generating each treatment by ensuring sovereign manufacturing wherever possible. As you might imagine, quality assurance and quality control is paramount to safety in this area of medicine, and good manufacturing practice, otherwise known in our sector as GMP, accreditation is critical. Sophisticated advanced manufacturing is required to generate these products, including expensive credentialed facilities, specialised equipment and technologies, high levels of quality assurance and quality control, and a highly skilled workforce working in this new and emerging industry. Further, the delivery of regenerative medicine to the patient often requires an integrated network of entities with which manufacturing facilities are inextricably linked, including hospitals, clinicians, supply chain logistics, and skilled workforce pipeline. This currently limits the ability of manufacturers to take advantage of scale-up efficiencies with proven track records of meeting global standards, despite the need for scale to be able to treat greater numbers of patients and make the facilities commercially viable. Our national capability and capacity was benchmarked in a recent project co-funded by a consortium of 7 partners, which included AusBiotech and Cell Therapies. The research showed us the inadequate base that currently exists. 7 Australian regenerative medicine TGA licensed GMP manufacturing facilities were identified. In terms of dedicated cell therapy manufacturers, there were 6, of which only 3 hold TGA licenses, and only 1 of which has a commercial supply license for reimbursed products. The opportunity for regenerative medicine is great, and Australia is well positioned to capture the high-value opportunities that will exist in the future. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, 2020 saw US $19.9 billion of private investment globally in advanced therapy developers. This year's investment to date is on a trajectory to beat last year's financing, with US $14 billion already raised in the first half of 2021. There's a robust pipeline of regenerative medicine products at various stages, with 1,200 clinical trials underway, and the US FDA predicted in 2019 that by 2025, 10 to 20 cell and gene therapy products will be approved each year in the USA, and we're certainly on track to see that happen. Australia has 4 therapies approved so far, up to 8 on the horizon, and 40 Australian companies are developing in this area too, commercialising regenerative medicine therapies. We also have 65 clinical trials in progress in Australia right now. We have an opportunity to harness and leverage a growing and active global regenerative medicine industry. If we get this right, success has been estimated to be worth at least 6 billion Australian dollars in annual revenue, 6,000 new jobs, and in a new and emerging industry across the sector for Australia by 2035, and earlier access to groundbreaking therapies for Australian patients. However, there's intense global competition in Asia for their jurisdictions to be the future location of this developing industry to supply the region. For example, Singapore. The key barriers for regenerative medicine developing in Australia at this time are, number 1, capacity is constrained by a lack of investment in larger scale GMP manufacturing infrastructure that is needed to capitalise on the emerging and developing global opportunities. This manufacturing infrastructure must be scaled and enabled to support regional markets, as the Australian market alone is too small to justify larger companies to divert their manufacturing to Australia. 2, capability is lacking. Currently, there are no TGA licensed sites in Australia that manufacture GMP-grade viral vectors, one of the essential starting materials for many products. Number 3, the highly skilled workforce pipeline is lacking within the manufacturing sector, such as people with GMP expertise in cell and gene production to work in the facilities. And 4, the ability to scale up in Australia is seriously lacking for multiple reasons, including regulatory barriers and the lack of local facilities. If we are to realise this opportunity, what we need is a regenerative medicine industry that's fostered at all levels in a sophisticated way. Needs to be nationally coordinated by a catalytic body that can drive the growth and development for the current early stages to establish the structural elements where they are needed. To illustrate the sort of scale that is needed here, I'd proffer the example of initiatives like the Stem Cell Mission, where the Medical Research Future Fund has provided $125 million to drive scale from the early stages. For my part, I led the consortium of 7 partners over the past 12 months to produce nine resources that make up a body of foundational work to understand and drive the sector. With Medicines Australia, AusBiotech is co-leading a cell and gene catalyst to seek support to continue this important work. Dominic is appearing with me as he has pioneering experience in CAR T therapy manufacture and has a real-world view of the introduction of CAR T therapy into Australia. Dominic and I would be pleased to take your questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Senator Pratt, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I ask firstly for a bit of an overview on barriers to research and development in Australia in the context of biotech and the implications for that for manufacturing? And I'm thinking in particular about clinical trials, which can have complicated levels of oversight, duplicative levels of oversight. Does that matter in the context of attracting manufacturing, or are they separate things?
I'm not sure what you mean by duplicative factors.
Oh, I mean like hospitals, state governments, universities, governments, all having their own ethics standards around it. Are there multiple levels of regulation in that context, or is that generally okay?
It's a fairly well documented area of concern that the ability to start up trials in Australia is hampered by the approval processes and the multiple layers, as you refer to. And I think there's quite a bit of work underway at the federal government level right now in developing a clinical trials front door and a one-stop shop to try to address those factors. So I think there's much evidence that that's been an ongoing problem for well over a decade, and that currently is being addressed specific to clinical trials. In regard to research and development in Australia, and I know earlier witnesses today have talked about the commercialisation or lack thereof in Australia, and so I might comment on that if that's of interest. The biotechnology sector, as it stands at the moment, is very young comparatively for a long-term development horizon. So we are 35 years old since we had a handful of companies, literally 3 companies, and probably it's only been about 15 years since we've seen a burst of companies, and we currently sit at 1,300 companies, and 80% of them are pre-revenue, and so you could say that they're actually in the process of commercialising medical research, and so that is a very large cohort of companies that all have an appetite for development and growth capital to be able to succeed. I think the game changer for Australia occurred 10 years ago with the R&D tax incentive for this sector. And whilst that's been criticised at times for not having sufficient additionality, we did a piece of research specific to the biotechnology sector and found quite the contrary to our sector. We're a very small claimant comparatively. I think we estimated somewhere between 5 and 10%, although we haven't got access to the government data. But in terms of the growth of the sector, that's really driving much of the work in clinical trials and the attraction of Australia as a destination. And it's also critical to the development of all these companies. I think the other thing I would say is that we've just done the benchmarking update on benchmarking data for the sector and seen 30% growth in company numbers in 2 years, which is substantial when you think that that's 1,300 companies. So
in the context of those companies, some of them will be looking to commercialise their research. What's going to attach them to manufacturing facilities here, either their own or facilities owned by other manufacturers and producers? Are there any particular gaps? For example, biotech research can be very diverse, and yet there's probably only certain types of medical manufacturing that already happen here. Where are there particular gaps if we wanted to realise those opportunities here?
So the gap that
in terms of existing capability,
Yeah, there's multiple gaps. So companies that are pre-revenue often are manufacturing for clinical trials and prototypes only, so they're not at scale yet. But we have significant lack of what we call contract manufacturing capability right across the board, really. But very specifically around regenerative medicine, and that's why we've come before you today. But there is also, you know, I think that there's not a day that goes by that somebody doesn't comment on the lack of access to capability to manufacture in small quantity, let alone large quantity. So as we start to see the sector mature, which I hope will happen in the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see a much greater need for onshore manufacturing. And I think that deficit was really borne out when we looked to manufacture vaccine in Australia.
Yeah, I think that sadly in hindsight self-evident. Can I ask in that context what we need to do to bridge that gap? Are there existing programs you'll look to, or where else might that investment for, if you like, the research manufacture, so you can have the research going on in the lab and you'll generate small quantities, but to get it to the clinical trial stage, you'll need your manufacturing capacity for that. And I think you were essentially saying that that's a big part of where the gap is. I wasn't sure what the word that you used was in a manufacturing context. I missed it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're talking about the capability.
Yes. So that middle capability between the fundamental research and manufacturing, where you're manufacturing for your clinical trial, if you like. What's that middle capability called?
I'm not sure. I'm not sorry.
Translation, maybe? Translation?
Yeah. Well, I guess, is that where there is a particular gap? And how do we make decisions about what bits of research are going on where? How are researchers currently organising themselves to say, okay, well, for our different strands of research, and I think the regenerative medicines is an ideal example. If there are diverse streams of research going on there, where and how do you pull together a resource that helps them get their clinical trials happening and have them be able to manufacture just for that to get started?
So I might ask Dominic to comment on the regenerative medicine side, and then I can comment on the broader biotech sector if you'd like.
Thank you, Lorraine. So the issue is that if you're developing a product for a market, what you really want is a contract manufacturer that understands what the global markets require. And if you try and build a research-only orientated contract manufacturer, that generally don't exist, because really you require scale. You need to be able to have access to commercial scale production. And then it also means you can facilitate developments of local innovation. And I can be quite clear that on the whole, until very recent times, every product I saw being innovated locally was going offshore for ultimate early trial and product development, with a few exceptions. In our particular situation, where we've been heavily involved in gene-modified T cells for human therapy, such as CAR T, we've been able to leverage grants we've had from the federal government to actually offer manufacturing support to the extent of a limited number of pilot trials each year. So we're currently supporting approximately 20 product doses a year, potentially 2 or 3 trials a year currently through the development pipeline. But we're the outlier. It's extraordinarily rare to find support for initial manufacturing, but we have been able to support that with a small number of local innovators. But the important ecosystem is largely, it's incomplete, because at the moment, the poles of development where all the commercial activity is in contract manufacturing is in northeastern continental America, around the typical Boston to Pennsylvania corridor, a Philadelphia corridor, a bit in the west coast of America, and then obviously in certain parts of Northern Europe. And it is dispiriting to see innovation. I've seen companies come out of the Monash University ecosystem where their very first trials were run in North America. And this is all too familiar an event where I see the continuing consolidation of that ecosystem that we're trying to build locally in other jurisdictions, and where we're trying to really pull back that capability into the Australian environment through really trying to leverage big commercial projects, which will then provide the tools, the infrastructure, the workforce, all the other bits and pieces that require to support local innovators to develop their products locally. But I might hand over to Lorraine to complete. Sorry.
Supplementary to that, if I can ask, and I would be also interested, Lorraine, in your broader examples, and how diverse is contract manufacturing in the context of, can we, do we have one provider? Do we need 10? There's lots of different sciences, biological sciences embedded in it, and I don't really know what I'm looking at.
Okay, so that I can answer.
What would we pick to do in terms of there'll be, I don't know how diverse, for example, what is done in Europe is, and which elements of that we really need our own capacity for.
So, Lorraine, shall I continue? Yes?
Yes, please go ahead, Dominic.
So, in the context of cell and gene, you don't need a cell and gene contract manufacturer that can only work on one product. It's actually a relatively broad capability. And an example to that is that we're doing commercial scale manufacturing of an approved and reimbursed product for the Australian and regional market. That's on the public record. That's Kymriah with Novartis. We're also supporting a constellation of smaller companies across Australia. Caltherix in Melbourne, Avrobio in Canada, that's running first in human metabolic disorder gene therapy in Western Australia and Victoria. We're working with iPSC, that is pluripotent stem cell derived gene modified therapies for cancer. So we work at all stages, and really the issue that we're seeing is that every time we can onshore a big commercial opportunity, we're not only introducing more return on the health investment into Australia, but we're additive, we're building more and more capability. And in this year alone, we've trained 80 young scientists to join our company to do manufacturing. The problem that I see, however, is that we're dependent on a small number of commercial contracts. And the reality is that we're in this red-toothed competition with other jurisdictions that are providing enabling support and actively trying to displace the flow of commercial work to Australia, to their jurisdictions, to the point that there are 3 or 4 other major new product categories coming this way into Australia. At this point, none of them are manufactured locally. They're all manufactured in Northern Europe or in North America. And in coming weeks and months, there will be a very, very significant contest between jurisdictions as to where that work goes. And my fear is that if that does land in one of the other potential markets in Southeast Asia, we will see an inevitable gravitational pull of workforce, access to local innovators, capabilities, capital, all repolarizing out of Australia to Southeast Asia. And it is a regional play. Everything that we do for bigger clients, they're doing it because they're foreseeing Australia as a regional supplier.
Can I ask in that context how quickly we need to move to be at the table on this question? And can we, if you've already got vested interests that have large companies behind them, do that? Like if you've got, you know, if you've got a big existing player in this space who says, well, our existing capital's in Europe, so we're going to be able to swamp Australia very easily in this space. Can we compete? And, you know, what's our starting point compared to other countries in that regard?
So
I think there's, Dominic, an important comment here around the idea of, in regenerative medicine, that the manufacturing needs to happen close to the delivery. And if you wouldn't mind commenting on that, I think that
I definitely would, yeah.
Yeah,
so most of these treatments are individualized, that requires cells to be harvested at a clinical site. There's a few exceptions to that, but the general rule is that you're collecting cells from a clinical site. There's a complex web of logistics that moves those cells to a central manufacturing site. But it is absolutely clear that there's advantages to having regional platforms for manufacturing, because you're always going to be within a certain distance of where the patients have their cells harvested, and they're living products, they're living drugs as such, which have to be returned to the patient for therapy. And there's no doubt, you're right, that for the North European markets and for the continental American markets, they're well served by their manufacturing ecosystem currently. And the war to be won is over this part of the world. And the reality is that, as a general rule, these big companies are vertically integrating. They have their own manufacturing sites, mostly, as I said, in North America and Europe. But at the moment, we're in active contestation with other jurisdictions and with companies to win big manufacturing opportunities back into Australia. So you've asked me, Senator Pratt, how can we win? Well, what doesn't help me to win is when I have government affairs advisors that I meet at conferences saying, why is it that Australia is not offering incentives like Singapore to amortize the cost of tech transfer? Why is it that you have these confusing export restrictions on cells and tissues administered by TGA as prohibited substances? And of course, we're grateful for every element of support we've had. We've got a fantastic healthcare system, we have wonderful research infrastructure and other capabilities. But it's clear that it's an unequal contest. And this is an unequal contest that's lasted many, many years. When we've been trying to win development projects, we found ourselves being underbid by the state of Saxony that was underwriting the process development and tech transfer costs into their preferred partners in Leipzig, and that attracted an enormous amount of work. So the reality is that it is an unequal market. There isn't full competitive neutrality. Of course, we use every advantage at our disposal, and obviously, the R&D tax incentive, the regulatory frameworks, the healthcare ecosystem are all really important, and the presence of key opinion leaders in immunology and cancer really helps. But it's clear that relatively modest financial incentives in terms of amortizing the risk of bringing these technologies for tech transfer into Australia, I think will pay quite very significant dividends. And we've received federal grants in the past to expand our manufacturing footprint. There's no question the fact that we had a facility that could support a commercial product line, both for Australia and the region, was a key element in the decisions of one of our big pharma partners. But it's quite constrained. And then if I look at the kind of industrial scale of intervention in other jurisdictions, it fills me with fear. And the time frame is weeks and months, because there's a number of products going through approval at the moment of MSAC, and it would seem good policy to encourage the supply of high-cost therapies to Australian patients to consider opportunities for sovereign manufacturing.
Well, I'd dare say that very expensive therapies will be cheaper overall if they're developed here, in terms of how much the public sector needs to pay for them ultimately, if we can get that stuff started, which is a good health outcome.
And we are also recycling a significant cost of the product back into the ecosystem in jobs and training and development. And, you know, I know these products are extraordinarily expensive, but there is a single dose that will change the course of disease for a significant proportion of the patients as a single dose. However, effectively, if there's manufacturing locally, a good proportion of that investment goes straight back into the local manufacturing economy and will support local innovation at the same time.
And just lastly, which government agencies do you bid to for this, or is there not a logical place that enables you to have the door opened for you?
So I mean, as a company, our landlord, the Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre, has received some significant grants from the Department of Health, which helped it build its cell and gene therapy infrastructure. And that was quite explicitly to support at least the first baby steps to establish commercial scale cell and gene therapy manufacturing. But there are still quite a few gaps in the ecosystem. I know the state jurisdictions are all trying.
The Department of Industry, yeah, okay.
Not the Department of Industry, Department of Health.
Yeah.
Health and Infrastructure.
And they don't have the same mandate as an economic development type agency versus a health agency. Is there something wrong with the logic of our government agencies in that context? How do we get health to work better with, say, industry, or do we give industry money to health and give them a separate mandate for industry development?
Lorraine, I think this is one.
Yeah. Please. I think one of the things that we've been talking about for a long time is being internationally competitive for the manufacturing to remain in Australia so that companies can remain developing their products once they've hit the market and keep their IP and all that value that goes with it here. And the mechanism that we had suggested was a patent box that works with hand in glove with the R&D tax incentive. So as the R&D tax incentive wanes off in terms of its incentive, that there was this incentive that came in that gave you a lesser tax rate on the profits derived from locally developed value and profits. And that had been on the basis that at least a couple of very influential companies in our sector had moved their manufacturing overseas because the total cost base couldn't be competed with in Australia. And a lot of that's around salaries and cost bases that really can't be readily adjusted. So that preferential tax rate seems like a very easy incentive to give that overall package much more attraction for Australia. And then we'd be able to gather the benefit that goes with it rather than losing it to other countries.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Walsh, I think you've got a few questions in follow-up.
I do, just a bit sensitive to time, Chair, as well, so I'll just ask two questions. Just in follow-up to Senator Pratt's line of questioning, in your opening statement and throughout your comments to Senator Pratt, you've talked about the key capacity constraint on investment in infrastructure in your sector, and you talked about a national body that you would like to see established. Are you talking about a fund where there's government funds available to partner with investors on a commercial basis? Is that the type of thing you're talking about? And which part of the manufacturing process are you talking about needing that investment? Are you talking, when you talk about the need for
investment in the manufacturing infrastructure, are you literally talking about investment in the plant, or are you talking about other parts of the manufacturing infrastructure?
No, I think what we've discovered is that this is an incredibly complex area, and what I was asking about was support for a catalytic body that could do this work, that could really nut out exactly what's needed and work on all of the components that need to happen. So what we've really come down to is that there are multiple prongs to any solution, and we need to work on them all together. Particularly, there's no point building a plant if we haven't got the skills set up to go. That sort of thing, that they all need to be developed simultaneously, and there's currently no one driving that work. So we've started this partnership to start to drive that work, but more work is needed to understand the finer detail of exactly what would help. But it does, I think I have a very strong view that that needs to be nationally coordinated and approached in a structural fashion, rather than waiting for things to be built from the bottom up.
Okay, yep. And you've mentioned there the issues of workforce, and that's probably a good segue into our next witnesses as well. What do you see as the key constraints on attracting and retaining the highly skilled workforce that you need? And also, what do you see as the jobs of the future that we can provide to Australians with the expansion of your sector?
I might ask Dominic to answer that one, because I know that they're actively trying to recruit to various roles.
Thank you, Lorraine. So there are significant workforce shortages of people who have true practical experience of cell and gene production with the credentialed GMP skills. Now, that's not unique to Australia. With the rapid expansion of these programs in Northern Europe and America, they have similar workforce shortages. The acute problem in Australia is that we are missing the ecosystem. So it's very hard to train engineers and cell and gene therapy specialists if we don't actually have commercial scale manufacturing, and we don't have the facilities, and we don't have the activities. So what we are working with AusBiotech and other parties to try and develop industry training programs, but in our own hands, we're effectively developing training courses to actually retool scientists to work in this field, and technicians and operators and logistics people across the board. And it's perfectly achievable. It's just that we haven't had the industry here previously. It is a new industry. It is a rapidly growing industry. And my biggest fear is that if we don't actually build the ecosystem to support this workforce, there's not going to be a workforce that work for this workforce in Australia. They'll all go either to Singapore or to other jurisdictions. But we are determined, and we have been training very rapidly large numbers of young people to move into careers in this area. And we're working with AusBiotech and other parties to actually build training programs that will redirect and retool these people for hopefully a long-term career in this industry.
And sorry, just a clarification there, Chair, if I may. So when you're talking about the ecosystem, obviously in Victoria we have incredible infrastructure and an incredible ecosystem in terms of medtech and pharmaceuticals and so on. You're saying that the specific ecosystem that you're seeking in your emerging field is not strong enough, or
It's not. No, it's not. And yes, there are people. We're actually working with people who are exiting pharmaceutical production to retrain them to work in cell and gene therapy production. So as we see industries leave Australia, as this has been happening for a number of years, we are obviously doing our best to repurpose those skills to support the specific requirements for cell and gene at GMP level. But also the difficulty for universities, TAFEs, and other training institutions is that they don't have ready access to the manufacturing at commercial scale. It's very hard for them to conceptualize what's required in making 1,000 cell and gene therapy products at scale with the process robots, with all the hardware, when they don't have access to that because there isn't that manufacturing environment locally. We can send people to North America or to other parts of the world to experience that, but at the moment, we're one of the few people, in fact, we're one of only 7 manufacturing sites in the world that has access to the scale of cell and gene therapy production that's required for commercial products. So, of course, we are talking to universities and other parties to see what can we do together to actually build an industry-ready workforce for this new industry.
Professor, it seems a bit chicken and egg, what you're describing.
Completely.
Yeah.
Completely. And sometimes we have to sometimes we are having to take calculated risks to build things so that people can come to us. And I'll be unequivocal, no large pharma client will come to Australia on the promise of future capability. It has to be here and running and working before they will take the enormous risk of funding a tech transfer into this ecosystem, which is why other jurisdictions are pulling all the levers they can to facilitate that chicken and egg, or to resolve that chicken and egg conundrum as to what it will take to bring larger enterprises here to support the local ecosystem and to support local innovators.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you've given us a lot to follow up on. You've given us a lot of homework there, but I'll thank you very much and go back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Walsh, and thank you to the 2 witnesses. I found it quite enlightening and the evidence very compelling. So thank you very much for your time today. It's greatly appreciated. I will ask you to leave the video conference at this point in time, but invite you to continue to follow proceedings through the parliamentary website. But thank you so much for your time and everything that you're doing in this space. It's quite inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
I now welcome representatives from the Department of Education, Skills and Employment. Thank you for appearing before the committee today, and also thank you for your patience. It is greatly appreciated. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with the recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones, and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite our witnesses from the department to make a brief opening statement should they wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, I'd ask each of you to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear. So can you hear us?
No. We need to turn the volume up.
Says press star 6.
That says to mute.
I think you're on mute. Oh, well, sorry, I did hear you.
Can you hear us now, Senator?
We can, absolutely. I can hear you, so I assume everyone else can hear you. So if you could each please introduce yourselves, and for the Hansard record, and I invite you to provide an opening statement if you wish to, or we can move straight to questions.
Thank you, Senator. We don't have an opening statement to give, but just to introduce ourselves, we'll go round. My name's Rachel Livingston. I'm the Assistant Secretary, Industry Advice Branch in Skills and Training Group.
Thank you.
Belinda Campbell, Assistant Secretary, Workforce and Apprenticeship Services Branch, also in the Skills Group.
Thank you.
Renee Houston, First Assistant Secretary, Vet Quality and Policy Division in the Skills Group.
And Dom English, First Assistant Secretary, Higher Education Division.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll go to Senator Pratt. Do you have some questions? Senator Pratt, I think you might be on mute. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Yes, in the context of the higher education reforms, Job Ready Graduates program that was introduced late last year, the government at the time said to the Parliament that the price incentives would lift enrolments in engineering, but it's been put to us by some of the academies of Science and Technology Australia, or it might have been the Academy of Technology and Engineering, that engineering places are actually declining because in effect those faculties don't have as much money to apply to those subjects. They've been constrained in drawing the income in. Has the department done any of its own analysis yet on those issues?
Thank you, Senator. We are seeing the emerging data of the student enrolment patterns in this year and starting to get a trend that we can analyse based on it. I don't have a full set of data yet, but engineering in commencements this year increased 17% compared to 2020. And that's against an overall trend of increased enrolments of 9.5%. So there was a proportionately larger increase in engineering commencing students, and total students studying engineering increased 12% this year compared to 2020 first semester, that is, based on the data set we have, which is not all universities at this point. And the overall...
Okay. Have you raised this issue with the Australian Academy of Sciences, who have raised this concern in our hearing, to find out?
The Academy of Sciences has not approached us to raise their concerns about enrolments, although I note in their evidence there was some confusion about the funding model, in that they assert that there's not enough funding for engineering places on a per student basis, whereas our measured cost of delivery of an engineering place is $21,929 per annum, and the current funding rate provides a total of $24,200 per annum. So I was not entirely sure the point they were trying to make, to be honest.
I think it was that because the overall proportion of student debt had declined, which, you know, might be good for drawing in students, that it was becoming more expensive to deliver.
We currently fund each place in the system at 10% more than it costs to deliver under the new funding model. So while there is a lower contribution from students, which previously was $7,950, which is now $7,950 compared to previously $9,698. When you put that student contribution together with the Commonwealth contribution of $16,250, the total funding of $24,200 per place is more than the measured cost of teaching an engineering course per annum, which, as I said, is $21,000.
Higher or lower than the previous funding for those courses?
It is lower than the previous funding amount, but higher than the measured cost of providing the course.
But that's caused some universities, as I understand it, to consider rationalising those courses in favour of others. Have you done an assessment? Have you started speaking to those universities about those decisions yet?
It's a requirement of our funding agreements that universities notify us if they close a course, a degree, that is. And I've had no universities seek our permission to close an engineering degree. So I'm not sure.
I'll have to go back and reflect on the evidence, but I think they were saying that there were plans being made to that end. I wasn't sure if it was part of the courses or the whole.
The other thing I noticed that they mentioned in their evidence centre, which is relevant, is when the funding model was changed and we rebalanced the per student funding to align better with the measured cost, some of the available dollars that came out of that reprofiling went into the National Priorities and Industry Linkage Fund, which is a set amount of money every year which the university can use to invest in those industry linkage partnerships. And they get that amount without having to enrol a certain number of students once we've agreed what the amount is. So again, they have had a restructuring of the funding arrangements to provide places, but there's still quite a substantial amount of resources available for engineering places and for industry linkage partner programs under the current funding model, and it is bigger than the measured cost of delivering these courses. So while an institution might make a decision about its relative strengths, to say that the funding model has forced an institution to close any particular engineering course, I find difficult to get from the evidence. And as I said in my opening comments, enrolments in engineering, at least in the data I have so far, which is from 31 of 38 universities, enrolment of engineering students has gone up by more than the average growth in student numbers overall.
Okay, can I ask, I have been looking at some of the other engineering statistics where we see, for example, that more women are still a much lower proportion of initial enrollers, commencing students, but actually proportionately have a higher graduation rate. Does the Department of Education have a role in addressing or calling on industry and government to address some of the issues around perceptions of those careers? Noting, for example, that the Kate Jenkins report, Respect at Work, cited high levels of sexual harassment in male-dominated industries.
So a range of topics in that question set, if I might. The issue of inappropriate behaviours in the workplace or workplaces that aren't friendly to certain members of the community, I think is much more a question for the Fair Work and associated elements of government. We have taken some steps to support greater engagement by women in STEM subjects. There is a small program we have that's encouraged cadetship arrangements to help support more hands-on practical training pathways for women so that they can have that experience in a more structured environment, have access to pathways. So we are both a bit dependent on workplaces themselves addressing their fundamental issues, but we have put in place, I say, some small programs to test if there are other ways to encourage learning pathways that can help develop more options for particularly, say, women in STEM, but working with BHP for regional communities to develop other connections and pathways into various higher education options. So there's a range of different ways we're trying to open up the opportunities for people to engage with higher education, and obviously the focus increasingly on those STEM subjects. So
Yeah.
I hope that gets to what
Thank
you're
you.
after.
In terms of VET, has the department looked at in terms of access to industry to a skilled workforce? I've noticed, for example, in Western Australia that some highly skilled parts of the industry find it too difficult to train people in their baseline qualifications, and so as a result they poach those skills from smaller enterprises that have done that, and yet they're not really paying a cost subsidy to those enterprises to, you know, sustain them from having put in the hard yards and getting an apprentice through to their qualification. What assessment have you done of the extent to which different industry sectors shoulder their weight in delivering the skills base needed for manufacturing?
We haven't done any particular research in that area. I'd have to check whether NCVER, our National Centre for Vocational Education Research, has looked at that side of things. In terms of mobility between sectors, not to my knowledge have we done any kind of extensive research in that. I think one of the things that we're interested in, though, is the ability for people to have training and skills that are developed that actually, for the individual, enables them to move between sectors. That's a commodity and a skill that is valued by individuals who are accessing training, is to actually be able to skill up in something and then be able to have that ability to move from one industry to another, from one employer to another. It's a market resilience and a good thing for an individual to actually be able to do that.
Yeah, yes, I completely agree. It's good for the individual, but what about I've seen it, for example, in Western Australia's pipeline industry. You've got small companies that work on gas pipelines and do the fabrication and that for it, only to find that those skills were all picked up by bigger oil and gas companies, and that they have to retrain a whole new set of workers. Does that seem fair to you in terms of actually being able to meet demand for a skilled manufacturing workforce?
I think that's an observation which I think seems fair to me. I mean, I think, again, I go back to the position of the system is to train people so that they have the skills that are needed, and in an individual being able to get those skills and be able to have labour market mobility is good for that individual. And you wouldn't want an individual to be trained and then not be able to have the opportunity to move between jobs.
But surely the company that poached them should have an obligation to support that base level training somehow, rather than it just falling to smaller companies.
I mean, I think, Senator, one of the issue that you're highlighting is perhaps a microcosm of the issue more broadly with VET, which is sort of employer engagement writ large across the entire system. So both kind of engagement in thinking about the skills and knowledge that their workforces actually need now and into the future, but then actually making that investment themselves. Which is certainly borne out by the kind of the broad statistics that we've got about employer engagement in the VET system. I'm not sure about the manufacturing industry specifically, but certainly economy-wide, you see that kind of disengagement happening, which is sort of one of the key motivators behind some of the reforms that that governments agreed to take forward last year, but which do have a strong focus on trying to improve industry, but also particularly employer engagement in the vet system, including to make sure it's a better value proposition for them.
And how has the migration training levy been applied in bridging some of these gaps? What's the assessment that's been done of that?
Senator, is that the Skilling Australian Fund?
Yes.
Perhaps not. Yes. I think that's something we'd have to take on notice. I'm sorry, we don't have the any sort of figures with us here.
Thank you. I'm happy to give the call to others. I know there'll be demand unless other senators don't want the call.
No, I think other senators do want the call, Senator Pratt. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Senator Patrick, you've got the call.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually just wanted to follow up on some of the questions from Senator Pratt. So just this goes to these engineering roles. So I think you said the government for an engineer pays circa 24,000, made up of a government contribution of 9,688 and a student contribution 9,750. Can you just tell me what it was before the changes to the legislation?
There's a little, I think, confusion in what I said before, clearly. So the current funding rates, the public subsidy is $16,250.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yep. And the student contribution is $7,950.
Okay, that was my bad.
No, I'm just making sure we're on the same page. And the total is 24,200 of those two. The previous subsidy was 19,260 in public funding and $9,698 in private funding in student contribution.
Yeah.
For a total of 28,958. And that compares to the measured cost of $21,929.
So that's more than 10% above.
The previous rate was 30% above. The current rate is 10% above.
Okay, so in actual fact, the margin has fallen for the universities. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, we did reset the prices to better reflect the actual cost. And in engineering's case, that meant the total funding went down, but it's still more than the cost of delivering the course, is my point, Senator. Yeah.
Sure. And so how do you work out that $21,000 cost per course? How's that calculated?
So we undertake an annual survey of universities supported by Deloitte's Access Economics that attributes all of their costs in the teaching and scholarship side of the universities to the students that it's used to teach. And so that's the average across the, I think in that survey, there was in the 2019 data, there was about 32 participating universities of the 38. We've done that survey over about three or four occasions over about 5 years. So that data is actual university data that drives that average cost.
Okay. And what's the range? So you said the average is 21. I'm just rounding these to nearest thousands. What's the range as opposed to the average? So min and max.
I may need to take that on notice, and I'm just seeing if I can pull it out of the report very quickly, but I don't have those numbers.
Sure, I'm just wondering if the max in some cases exceeds the now 24,000.
Well, of course it can, and in some universities undoubtedly may have, by dint of the choices of the institution and the way they allocate resources. We do not lock the dollars we provide for a particular student to then spending on that student. It's a choice for the university as to how they distribute it. So I do know one institution, for example, where the total spend was nearly half of what we actually allocated for a student place. For some, there'll be more provided. So once the funding's been attracted, it is a matter for the university to determine how they use it. We've taken the view, Senator, that it's a better incentive system at least, and it shows more faith in the student enrolment choice to get the cost as reasonably accurate as we can across. There's still an averaging process, obviously, that we have to do, so that, for example, that the difference between 24,000 and 28,000 means that now they can fund 5 students in engineering where previously they might have funded 4 if they their costs with our funding model. I mean, that's a better incentive than to pay more for a particular discipline on some argument about it showing value for that discipline. We actually think the cost should reflect, the funding should reflect the cost as much as we can.
Sure. So I'm just really trying to work out, you've gone from 28 down to 24. Again, I'm rounding numbers, and for a course cost that has 21. So the margin has decreased. I'm just trying to work out whether there are some universities who, just legitimately operating, may have found that 24 now falls below what it took to run them. And it might be a case that you might have to buy certain equipment in order to be able to teach an engineering degree, and if you've got fewer students, it might cost more to amortise that cost across those fewer students.
And that's why when we restructured the funding, we took some of that money and put it into, in effect, a fixed allocation, the National Priority Initiatives Fund, which gives them the capacity to invest in the technology or the special staff or the partnerships with industry that you need to build up those partnerships. And so that amount effectively became a block grant that they could then make those strategic investments with. But yes, for some institutions, if they are not running in a manner that's consistent with the rest of the sector, they may find it hard to meet those costs. But they may also strategically make the decision to invest more in their engineering and to take it from another course, as was clearly happening before the other way. So the only way to interpret the data we've got is that universities, on average, received $28,000 for an engineering student, took $7,000 and spent it on somebody else. If that's a priority for, if putting more into engineering is a priority for an institution, we have no problem with them doing that.
All right. So on notice, can you provide me with any the number of universities that you have in your statistics that we use to calculate the 21? How many of those universities were above the 24? So, and then if there's a circumstance there's only one, or there might be none, but if there's 1 or 5 or whatever, then perhaps provide the differences in enrolments as a result of them hitting above margin. So, I understand all of the things you're saying, but in terms of the ability to say, did this get us some more engineers in that university? That's where I'm trying to get to.
So, Senator, my challenge will be, I can give you those in. I can give you the first half of the question with aggregates.
Sure.
I will see if I can work out the second half of the question, but I won't be able to identify the individual institutions.
No, I understand. You can just say University 1, University 2, University 3, University 4, and have those, because I just want to see how that works.
I'll set up
okay.
Yep.
I'm not. Now, and if I want to go back, you said it. I think you said it's 17% increase in engineering enrolments against 2020, against a backdrop of generally 10% overall increases. Did I get those numbers right?
That's correct. That's our data as we have it at this point for enrolments in first semester in 2021 versus 2020. Noting that it's not the full set of universities at this point. We still have some universities finalising their data submissions, but that's 31 out of 38 universities. It's a good sample. Yeah.
Sure. Am I likely to see that data change because particular universities focus on engineering, or does that sort of number give you comfort you're not going to change too much?
The universities covered in the 31 are a pretty good sample, I believe. I'd be surprised at substantial movements.
And can I just go back to maybe the years before, how we're tracking against 2019 and 2018, because COVID, it just masks everything. And, I guess enrolments in 2020 perhaps were not affected by COVID that much, but have we got 2019 there?
No, I'd have to take that on notice. I can easily do that. Yes. I think you're right that the commencing enrolments for 2020 were largely unaffected by the COVID impact for the first couple of months of the year. So, but we'll see how it looks against 2019. Very happy to do that. And
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are you satisfied? So you're satisfied that the policy change, the legislative change, has delivered what you intended in respect of engineers, at least?
Certainly, the data is across engineering and some of the sciences is quite consistent with what we'd hoped the signal students might take from the changes in the funding model. I'm previously on record, Senator, of saying that I'm reasonably cautious about claiming how big an impact policy has had versus a range of other things that we know students take into account. So, employment opportunities drive student choices very clearly. There's been an uptick in sort of related health enrolments in the last year or so, consistent with the public discussion about much more interest on health issues. So again, I wouldn't ever at this point. This is way too early to make a judgment about students responding to particular pricing incentives, but certainly the pattern enrolments we're seeing so far this year is consistent with the sort of signals that the Job Ready Graduates package as a whole is trying to send.
Well, see, I also remember the debate beforehand, and in fact, there was a great question as to whether or not students have regard, for example, to longer-term HECS debts that seems abstract to them. But fine, I just want to switch slightly. In terms of trades and apprentices, and I know a lot of this is really state-based, but what are the figures looking like in terms of tradies, electricians, and builders and so forth, electronics?
Senator, is your question about people studying those qualifications by way of an apprenticeship pathway, or
yes,
more?
Well, or through through something like a TAFE. I mean, I know there's some mixing of jurisdictions here, but I presume you keep a watch on that sort of thing.
Yeah. So there's. I might start more broadly, and I can hand over to Ms. Campbell. So there's a very, very wide variety of qualifications available for the manufacturing sector, all the way from sort of entry level, which I would call kind of Certificate 1 to Certificate 3. And that Certificate 3 level is typically where you'd see an apprenticeship or trade pathway. right through to advanced diplomas, you know, sort of in much more complicated parts of the manufacturing sector. When industry creates these qualifications, they do make a recommendation about whether they consider it appropriate to deliver through an apprenticeship pathway, and then ultimately a matter for states and territories about how they pick that up. So there's certainly that flexibility there, sort of within the qualification as it's designed to deliver as a trade pathway.
But do you have statistics on how we're performing in terms of numbers coming through across, you know, that sort of broad description that you've provided us?
So across the full suite of manufacturing related qualifications, which is kind of everything from textiles, clothing, footwear, traditional kind of sort of metals manufacturing, all the way through to aerospace, for example. In 2020, the total number of enrolments was 101,685.
And what was the previous year? So that's this year, or last year?
Yeah, so the latest data is 2020.
Yeah.
In 2019, it was 104,690.
So there's a slight drop. And what are you seeing this year? You got any sort of feel for what's happening this year?
So we won't have this year. Unfortunately, Senator, there's quite a long lag with the collection of vet data. So the 2021 figure data will be available probably close actually to this time next year.
Okay, all right. Can you provide those data sets to the committee, just sort of broken down into the different categories, and maybe just as a function over the last 5 years?
Sure.
So set out a table of for each year in each category.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator, I have information on apprenticeships.
Yeah, we've got some specific data about manufacturing apprenticeships.
Okay. Yep.
So our in-training numbers as at the end of June overall, nationally there are 348,000 apprentices and trainees in training across the country, of which 214,789 are in a trade occupation. And then when we look at manufacturing specifically, as at the end of March, there were 29,655 apprentices and trainees in training in manufacturing. That represents about 9% of all apprentices and trainees.
Okay. And so the 29,000 really ties in with the other number of 101,000 trainers. So just going back to the previous evidence about total numbers of trainees had gone, there was 101,000.
It's a little different, Senator. The total numbers before were all people in training, which, as Rachel said, is ranges from those who are doing diploma level and all sorts of vet courses versus the data, which is people who are actually doing it via an apprenticeship pathway. And I should note that the manufacturing apprenticeships, it's the data for 2021, as we said, was 29,665. That's up from 23,325 in 2020. So it's trended up.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if you could. So I understand that the 29,000 is a subset of the 101,000. You're saying they're not all trades and apprenticeships rather. So again, could I perhaps get you to just expand that question on notice to apprentices as well, just to give us a feel for that, if you may.
Yeah, we can look at the set of data that's most useful to give you capture that broad picture.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. I have one final question for the department from Senator Kitching.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, officers from the department. Can I just ask you, just here in Melbourne, obviously we're very reliant on the university sector and on international students. Where there's been discussion about the challenges with university research programs delivered through partnerships with institutes in overseas countries, while these international linkages can be desirable, they also need to be managed for risk, particularly when research programs are linked to industry outcomes both here and abroad. So I'm wondering if we are considering new industry-linked research, when we're considering new industry-linked research partnerships, potentially involving offshore partners, what safeguards have been put in place to ensure that geopolitical risks are being appropriately monitored and managed in a way that that ensures Australian intellectual property is not improperly taken overseas or used for purposes that we wouldn't condone in this country?
So there's a few perspectives in that question. The most important one is the university's foreign interference guidelines that have been developed jointly between the government and Australian universities, which are designed to help universities put in place the specific responses they need to make to manage their exposure to foreign players who may have an interest in taking advantage of our open research agenda. They focus on building up both the resilience of the institutions through the way they manage their staff and recruit their staff and the partnership arrangements they set up with different industries. The Minister has, Minister Tudge, that is, has in February 2021 asked that the guidelines be updated by the University Foreign Interference Task Force and make sure they're still fit for purpose. They were first put out in 2019, so it's a good time to take those forward. That does focus on the responsibility for identifying risks and managing risks at the university level. But alongside that, the grant agencies on the publicly funded grants programs do work closely with the Department of Home Affairs and intelligence agencies to ensure that there's scrutiny through the process. The ARC and the HMRC would be better placed to discuss the detail of that when they have discussed it on evidence on a few occasions. So that sits alongside a range of other policy frameworks, such as the defence trade controls arrangements, which are also designed to make sure that sensitive research endeavours and students is managed.
Mr. English, I think Dr. Tom, when she reviewed the Defence Trade Controls Act, I think she found that they didn't need any changing. And look, I think that was last year. It ran slightly late, that review, but I think it was late last year or early this year. But there were no changes made to the Defence Trade Controls Act.
So you've caught me at a disadvantage. It's not my normal topic space.
No, it's all good. All good.
So I think that's an excellent outcome. But if there's any additional need to follow up on that one, I'm happy to take it on notice. But no, my understanding is that that framework is now well understood by the sector and working as it should intend, and it does give us a graduated sense of the pretty firm controls at one end and the guidance and principles on the foreign interference arrangements at the far end, at the other end. Sorry.
Thank you. And if I've got further questions, I'll put them on notice. But thank you for that answer. Thank you, Chair. I don't want to hold us. I know we're running slightly behind.
Slightly behind.
But only that. No, I've got no.
No, that's good. Excellent. Thank you, Senator Kitching. And I think the members of the department, the witnesses who attended today, we really greatly appreciate it. If you could just make sure you log out of the video conference as you leave, and you leave with our best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I now welcome representatives from the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. Thank you for appearing before the committee today, and thank you for your patience. Information on procedural rules governing public hearings has been provided to witnesses and is available from the Secretariat. To assist Hansard with recording of this hearing, witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones and please ensure your microphone is set to mute when you are not speaking. I'd also like to advise you that any questions on notice should be sent to the Secretariat by close of business Wednesday, 1 December 2021. I invite the Department to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear. And I know we've got a number of representatives from the Department, so I'm in your hands as to how you'd like to open proceedings.
Thanks, Senator. So Jo Evans, Deputy Secretary in the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. And I would just like to very briefly say that the department sees itself and the broader portfolio as really integral to the government's economic agenda. And by that we mean we are working to help create a strong, modern, resilient, productive economy that delivers long-term prosperity. And we see our role as building on Australia's strengths to help drive productivity and economic growth and to create new jobs and opportunities for Australia. And as you have recognised through this inquiry, Australian manufacturing is very important to Australia's growth and prosperity. We see it as critical to national resilience, and we know that it's played an important role in the national COVID-19 response. So we're really happy to be here to answer your questions today. And I have representatives from all of the relevant parts of the department with us online. So happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Evans. And I'll pass on to Senator Walsh. You have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. You did take me somewhat by surprise there, but I am ready to go. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you all for being there. A couple of the government's priority manufacturing areas are critical minerals processing and recycling and clean energy, and you've gone to those areas in your submission. In the Australia's long-term emissions reduction plan document, there's an estimation that more than 100,000 new jobs will be created in industries like critical minerals, clean hydrogen, renewable energy, green steel, and so on. Are you able to tell us a little bit more without going into the modelling, which I think still hasn't been released, I guess? But are you able to tell us a bit more about which of those industries you see as the growth potential in terms of jobs, and when some of those projected jobs would be expected to come online?
Senator, I'll start, and then I might ask Russ Campbell to talk a little bit more about this. But the 100,000 estimate is part of the work that was done for that long-term emissions reduction plan, as you say, by McKinsey, and they really, the areas that you mentioned are the ones that they focused on. So hydrogen in particular, looking at creating a significant number of jobs in critical minerals. And the other part that contributes to that number is the growth in the electricity sector in Australia. And so those details will be in the modelling report when it is released shortly. But Mr. Campbell might be able to elaborate a little bit on the critical minerals side of things. Russ, you're on mute. You might need to use *6 because it's WebEx.
Can you hear us now okay? Great, sorry, apologies. Russ Campbell, Chief Economist, Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. Yes, so just to add to Ms Evans' comments, whilst we can't sort of elaborate at this stage on the modelling and timeframes for the job estimates that have been discussed, critical minerals was absolutely one of the key priority sectors when we were developing the national manufacturing priorities. We know that there's a large body of growth potential in critical minerals, particularly moving from just purely the extraction process through to the processing. It's a longer term exercise and it will take some time to develop the very high end element of value adding in critical minerals, but it's a journey that we're working closely with the Critical Minerals Facilitation Office on And I'll leave my comments there.
Just, I do understand, and I won't spend time asking for the modelling that hasn't been released. But it is, these areas are within the strategy that your department is currently working on. And I'm not sure that there were sort of new policies that would lead to a different sort of trajectory for these jobs from where we're at today, given what you've already put in place. So I'm just wondering, again, without going to the modelling, when do we think these sorts of new jobs are coming online? Is it in the next decade, for example? Is it in the next decade that we see lots of these jobs in critical minerals processing and recycling and clean energy coming on board, or is it further on the horizon than that?
I think it's certainly from the perspective of the 100,000 figure that's been quoted, that is a longer term projection. The manufacturing strategy, though, is developed over a 10-year horizon. It's got 2-year, 5-year checking points, as well as the 10-year overall horizon. So some of the early investment that's part of the manufacturing strategy will be directed at specific projects through the various streams of the strategy. But we haven't made specific projections sort of line by line for each of the manufacturing subcomponents. As you know, there's a sort of generalised figure that's expected over a 10-year horizon for manufacturing in total, but we haven't made projections down to that level.
Okay.
Manufacturing strategy.
Yes, and I know many of these questions have been asked on Senate estimates recently, but so if we look for those 10-year projections that you've described that are public in relation to the modern manufacturing strategy, that's the sort of number we're looking at for the 10-year time horizon.
Yeah, we haven't got a particular year-by-year estimate, but as we've made clear when the strategy was announced, it's a 10-year projection of jobs figures, but that relates to manufacturing across all of the priority sectors rather than just critical minerals.
And that's, I'm very aware that we ask for this a lot, but is that those 10-year projections are something that could be provided to the committee for the 6 priority areas in terms of job creation projections over the next 10 years?
No, as I was saying, no specific job estimates projections haven't been made on the individual components by sector. It's an aggregate estimate.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the whole 6 priority areas.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. We've had a lot of evidence throughout today about different stakeholders wanting to see a government procurement strategy that assists the development of local manufacturing. And we have heard evidence from people that other countries with successful manufacturing industries do utilise strategic local procurement as a core means to support local industry. I see Ms. Looney there, who might be the right person to ask this question of, and I know that you've referenced before the existence of free trade agreements that we're part of, but I was wondering if you could give us more shape on what is possible for us in the current environment, and what you see as being precluded by the sorts of free trade agreements that we're in, perhaps in a general sense, and then we might put some more on notice if that's too detailed a question.
Senator, I'm happy to talk to that. Donna Looney, I'm the acting head of the Industry Growth Division, and I can go some way into your question, but we'll take some of it on notice to make sure that I engage with my trade colleagues to put forward some of the information you're asking around specifics of our WTO and other trade obligations. But what we are doing really is working at the moment at the Commonwealth level to increase what we do to support Australian SMEs and manufacturers in particular to build their capability to bid into supply opportunities through government procurement. We do this, as I've mentioned previously, through several avenues. One way is that we have the Australian Jobs Act 2013, which requires proponents of large projects, both public and private sector, to have an AIP plan in place or seek an exemption for an AIP plan. But the requirement is they have one. And that is also supported by a Commonwealth procurement connected policy that grants and some other investments have an AIP plan in place for investments and grants of $20 million or more, where that's a government investment. Now, what that does is it requires these proponents of these projects to provide full, fair and reasonable opportunity for Australian suppliers to bid into their supply chains. And I've said previously that we don't mandate content through that, but what it does do is require those proponents to investigate where it is that Australia has capacity and capability to provide into their projects, and to give those suppliers an opportunity to participate through those competitive tender processes. We also have some other, we work very closely with the states and territories. So obviously you would be aware that the Commonwealth doesn't hold all the levers in terms of procurement in Australia. So we work very closely across states and territories as well with their procurements and policies. And another example we have is where in our national partnership agreements on land transport, there's a requirement through those to have AIP plans in place as well. So there's a range of different things we're doing. We also had a recent budget announcement where there was additional education provided for small to medium enterprises to build their capability where we've seen gaps. So we've done a sector analysis to identify where it is that that SMEs could benefit from developing their capabilities to bid into government tenders specifically. We've done that industry scan, and we're working on focusing and targeting education to SMEs into that space. Now, on the international trade obligations, we do participate in the WTO and the sort of rules system there. And so we do abide by our agreements that we have in place. But those agreements also provide an opportunity for some exemptions for SMEs to be able to bid into processes. And they also do provide opportunities for our suppliers to bid into other governments, international governments, and international procurement processes as well. So it's a two-way street there, and we are looking at where it is that we can sort of identify and raise awareness of where those opportunities are for our companies as well.
Yeah, and just thank you for that. And just, I guess, to assist with what we might ask you to take on notice, my interest is less about people being given an opportunity to bid into a process and more about whether there are opportunities for us as we're moving into, spending billions of dollars to enter this sort of renewables revolution, whether there are opportunities for us to say, okay, company A, if you want to be part of this and it's being supported by government, we want 30% of the production to be done onshore in Australia. And I'm aware that that is something that happens in Victoria through the local Jobs Act. I'm not clear why that's precluded at a national level and whether it's precluded at a national level from the types of free trade agreements we're at, and if so, why they apply to federal projects but not to state government projects. So that was what I was pursuing there. Yeah.
So happy to take any questions that you have in more depth, but what I will just point to is that our state governments aren't subject in some instances to the same commitments that the Commonwealth enters into with these agreements. So that is that there's what I would say is that there's not a blanket rule. So each agreement that we enter into has different requirements at different levels of government and for different agreements that we have in place. So we can get you some more detail on those, but it is something we're very cognizant of. Obviously, we're looking at ways that we can increase Australian industry participation in these types of projects. And that's an ongoing body of work that we're looking at constantly improving and providing those opportunities. We're engaging with industry to hear about the challenges they have and where they see that they have capability that they could contribute. And we're working across government with other departments, including the Department of Finance and DFAT and others on where those opportunities can come from.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just ask a final question because I think probably all senators have questions, and I think this might be from Ms. Evans. We heard from one of our witnesses earlier today, the Centre for Future Work, that said that other countries look at Australia in extreme puzzlement about our failure to act quickly to take advantage of our natural advantages in the transition to a global green technology, I know that the department is working in these areas and, as it's been said before, proud of the work that you do in these areas. And so I just wanted to give the opportunity of a response there in terms of what you do see the major initiatives that government is putting in place to act quickly to take advantage of those natural advantages in the transition to global green technology.
Thanks, Senator, and very happy to, because I think that characterisation of Australia is really unfair and inaccurate. We've done enormous amounts to contribute and to take advantage of our technical capabilities on renewable energies in particular. So, you know, look at the contribution that Australia has made from an IP perspective to the development of solar photovoltaics. You look at the high rates of penetration, among the highest in the world, to have photovoltaics on the roofs of houses all around Australia. And that's been driven by a whole range of policies, so you know, that go deep into our R&D systems and policies that allow that really fantastic technology to get developed and come forward in Australia. And it's still happening today. So you know, there's been even more breakthroughs in these areas. So it goes all the way back to that. Then it goes through regulatory mechanisms like the renewable energy target that has really significantly driven the uptake of large scale as well as small scale renewable energy in Australia. And then on top of that, you've then got programs like, or funding through entities such as ARENA. So the initial funding for ARENA was over $2 billion. The most recent allocation to ARENA is in the order of 1.4 billion just for their baseline funding, and then a whole series of budget programs over and above that drive the uptake of particularly renewables, but also other technologies that are consistent with the low emissions technology roadmap. You've got a program, you've got the largest government-owned green bank making loans to all sorts of industries that go I've been talking a lot about the renewables, but the Clean Energy Finance Corporation has been able to help support the supply chain, particularly for lithium, for example, to put into the building of batteries and so on. You've got our existing programs around the hydrogen hubs and the development of hydrogen, and on the story goes. And so this is, even so the funding commitments just between sort of now and to 2030 is in that order of $20 billion. And it's all pushing towards taking advantage of these new opportunities. And that's, before I have even started talking about some of the efforts that are going into critical minerals and the most recent announcements there, where you have a $2 billion facility that's been identified under the National Interest Account to make sure that we can support those projects to get off the ground here. So I really feel like those accusations or that characterisation of what we're doing really isn't accurate. And I might ask Narelle Lucchetti to talk a little bit about what's happening under the Modern Manufacturing Industry Initiative to support that as well. But before I let go of the microphone, as it were, I guess I wanted to make the point that all of those investments that I'm describing, so some of them I have supported where we are today. Some of them are continuing to support how we will evolve and take the advantages into the future. But where we are today, and a lot of it, I talk a lot about renewable energy in the context of taking up the advantages of the clean technologies of the future. That's because a decarbonised electricity system is so important. It under ability to take it, steal things. I'm going to stop my video in case that helps with the reception. So I was saying that the renewable energy uptake is so critical. The decarbonised electricity is so critical to those industries being successful. And when you look at what Australia has achieved in terms of the rate of decarbonisation of our electricity system, we acknowledge we started from a really emissions intensive base. That's been Australia's history. There's nothing to be ashamed of there. It's what was the right thing to do at the time when we built our electricity system. But we are absolutely at the leading edge of transforming that electricity system into a low emissions system and to get it to zero emissions as fast as possible. So I wish it were possible for us to get that message out more clearly, because it continues to be quite frustrating that it doesn't seem to be understood as well as it should be. But Ms. Lucchetti might want to talk about the manufacturing strategy.
Sorry, I might just ask Ms. Evans, because I can tell how much work you have done in this area, and it's great to hear about the long-term benefit of those sort of long-term institutions that we've had in place for some time that you mentioned, like the R&D tax incentives and ARENA and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. I guess, and just to give you the sort of chance to respond to this, which you may do with a similar level of passion, I guess the challenge I think that was issued on a couple of frames earlier in the day was around whether we have sufficient ambition towards 2030 to support fast growth in those sectors, or whether given the limited ambition in relation to the rest of the world, which is just a fact in terms of our targets as opposed to others at 2030, whether we're in a position where, as other countries move to more ambitious 2030 targets, that we'll be in a position where we start to kind of lose the race for these jobs over the next decade, which again is why I guess I was asking about when we see these things coming online. Is it in the next decade while the race is on, or is it further down the track?
Senator, I think we are well and truly in this race. We're not going to fall behind. The investments that have already been made put us in a fantastic position to be really decarbonising over the next decade. My sense is that that's already happening. I don't accept the sort of premise of some of the things that you were saying about our target not being sufficiently ambitious. I think the context for every country is different. Again, I think of the story that is happening in our electricity sector. There really is no other country in the world that started from where we started, that has no access to nuclear energy, that has no access to any other ability to connect to another country to supply it with electricity if what it puts in place doesn't work. And then on top of that, we have pushed renewable energy into our system faster than most other countries. Not disputing the fact that we still have a long way to go, and that in a reality, you know, in an absolute sense, the emissions per unit of electricity in Australia is still higher than other people's, but we are moving faster and making bigger changes than most other countries are making. And so I think that is actually putting us in a really good position to take advantage of these things, and all of the investments that are already sort of in train are going to help us take advantage of all those things. And that, you know, again, the CFC and ARENA are at the leading edge of that, but all of those other systems that I described before are part of it as well. And again, I didn't get a chance to talk about what the manufacturing initiative is doing, which seems like the most relevant part to this committee. So if you will let Ms. Lucchetti just expand on that part, it'd be great.
Sure, thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Senator. So Narelle Lucchetti, Head of the Manufacturing Division. So as you know, there are 6 roadmaps, national manufacturing priorities, and we have roadmaps for each. Recycling and clean energy is one of those roadmaps which sets out the goals for the next 2, 5 and 10 years. The vision for the recycling and clean energy roadmap is to develop a world-leading advanced manufacturers that seize opportunities from sustainability, clean energy transition, waste reduction demands by leveraging Australia's advantages in innovation, technology, renewable and mineral resources in our onshore industrial base. What we've seen through the integration and translation stream just recently is 150 recycling and clean energy applications. Announcements will be made shortly regarding those applications. But what we have seen is that the private investment is definitely there. The national manufacturing, the modern manufacturing strategy is sending a signal to industry about government's investment in these 6 priority areas. And we're seeing private investment coming in at around 2 to 1. So that's $2 of every private sector investment for $1 government. So there definitely is a lot of interest from private sector investors and from industry. And like I said, 150 applications just purely in the recycling clean energy space is really encouraging.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Walsh. Senator Patrick, you have the call.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, could I prevail upon you? I just want to ask one question. I have to be on another Zoom at 6.
Oh, okay.
So do you mind, Rex?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Senator Kitching.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the department. Your submission has noted that tariffs can be effective, and I'm quoting, tariffs can be effective where Australia is looking to develop a sovereign capability, protect against global shocks, demonstrate continued support of industry in the face of tariffs and subsidies applied in competitive markets. Several submissions have raised concerns with the lack of sovereign capability in key strategic industries and have raised issues with dumping, with politically charged tariff impositions, such as those imposed recently by China on industries like wine, barley, timber and coal. On the other hand, we've heard from the Productivity Commission that Australia should continue to pursue unilateral tariff reductions. Do you think that there are risks to such an approach? And do we need to apply a sovereign risk lens to decisions about tariffs and dumping provisions?
That's a good question, Senator. So Russ Campbell, Chief Economist.
Thanks, Mr. Campbell.
So, I mean, as you'd appreciate, government policy around the setting of tariffs and border impositions, such as tariffs, is a very sensitive topic that we would consult quite clearly and carefully with the Department of Foreign Affairs and obviously the Minister for Foreign Affairs. I mean, is there a benefit in going back down the tariff path? I don't think you would find many people would suggest, certainly within the government space, that would be the appropriate path. Australia's interests are usually, particularly given that we're a small open economy, are usually best served by having much freer and open markets and actually pushing for those to be prosecuted through each of the forums that we have available to us, including the WTO, but also regional trading arrangements. I would much prefer to see us succeeding in manufacturing by actually having stronger relationships and relationships with like-minded partners, where we can actually expand our manufacturing base, developing off strong sovereign capabilities and comparative advantages. But to go back down a tariff-based pathway would not think would be a good pathway for Australia.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Senator Kitching. Back to you, Senator Patrick.
If indeed that is the best pathway, I'm just reflecting back on COVID, where actually our manufacturing sector, we revealed quite a big vulnerability. So it just sort of, I'm curious, you say this is the best pathway. That's been said for some time, yet clearly there's a vulnerability. Surely there's some room for some adjustment.
But I'm not suggesting that you would solve that through a tariff.
Okay, so you're saying that other measures need to be put in place to deal with those vulnerabilities that we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm not sure my colleague could possibly talk to this around the supply chain resilience, because that is a key element of what we faced during COVID, as you know, Senator.
Well, I might come back to. I do have some questions that relate to that, so I might come back to that.
Okay.
Just as a thank you. Just from an industry perspective, from the department's view, what are the 5 major hindrances to, and I'll just be careful about this, establishing manufacturing companies in Australia from your perspective?
Sorry, Senator, I missed that part of the question.
So what are the top 5 hindrances to establishing manufacturing companies in Australia from your knowledge? I say you're being the department.
So there's a question around to go to your question, Senator, and just we might try to unpack the question a bit to understand what you're talking about establishment costs and whether that's barriers to establishing firms versus some of the underlying issues that are embedded in manufacturing, because we've seen the manufacturing sector, it's been in a declining phase for a number of decades, and we've focused over time more on lower value added activity. Part of the driver for that has actually been relative labour and energy costs. That's been one of the factors. One of the factors has been access to foreign capital and willingness of foreign investors to take a punt on investing in Australia when you've actually got a highly variable exchange rate, because it changes the returns that you get in your own currency when you bring foreign profits back. I think it's without doubt access to skills is clearly going to be one of them, and there's obviously work that across government that's going on there. I mean, I'm coming up to your 5. I think there's a few.
That's 3 you've given me.
I'm working hard on the other 2. I mean, certainly, I think clarity around regulatory imposts and some of the issues that prevent firms getting access to capital and startup funds, I think is often a problem, but that's usually the smaller end of the business. But I mean, access to finance, I don't know whether that's come through in some of the roundtable forums that we've been holding, but certainly prior to that, access to finance has been challenging in the manufacturing sector before you have a government putting a marker on the ground saying this is a sector we actually want to reinvigorate and reset.
Okay, so that's 5. Thank you. Now, how do those change, those 5, or are they the same for expanding a manufacturing business?
I mean, a lot of those factors are present in both, because access to capital issues, access to foreign capital, sometimes that can be about expansion as much as establishment. I wouldn't necessarily make that distinction between them. I mean, I think one of the challenges you might find in expansion is, do you have the managerial capability to move that further up? We've often had studies undertaken in relation to Australian managerial capabilities, and so that firms can get to a certain size, but then to go to the next level, they actually need much more complex systems and often try to integrate with global value chains, and you actually need different types of managerial capability to do that. So in terms of moving from sort of a medium to a large firm, that would probably be one of the most important ones.
Okay, what are the manufacturing sectors or industries that Australia currently enjoys an advantage?
I mean, it's certainly, there's been a number of studies over the years which point to some of the comparative advantages in Australia, and it's often in the big sectors that we're all very familiar with. They haven't changed a great deal over time. So good examples are education is obviously one of them. Tourism, inbound tourism.
No, sorry, I'm talking about in the manufacturing sector or manufacturing segments.
Oh, well, I think we would just go back to the national manufacturing priorities. I mean, I can...
Yeah. So Senator, the 6 manufacturing priorities, which the government announced late last year, which is recycling, clean energy, resources tech and critical minerals processing, medical products, food and beverage, defence and space. And I think what we've found from industry, and these 6 priority areas were industry-led. And what we have found is by having the signal, and I think we've heard evidence earlier today from other industry bodies, is by having these 6, it has very much brought in, it had a real focus for industry, investment, and it's really about, creating a highly skilled workforce.
Sure. No, I just want to stop you there. I don't need the promo. Because in actual fact, you're talking about a future pathway for Australian industry. I'm not being critical of that. My question goes to which ones enjoy an advantage now. If you're saying you've picked those ones and that they're the ones you're going to invest in, is that really the right strategy? Do you look at the people who are doing well and say, well, we'll just inject more, or do you let those who are doing well do well and promote the areas where we've got a chance to do well, but we need to do better in order to be able to achieve that success. So my question went to where do we currently, which manufacturing segments or industries do we currently have an advantage?
I mean, the most successful ones are some of the ones that are existing manufacturing priorities, such as food and beverage, medical, and certainly a large parts of the health sector generally. Pharmaceuticals that has fluctuated over the years, but that's certainly been one of them. The broader point you're raising, though, is do you spend taxpayer dollar on areas of comparative advantage, or don't you? And if you don't, why would you spend dollars in an area where it's uncertain whether the return is going to be viable or not?
Well, because it might give you greater resilience, and that's one of the things we're seeking. If there's an area where we're vulnerable from a reliance perspective, and we therefore need a capability there, we have to assist and we have to promote those particular industries in some way.
And certainly, I don't think there's any disagreement there that there's a need to focus on areas of priority for supply chain resilience.
So how do we come up with those different regions? Recycling and medical, and was that derived by some study?
We have looked at a number of reports over the years that largely use a technique it's called revealed comparative advantage. It's a way of determining what is a comparative advantage for a particular economy. It's a technique that the OECD developed probably back in the 60s. And there's a number of reports. We can certainly point them to you on notice and give you some references if you'd like.
Yeah, look, I'd like to understand, again, you picked these paths. It's not a criticism. I'm trying to understand how this ties in with perhaps other areas where we don't have a comparative advantage, and but we do need to have a capability. So yeah, I'd be grateful if you could in some way elaborate how you came down to those particular choices, how the government reached those as you know, some of them may well be, you know, the medical stuff, for example, was clearly important during COVID. Others, critical minerals, perhaps less so during a pandemic. So yeah, if you give some background, that would be good. I just want to understand if there's any correlation that the department has identified between investment in onshore manufacturing and ownership of the business, i.e. If it's foreign or local controlled.
Sorry, I didn't quite follow the question, Senator.
Well, I'm just trying to work. I just trying to understand if the department's done any analysis on investment in onshore manufacturing and how that correlates with either local ownership or foreign ownership. Is that a factor? Is basically what I'm saying in decisions to manufacture here in Australia?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean,
can I just interrupt this, Senator Patrick? Are you saying, I think I understand where you're coming from. You're basically asking, is a company more likely to set up a manufacturing facility in Australia if it is locally owned as opposed to it being foreign owned? Yeah. Is that the gist of it?
Or expand. And again, Chair, you always help me with these things, so thank you.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any internal work on that issue. No, I would say we haven't got a report on that. No.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, this one is a bit, maybe it's a bit pejorative, I don't know, but I look at Singapore, and it's, you know, one of our witnesses mentioned Singapore today and said that they were doing a lot better, that, you know, that's where you want to go if you want to do particular things. Singapore has is the size of the ACT or thereabouts, and has 1/3 of our GDP. And just in terms of your own performance, you know, in some sense, it's a bit rhetorical, but yeah, should we get rid of industry division and simply employ the Economic Development Board out of Singapore? Maybe I'll relook at, ask it in a slightly different way, because I'm sure I'm upsetting officials, but yeah, have we looked to how Singapore does what they do? Have we had conversations with their Economic Development Board to see, you know, how they go about encouraging investment, growing industry, growing their economy?
So I know, like, we have unfortunately our colleagues from the international area aren't here at the moment, but we do have a lot of engagement with other governments about how they go about doing industry policy and industry support. I would say though, Senator, there is a very, very low tax rate in Singapore, which does a large amount of the heavy lifting there.
Sure, but maybe that's the solution.
And you choose that. You choose that as a society.
Exactly right. So, I mean, again, do I get rid of all of industry division and invite the Economic Development Board to come into Australia and say, you know, because they clearly have done extremely well, and you know, I say this. I've been and met with the Economic Development Board when I was an advisor to Senator Xenophon, and you listen to the history and the way in which they developed their country, and I talked about it before. You know, recognising when they when they became independent from Malaysia, recognising they had a low skill base, so they pumped into industries that, you know, did basket weaving that tied up manpower, whilst they then had a strategy of upskilling their people in terms of education. They moved to the next stage, to the next stage, to the next stage, and just comparatively, they have done so much better than us. If we look at you know, their growth and again the GDP, 1/3 of Australia's for the size of the ACT.
So all I'd say, Senator, is that there are a number of factors behind that success. A large one is tax, and it's a public finance question for the community more broadly, because with lower taxes also comes lower services.
Well, I put it to you, it's not just tax. They actually have strategies, and I mentioned some of them before, where they do pick winners and they say, let's go out and invest in that area, and they would look at the amount of money that we've invested in this advanced manufacturing and probably laugh at us for the small amount that it is. They don't. And what they do is, one of the things they do is they look and say, well, you want to set up a petrochemical plant because that's one of our goals. We'll help invest, and we're going to buy out. We're going to have you buy us out at 5 years into it. So they kick the industry along, actually make a profit, move on to the next area of development. And what that does is the company that's doing the co-investing always try and do better, so that in some sense the Singaporean government lose out because their return is fixed. Those sorts of strategies, I wonder why we're not looking very long and hard at what they do, and that's not a foreign policy function. That's about people who are making the sorts of decisions you are making, looking at best practice. Well, I'm happy to leave it there. I guess maybe the committee needs to invite the Economic Development Board to appear before this committee, but and then maybe we come back to you guys.
Okay. Thanks, Senator Patrick. Can I just, I've just got one question I'll ask, and then I think that's going to conclude today's hearing. The strategy, the national strategy, I think, has now been in place for just over 12 months. Does the department have any statistics or assessment with respect to the impact of the strategy over that initial 12-month period?
So thanks, Senator. So at this stage, it's early days for the impact of the strategy in terms of measuring. But what I can say, like I said earlier, it's very much, we're seeing the number of applications that are coming through our grant process. We are oversubscribed. So industry are very much coming in. Businesses very much applying for those grants. The projects we're seeing cut across all 6 of the national manufacturing priorities. Like I said, the investment side that we're seeing is roughly $2 to every private sector to $1 government. So there very much is the appetite from business to be a part of the manufacturing strategy. But at this stage, in terms of measurement, it's early days for us still until some of these projects are up and running.
Okay, thank you for that. That's very informative. So with that, if I can thank all of the witnesses who are attended from the department, it's greatly appreciated. And thank you to everyone who was involved in the submission. That was also very useful. And that concludes today's hearing. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all those who've made submissions and sent representatives here today for their cooperation in this inquiry, and everyone else involved in these proceedings. It's greatly appreciated, and the committee now stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.